Days and Nights of Love and War. Eduardo Galeano. Days and Nights of Love and War. Everything that is told here, happened. The author writes it just as his memory stored it. Some names, few, have been changed. This book is dedicated to Helena Villagra. In history, as in nature, rot is the laboratory of life. Karl Marx. The wind in the pilgrim's face. Eda Armas told me, in Caracas, about her great-grandfather. Of the little that was known, because the story began when he was already close to 70 years old and lived in a small town well inside the Clarines region. In addition to being old, poor, and puny, the great-grandfather was blind. And he married, no one knows how, a 16-year-old girl. 2 by 3 escaped him. Not her, him. It escaped him and went to the road. There he crouched among the trees and waited for the sound of hooves or wheels. The blind man would go out to the crossroads and ask to be taken anywhere. This is how his great-granddaughter imagined him now, on the back of a mule, dying of laughter along the roads, or sitting behind a cart, wrapped in clouds of dust and waving his bird's legs jubilantly. I close my eyes and I am in the middle of the sea. I lost several things in Buenos Aires. Due to haste or bad luck, no one knows where they ended up. I left with some clothes and a handful of papers. I don't complain. With so many people lost, crying over things would be like disrespecting pain. Gypsy life. Things accompany me and leave. I have them at night, I lose them during the day. I am not a prisoner of things, they do not decide anything. When I separated from Graciela, I left the house in Montevideo intact. There were left the Cuban shells and the Chinese swords, the Guatemalan tapestries, the records and the books and everything else. Taking something with me would have been a scam. All of that was hers, shared time, time that I am grateful for, and I set out on the road, towards the unknown, clean and without burden. Memory will keep what is worth it. Memory knows more about me than I do, and she does not lose what deserves to be saved. Fever inside me, cities and people, detached from memory, sail towards me, land where I was born, children I made, men and women who increased my soul. Buenos Aires, May 1975, petroleum is a fatal subject. 1. Yesterday, a journalist from La Opinion was found dead near Ezeiza. His name was George Money. His fingers were burned, the nails torn out. In the newsroom of the magazine, Villar Araujo asks me, chewing on his pipe. "And? When is it our turn?" We laugh. In the Crisis edition, which is on the street, we have published the last part of Villar's report on oil in Argentina. The article denounces the colonial statute of the oil contracts in force in the country and tells the story of the business with all its tradition of infamy and crime. When oil is involved, writes Villar, accidental deaths do not exist. In October 1962, in a chalet in Bella Vista, Tibor Burani received 3 shots, from different angles and in different parts of the body. According to the official opinion, it was a suicide. Burani was not, however, a contortionist, but a senior advisor to Shell. Apparently he also served as a double or triple agent for North American companies. More recent, from February of this year, is the corpse of Adolfo Gavalli. Gavalli, who had been a union leader of the oil workers, had fallen out of favor. The loss of power had made his head better. Lately he preached the comprehensive nationalization of oil. He had, above all, considerable influence in the military area. When he was shot at Villa Soldati, he had a briefcase in his hand. The briefcase disappeared. The newspapers reported that the briefcase was full of money. The robbery was, then, the motive for the crime. Villar links these Argentine cases to other international murders with the smell of oil. And he warns in his article, if you, the reader, find out that after writing these lines, when I was crossing the street, I was crushed by a bus, think badly and you will be right. 2. News. Viller is waiting for me at my desk, very startled. Someone called him on the phone and in a nervous voice told him that Gavali's briefcase did not contain money but documents. Nobody knows what documents they were. Only I know. And I know because I had given them to him. I'm afraid. I want you to know it too, Viller. The briefcase contained, and at that moment, click, communication was cut off. 3. Last night Viller Araujo did not come home to sleep. 4. We stir heaven and earth. The journalists announce the strike. The interior newspapers have not appeared today. The minister has promised to personally deal with the case. Police deny having any information. In the magazine we receive anonymous calls, with contradictory data. 5. Viller Araujo has appeared last night, alive, on an empty road near Ezeiza. He was abandoned there with 4 other people. He has spent 2 days without eating or drinking and with a hood on his head. He has been questioned, among other things, about the sources of information for his articles. Of those men he has only seen the shoes. The federal police issued a statement on the matter. He says that Viller Araujo had been arrested by mistake. 10 years ago, I attended the dress rehearsal of this work. 1. How many men will be torn from their homes tonight and thrown into the wastelands with a few holes in their backs? How many will be mutilated, blown up, burned? Terror comes out of the shadows, acts, and returns to the dark. The reddened eyes on a woman's face, an empty chair, a splintered door, someone who will not return. Guatemala 1967, Argentina 1977. That had been officially declared the year of peace in Guatemala. But no one fished in the Gualan area anymore, because the nets trapped human bodies. Today the tide returns pieces of men to the shores of the Rio de la Plata. 10 years ago, the corpses appeared in the waters of the Motagua River or were discovered, at dawn, in the ravines or on the edge of the roads. Those featureless faces would never be identified. The threats were followed by kidnappings, attacks, torture, murders. The NOA, new anti-communist organization, which claimed to operate together with the glorious Guatemalan army, would tear out the tongue and cut off the left hand of its enemies. The hand, Movimiento Anticomunista Nacionalista Organizado, which worked in the orbit of the police, marked the doors of the condemned with black crosses. At the bottom of Lake San Roque, in Córdoba, bodies now appear submerged with stones, as Guatemalan peasants found, in the vicinity of the Pacaya volcano, a clandestine cemetery full of bones and decomposing bodies. 2. In the torture chambers, the torturers eat lunch in front of their victims. The children are questioned about the whereabouts of their parents, the parents, hung and prodded to say where their children are. Chronicle of each day, individuals in civilian clothes with their faces covered by black hoods. They arrived in 4 Ford Falcon cars. They were all heavily armed, with pistols, submachine guns and itakas. The first police officers arrived an hour later after the kill. The prisoners, torn from the jails, die in the law of escapes or in battles where there are no injuries or casualties on the side of the army. Black humor from Buenos Aires, Argentines they say divide ourselves into, terrified, locked up, buried and exiled. The death penalty was incorporated into the penal code in mid-1976, but in the country people kill, every day without trial or sentence. For the most part, they are dead without corpses. The Chilean dictatorship has not been slow to imitate the successful procedure. A single execution can unleash a worldwide scandal. For thousands of disappeared there is always the benefit of the doubt. As in Guatemala, relatives and friends make the dangerous, pointless pilgrimage, from prison to prison, from barracks to barracks, while the bodies rot in the mountains and in garbage dumps. Disappearance technique: there are no prisoners to claim or martyrs to watch over. Men are swallowed up by the earth and the government washes its hands. There are no crimes to denounce or explanations to give. Each dead person dies several times, and in the end you only have a fog of horror and uncertainty left in your soul. 3. But Guatemala was the first Latin American laboratory for the application of the dirty war on a large scale. Men trained, guided, and armed by the United States carried out the extermination plan. 1967 was a long St. Bartholomew's night. The violence had begun, in Guatemala, years before, when one evening in June 1954, Castillo Armas P-47 planes covered the sky. Then the lands were returned to United Fruit and a new petroleum code translated from English was approved. In Argentina, the 3As, Argentine Anti-Communist Alliance, made their public appearance in October 1973. If in Guatemala the dirty war was unleashed to crush the agrarian reform with blood and fire and then multiplied to erase it from the memory of the peasants without land, in Argentina the horror began when Juan Domingo Perón disappointed, from power, the hopes that he had awakened, during the long exile, in the plains. Black humor from Buenos Aires, power they say is like a violin. It is taken with the left and played with the right. After, at the end of the summer of 1976, the military returned to the Casa Rosada. Now wages are worth half. The unemployed multiply. Strikes are prohibited. Universities go back to the Middle Ages. The large multinational companies have recovered the distribution of fuel, bank deposits, the trade in meat and cereals. The new procedural code allows lawsuits between companies and the nation to be transferred to courts in other countries. The foreign investment law is repealed, now they can take what they want. Aztec ceremonies are celebrated in Argentina. To what blind god is so much blood offered? Can this program be imposed on the best organized labor movement in Latin America without paying a price of 5 corpses a day? The universe seen through the eye of the key. Valeria asks her father to turn the record over. He explains that Ara's putting lives on the other side. Diego talks with his partner inside, whose name is Andres, and he turns out to be the skeleton. Fanny tells that today she and her friend drowned in the school's river, which is very deep, and that from down there everything was transparent and they could see the feet of big people, the soles of their shoes. Claudio catches Alejandra's finger, tells her, "Lend me your finger," and plunges it into the milk jug on the stove, because he wants to know if it's not too hot. From the room, Florencia calls me and asks if I am capable of touching my nose with my bottom lip. Sebastian proposes that we escape on a plane, but he warns me that we must be careful with the Ceremofos and the Hesile. Mariana, on the terrace, pushes the wall, which is her way of helping the earth to turn. Patricio holds a lit match between his fingers and his son blows and blows the flame that will never go out. Of the boys I knew in the mountains then, who is left alive? 1. They were very young. Students from the city and peasants from the districts where a liter of milk cost 2 whole days of work. The army was hot on their heels and they were telling dirty jokes and laughing their heads off. I was with them a few days. We ate corn cakes. The nights were very cold in the high jungle of Guatemala. We slept on the ground, all of us hugging each other, our bodies pressed together, to keep us warm and so that the frost of dawn wouldn't kill us. 2. There were, among the guerrillas, a few Indians. And almost all the enemy soldiers were Indians. The army hunted them after parties, and when they woke up from drunkenness they already had their uniform on and their weapons in hand. Thus they marched to the mountains, to kill those who died for them. 3. One night the boys told me how Castillo Armas had gotten rid of a dangerous lieutenant. So that he would not steal power or women, Castillo Armas sent him on a secret mission to Managua. He was carrying a sealed envelope for the dictator Somoza. Somoza received him at the palace. He opened the envelope, read it in front of him, said, "It will be done as requested by your president." He treated him to drinks. At the end of a pleasant chat, he accompanied him to the exit. Suddenly, the envoy from Castillo Armas found himself alone with the door closed behind him. The squad, already formed, was waiting for him knee on the ground. All the soldiers fired at once. 4. Conversation that I don't know if I heard or imagined in those days. A revolution from sea to sea. The whole country raised. And I plan to see it with these my eyes. And will everything change, everything? Down to the roots. And will we no longer have to sell our arms for nothing? No way, then. Or put up with being treated like a beast. No one will own anyone. And the rich? There will be no more rich. And who is going to pay us the poor, then, the crops? It is that there will be no poor either. You do not see? Neither rich nor poor. Neither poor nor rich. But then, Guatemala is going to run out of people. Because here, you know, whoever is not rich is poor. 5. The vice president was called Clemente Marroquin Rojas. He ran a noisy newspaper, and 2 fat men with submachine guns stood guard at the door of his office. Marroquin Rojas received me with a hug. He offered me coffee, he was patting me on the back and looking at me tenderly. I, who had been in the mountains with the guerrillas until the last week, I didn't understand anything. It's a trap, I thought, for the pleasure of feeling important. Then Marroquin Rojas explained to me that Newbery, the brother of the famous Argentine aviator, had been his great friend in his youthful years and I was his spitting image. He forgot that he was in front of a journalist. Turned into Newbery, I heard him rail against the Americans because they didn't do things properly. A squadron of American planes, flown by American airmen, had left Panama and had dropped American napalm on a mountain in Guatemala. Marroquin Rojas was furious because the planes had returned to Panama without touching Guatemalan land. They could have landed, don't you think? He said to me, and I told him that yes, it seems to me. They could have landed, at least. 6. The guerrillas had told me. Several times they had seen napalm explode in the sky, over the neighboring mountains. They had often found the traces of the red-hot foam spilled, the trees burned to the roots, the charred animals, the black rocks. 7. By mid-1954, the United States had seated Ngo Dinh Diem on the throne of Saigon and had fabricated the triumphant entry of Castillo Armas into Guatemala. United Rescue Expedition with one blow of the axe, fruit cut down the agrarian reform that had expropriated and distributed, among the poor peasants, the wastelands of the company. My generation entered political life with that mark on their foreheads. Hours of indignation and impotence. I remember the corpulent orator who spoke to us with a serene voice, but breathing fire, that night of shouts of rage and flags, in Montevideo. We have come to denounce the crime. The speaker was called Juan José Arevalo. I was 14 years old and the shock never wore off. Arevalo had initiated, in Guatemala, the cycle of social reforms that Jacobo Arbenz deepened and that Castillo Armas drowned in blood. During his government, he told us, he had eluded 32 coup attempts. Years later, Arevalo became a civil servant. Dangerous species, that of the repentant, Arevalo became ambassador of General Arana, lord of the pitchfork and knife, colonial administrator of Guatemala, organizer of butcher shops. When I found out, it had been years since I had lost my innocence, but I felt like a cheated Guerricito. 8. I met Mijangos in '67, in Guatemala. He received me at his house, without questions, when I came down from the mountains to the city. He liked to sing, drink a good drink, greet life. He did not have legs to dance, but he clapped his hands cheering up the parties. Some time later, while Arevalo was ambassador, Adolfo Mijangos was a deputy. One afternoon, Mijangos denounced a fraud in the chamber. The Manila Mining Company, which in Brazil had overthrown 2 governments, had appointed a company official as Minister of Economy of Guatemala. A contract was then signed for Hana to exploit, in partnership with the state, the nickel, cobalt, copper, and chrome reserves on the banks of Lake Izabal. Under the agreement, the state would benefit from a tip and the company $1 billion. As a member of the country, Hannah would not pay income tax and would use the port at half price. Mijangos raised his voice in protest. Shortly after, when he was about to get into his Peugeot, a burst of bullets entered his back. He fell from his wheelchair with his body covered in lead. 9. Hiding in a suburban warehouse, I was waiting for the man most wanted by the Guatemalan military police. His name was Ruan Openzone, and he was also, or had been, a military policeman. Look at that wall. Jump. Can you? I wrung my neck. The backroom wall never ended. I did not say. But if they come, are you going to jump? Another to jump. If they came, I was going to fly. Panic turns anyone into an Olympic champion. But they did not come. Ruan Openzone arrived that night and I was able to talk at length with him. He had on a black leather jacket and his nerves made his eyes dance. Ruan Openzone had deserted. He was the only living witness to the massacre of some 20 suppressed political leaders on the eve of the elections. It had happened at the Matamoros barracks. Ruan Openzone was one of the 4 police officers who carried the large, heavy bags to the trucks. He realized it because his sleeves were covered with blood. At the La Aurora airport, the bags were put on a 500 Air Force plane. Later, they were dumped into the Pacific. He had seen them arrive at the barracks alive, blown to pieces, and had seen the Minister of Defense in person commanding the operation. Of the men who had carried the corpses, Ruan Openzone was the only one left. One had woken up with a dagger in the chest in a bed at the La Posada pension. Another was shot in the back, in a canteen in Zacapa, and the other had been shot in the bar behind the central station. Why do the pigeons cry at dawn? Because one night a pigeon went to a dance and the pigeon was killed, in a fight, by someone who wanted him badly. The dance was very beautiful, and the dove did not want to stop having fun. Tonight I will sing, he said, and in the morning I will cry. And she cried when the sun peeked over the horizon. This is how Malena Aguilar told me that her grandmother, a woman with gray eyes and a wolf's nose, had told her that at night, in the warmth of the coal stove, she enchanted her grandchildren with stories of souls in pain and slaughtering their throats. The tragedy had been a certain prophecy. 1. In the middle of 1973, Juan Domingo Perón returned to Argentina after 18 years of exile. It was the largest political concentration in the entire history of Latin America. More than 2 million people gathered in the Aziza meadows and all along the highway, with their children and bass drums and guitars, from all over the country. The people, with long patience and an iron will, had recovered their leader and returned him to his land by opening the great door for him. There was a party atmosphere. Popular joy, contagious beauty, embraced me, lifted me up, gave me faith. The torches of the broad front in the avenues of Montevideo were fresh in my retina. Now, on the outskirts of Buenos Aires, mature workers met in a gigantic camp without borders, for whom Peronism represented a living memory of dignity, and young people, who had not lived through the experience of 1946 to 1955, and for who Peronism was more made of hope than nostalgia. The party ended in slaughter. In Aziza, in a single afternoon, more Peronists fell than during the years of resistance against previous military dictatorships. And now? Who is there to hate? The people wondered, astonished. The ambush had been set up by Peronists against Peronists. Peronism contained Tyrians and Trojans, workers and bosses, and in this scenario, real history occurred as a continuous contradiction. The union bureaucrats, the politicians, and the agents of the owners of power had revealed their helplessness in the fields of Aziza. They had remained, like the king in the story, naked and in sight. The professional thugs then took the place in the town that they lacked. The merchants, fleetingly expelled from the temple, slipped in through the back door. The Aziza thing was a premonition of what would come next. God has prestige because he shows himself little, Perón had told me, Years ago, in Madrid, Hector Campera's government lasted like a lily. From then on, the promises were separated from reality until they were out of sight. Sad epilogue of a popular movement. Wages increased, but that served to prove that the workers were to blame for the crisis. A cow came to be worth less than a pair of shoes, and while small and medium-sized producers were ruined, the undefeated oligarchy displayed itself in rags and shouted to heaven through the newspapers, radio, and television. The agrarian reform turned out to be nothing more than a paper scarecrow, and the holes through which the wealth that the country generated drained, and still does, continued to open. The owners of power, as in all of Latin America, put their fortunes in safekeeping in Zurich or New York. There the money takes a circus leap and returns to the country magically turned into very expensive international loans. 2. Can national unity be realized above and through and despite the class struggle? Perón had embodied that collective illusion. One morning, in the early days of exile, the caudillo had explained to his host, in Asunción, Paraguay, the political importance of the smile. "Do you want to see my smile?" told him. And he placed the false teeth in the palm of his hand. For 18 years, for him or against him, Argentine politics revolved around this man. The successive military coups had been nothing more than homages that fear paid to the truth. If there were free elections, Peronism won. Everything depended on Perón's blessings and curses, thumbs up, thumbs down, and on the letters he wrote from afar, with his left or right hand, always giving contradictory orders to the men who risked their lives for him. In Madrid, in the fall of 1966, Perón told me, "Do you know how the Chinese kill sparrows? They are not allowed to perch on the branches of the trees. They harass them with sticks and do not let them pose until they die in the air, their hearts burst and they fall to the ground. The traitors have the flight of a sparrow. It is enough to harass them, not to let them rest, so that they end up falling to the ground. No, no. To handle men you have to have the flight of an eagle, not a sparrow. Managing men is a technique, an art, of military precision. Traitors must be let fly, but without ever giving them rest. And wait for Providence to do its work. You have to let Providence act. Especially since Providence is managed by me." At the moment of truth, when he regained power, Peronism exploded into pieces. It broke time before the warlord died. 3. José Luis Nel was one of the victims of the Ezeiza massacre. A bullet ruptured his spine. He was paralyzed. One day he decided to end his impotence and pity. He chose the date and the place, a level crossing of a station without trains. Someone wheeled him there and put the loaded gun into his hand. José Luis had been an iron militant. He had survived the shots and the jails and the years of hunger and hiding. But then he bit the barrel and pulled the trigger. A glow that delays between the eyelids. It happened this afternoon, on the platform, while I was waiting for the train to Barcelona. The light ignited the dirt between the tracks. The earth suddenly had a very bright color, as if the blood had risen, and it swelled under the blue tracks. I was not happy, but the earth was, while that long moment lasted, and it was I who had the conscience to know it and the memory to remember it. Chronicle of the Persecuted and the Lady of the Night. They meet, at dawn, in a luxury bar. In the morning, he wakes up in her bed. She heats coffee, they drink it from the same cup. He discovers that she bites her nails and that she has pretty girlish hands. They don't say anything. While dressing, he searches words to explain that you will not be able to pay him. Without looking at him, she says, like someone who doesn't want to, "I don't even know your name. But if you want to stay, stay. The house is not ugly." And it stays. She doesn't ask questions. Neither did he. At night, she goes to work. He gets out little or nothing. The months go by. One morning, she finds the bed empty. On the pillow, a letter that says, I would like to take a hand from you. I steal a glove. Forgive me. I tell you bye and thank you very much for everything. He crosses the river with false documents. A few days later, he is imprisoned in Buenos Aires. It falls by a silly coincidence. They had been looking for him for a year. The colonel insults him and hits him. He lifts it up by the lapels. Are you going to tell us where you were? You are going to tell us everything. He answers that he lived with a woman in Montevideo. The colonel does not believe. He shows the photograph, her sitting on the bed, naked, with her hands behind her neck, her long black hair sliding over her breasts. With this woman, he says. In Montevideo. The colonel rips the photograph out of her hand and suddenly boils with fury, punches the table, screams, "The fucking mother who gave birth to her, you traitorous son of a bitch, she's going to pay for it, wretch, she really did give it to me. He is going to pay." And then he finds out. Her house had been a trap, set up to hunt down guys like him. And he remembers what she had said to him, one noon, after love. Do you know something? I never felt, with anyone, this joy of the muscles. And for the first time he understood what she had added, with a strange shadow in her eyes. Sometime it had to happen to me, right? Had said dash. Fuck off, I know how to lose. This happened in the year 56 or 57, when the Argentines harassed by the dictatorship crossed the river and hid in Montevideo. The universe seen through the key's eye. In class, Elsa and Ale sat together. During breaks they walked around the yard holding hands. They shared duties and secrets, mischief. One morning, Elsa said that she had talked to her dead grandmother. Since then, the grandmother sent them messages frequently. Every time Elsa put her head in the water, she heard Grandma's voice. At the time, Elsa announced, "Grandma says we're going to fly." They tried it in the schoolyard and on the street. They ran in circles or in a straight line, until they fell exhausted. A few blows were given from the parapets. Elsa dipped her head and the grandmother said, "They are going to fly in the summer." The holidays arrived. Families traveled to different spas. At the end of February, Elsa returned with her parents to Buenos Aires. She made the car stop in front of a house she had never seen before. Al opened the door. "Did you fly?" Elsa asked. "No," Al said. "Me neither," said Elsa. They hugged crying. Buenos Aires, July 1975, returning from the south. Carlos had gone far away. He was a cook in hotels, a photographer on the beaches, an occasional journalist, a homeless man. He had sworn not to return to Montevideo. He is in Buenos Aires, now, without a coin in his pockets and with a torn and expired identity document. We owed each other a lot of words. On the weekend we traveled to the coast, to catch up. I remembered listening, with the amazement of a child, 20 years ago, to the stories of his walks of 7 trades through the rice fields of the east and the sugar-cane plantations of northern Uruguay. Then I had felt friendly with this man for the first time. It had been in the Tupinamba Cafe on Plaza Independencia. He had a guitar. He was a painter and poet, born in San Jose. Over the years, he became known as a troublemaker. He was getting drunk a lot since he came back from Paraguay. He had been imprisoned for a year in a concentration camp, in the Tacumba quarries. The marks of the blows with a chain on his back had never been erased. His eyebrows and mustaches had been ripped off with a knife. Every Sunday the soldiers ran races and the prisoners acted as horses, bridles and all, while the priest drank terrora under an ombu tree and laughed, clutching his belly. Fighting and silent, Carlos mistreated himself inside, and with his eyes he went looking for enemies in the cafes and wine bars of Montevideo. At the same time, it was my children's party. No one told them stories and nonsense with such grace, and there was no clown in the world so capable of making them roll on the floor with laughter. Carlos would come home, put on an apron and cook Portuguese-style chicken or dishes that he invented for us to enjoy, because he was always a man of little food. Now we were coming back from the coast, heading to Buenos Aires, many hours on the bus without sleep and chatting, and he told me about Montevideo. All weekend neither of us had mentioned our city. We couldn't go, it was better to shut up. Spreading sadness, he told me about Pasha. One night I arrived very late and I went to bed without making a sound or turning on the light. Pasha was not in bed. I looked for her in the bathroom and in the room where the son slept. Was not. I found the dining room door locked. I went to open it and realized, on the other side were the blankets on the floor. The next morning I waited for her in the kitchen, to mate as always. Pasha did not comment. Me neither. We talk about something, the usual things, how beautiful or how ugly the weather is and how brave the political hand is coming, or give me that I turn the grass so that it does not wash away. And when I arrived, at night, I found the bed empty. Once again the dining room door was closed. I put my ear to it and I thought I could hear his breathing. Early in the morning, we sit in the kitchen to drink mate. She didn't say anything and I didn't ask. At 8:30 her students arrived, like every day. And so for a week, the bed without her, the door closed. Until one morning, when he handed me the last mate, I told him, "Look, Pasha. I know it's very uncomfortable to sleep on the floor. So come to bed tonight, I'm not going to be there." And I never came back. It's time for ghosts, I summon them, I chase them, I hunt them. I draw them with dirt and blood on the cave bed. I look at myself with the eyes of the first man. While the ceremony lasts, I feel that the entire history of the world fits in my memory, since that guy rubbed two stones together to warm himself with the first little fire. The system. I was 14 or 15 years old. He was a messenger at a bank. She spent her afternoons walking up and down stairs with mountains of files in her arms. I would stand in a corner, like a little soldier, pending the bells, the lights, or the voices. The bank's board of directors met on Fridays, on the top floor. During the meetings, the directors were served coffee several times. I ran to the kitchen to heat up the coffee. If there were no witnesses, he boiled it to give them diarrhea. One Friday I came in with the tray, as usual, and found the great room empty. On the mahogany table, well arranged, the folders with the names of each director, and around the chairs without anyone. Only Mr. Alcorta was sitting in his place. I offered him coffee and he didn't answer. He had put on his glasses and was reading a paper. He read it many times. Standing still behind her back, I would look at the pink rolls on the nape of her neck and count the freckles on her hands. The letter was the text of his resignation. He signed it, took off his glasses, and sat with his hands in his pockets, staring into space. I coughed. Then I coughed again, but I did not exist. The tray full of coffee cups gave me cramps in my arms. When I returned to collect the folders and take them to the secretariat, Mr. Alcorta had left. I locked the door and opened the folders, as I always did, one by one. In each folder there was a letter of resignation just like the one that Mr. Alcorta had read and reread and signed. All the letters were signed. The following Tuesday the board of directors held an extraordinary meeting. Mr. Alcorta did not receive the summons. The directors resolved, unanimously, first, to withdraw the resignations presented last Friday, and second, accept the resignation of Mr. Alcorta, thanking him for the services rendered and regretting that new obligations call for his invaluable capacity. I read the resolutions in the minute book, when they sent me to upload it to general management. The system. Who programs the computer, who alarms the banker, who alerts the ambassador, who dines with the general, who summons the president, who intimates the minister, who threatens the CEO, who humiliates the manager, who yells at the boss, who pushes the employee, who despises the worker, who mistreats the woman, who hits the son, who kicks the dog. The system. We walk along the Ramblas of Barcelona, cool summer tunnels, and we approach a kiosk selling little birds. There are cages of many and cages of one. Adum explains to me that they put a little mirror in each cage, so the birds don't know they're alone. Later, at lunch, Guayasamon talks about New York. He says that there he has seen men drinking alone at the counters. That behind the row of bottles there is a mirror, and that sometimes, late at night, men throw the glass and the mirror flies to pieces. Dreams. The bodies, embraced, change position while we sleep, looking here, looking there, your head on my chest, my thigh on your belly, and as the bodies turn the bed turns and the room and the world turn. No, no, you explain to me, thinking you're awake. We're not there anymore. We moved to another country while we were sleeping. Chronicle of the Donkey of Vovo Caterino, and how Saint George arrived at a gallop on his white horse and saved him from the evil of the devil. 1. The cars sported plastic shields in the colors of the homeland, Brazil, no one can with you. Pelé was already a bank manager. Beyond the cities, beggars harassed the tour buses. The Dodge Dart promised in the ads, you will move into the ruling class. La Gillette said, Brazil, I trust who called me. The corpses of the death squad appeared mutilated in the Baixada Fluminense. So that no one would recognize them, they shot their faces and cut off their fingers. DuPont, Dow Chemical, Shell, and Standard Oil proclaimed from pages and screens, GE relief in Brazil. In the ravines, the children slept on the ground or in cardboard boxes, from there they watched television bought in installments. The upper class played statistics, the middle class, to the stock market, the casualty was betting on the sports lottery. Who would wake up a millionaire on Monday morning? An unemployed bricklayer, a washerwoman, a shoe shiner, someone would be chosen, among 80 million damned on earth someone would be pointed out, Monday morning, by the finger of God. 2. I slept at Arthur Powerner's. The television studios were a few blocks from the house. Every Sunday afternoon, the candidates to win contests filled the street. Who is capable of eating more bananas in an hour? Who is the Brazilian with the longest nose? Once got together. A crowd of dwarfs glaring at each other. There was a fortune waiting for the smallest dwarf in Brazil. Once again a championship of unfortunates was made. The court of miracles paraded, prostitutes since they were 8 years old, paralytics abandoned by their children, blind because of hunger or beatings, lepers, syphilitic patients, lifelong convicts for crimes not committed, children who had been torn away by a rat. An ear, women who had spent years tied to a bedpost. Fabled prizes were promised to the most unfortunate wretch of all. Some brought their own fans to the canal. The fans raved like in football, he's won. He's won. The crowd yelled from the audience. At night we listened, at Arthur's house, to the noise of drums. The tam-tam, rhythm of fever and thunder, came from Corcovado. From the summit, Christ protected the city with his arms. In the forests on the slopes, wild masses were celebrated. The avenging ghosts brought to this earth, in the light of the moon and the bonfires, the paradise promised by the prophets. Death, exile, little houses with 4 cans and 2 planks attached to the mountain, sheets of newspaper, pot-bellied children, legs on pins, eyes of fright. Inside, the kingdom, the fire burned on the earthen floor and the attacks sounded, men and women swayed, daydreamed, knocked at the doors of love or death. We entered, with ardor, and found the devil in rags. Why do I want salvation? The rag horns hung over his eyes. He would jump sitting on top of a pile of burning glass, his throne of bottle bottoms and rubbish, and he would strike the ground with a rusty trident. I don't want salvation. He was snoring from the fire. La no inferno is tasty. Hell is my home. And there, no one sends me. The priestesses, dressed in red, sang. The sun is coming, Baiano is coming, the sun is already going, Bahiano is already going. There were 2 altars in the forge of Nuestra Señora de la Concepción, Mother of Ixu. On the one in heaven, a black Saint George advanced on horseback. In that of hell, the sick light of the candles scratched skulls and tridents. The waves of the sea beat. The devil's ceremony was the party of the favela. Shemfitico of Eden Nauda Pe, Nauda, Nauda. Vovo Catavino was rubbing a live rooster, black feathers, red feathers, along the legs of an unlucky lover. Think of her. He sharpened a virgin knife on the altar stone. He slowly plucked the feathers from the rooster's neck. He raised the knife. Think of the girl. The recently severed neck moved forward and contracted. The lover opened his mouth and drank. Tonight, Vovo announced, there will be a blood stain on her sheet. It will not be blood from wounds or menstruation. 4. An old woman had been waiting her turn since the afternoon. Who is your boss? A war hero. I ask you what it's called. Charles Mann. That name is not from here. He comes from a place called the United States. And how is it that it came to Brazil? His ship sank and he came here. What hero is that, who runs? He has many medals. A fucking hero, that's what he is. Don't say that, Vovo. My skipper is an admiral. Bathtub admiral. But Vovo. He lost an eye in the war. He has a glass eye. When the blacks screw up his eyes, Vovo said, he loses his eye. But a rich white buys himself a glass eye. And do you know what happens to him? That he leaves his glass eye in a glass of water while he sleeps. And one morning he drinks the water and swallows the glass eye. And the glass eye closes her ass and from the ass she looks out. Drums and laughter broke out. Tomé was also amused, the ceremony was going well. Tome was a fat goat, dressed as Ixu, who smoked charutos and played the drum with his horns. They had taken him to be sacrificed and Vovo had taken a liking to it. Now he governed the ceremonies. When he attacked the walls or the people with goring, Vovo understood that something was wrong, and he was leaving. 5. With red chalk and black chalk, Vovo drew the signs of Ixu on the dirt floor. He spilled gunpowder, there was an explosion of white smoke. The disease enters through the foot and through the foot it leaves, Eunice, priestess of Vovo, told me. Although sometimes it enters through the mouth, when the neighbor sends a poisoned cake. The patient, colorless face, swollen belly, elephant feet, was burning with fever. His brothers had pulled him up the nose. They brought a bottle of brandy. Vovo became furious. When I say, bring a bottle, that means, bring 7. I called want cheap saint? He checked it and diagnosed. You have to prepare the shroud. This spell was very well done. 6. Vovo raised his fist against God, calling him an executioner and butcher, but deep down he knew it was a colleague. Why so sad? The black woman moved her face wet with tears. He had a huge belly. There isn't a child there, Vovo declared. There are 20. 20s. But she wasn't laughing. Why so much sadness, Minha Filha? For my son, Vovo. For the 20 you have there? I know that my son will be born dead. As? Yes, Vovo. Who told you that nonsense? Nobody told me, but I know. My neighbor made a pact. She hates me. He wants to take my husband away from me. He made a pact for my son to be born dead. And with whom did you make the pact? With God. With who? Vovo laughed, clutching his belly. With God, Vovo. No, my Filha said Vovo, said the devil dash, God is not such a beast to do that. 7. Before dawn, Vovo Catarino was leaving back to the depths of hell. At night he returned to earth, entered by the foot of his donkey and was the doctor and the clown, the prophet and the avenger of the favela. The man who received him in his body, the donkey of Vovo, worked during the day cleaning planes at the Galeão airport. Artur and I climbed the slope of Corcovado. At sunset we chatted with Donkey, a gentle and humble man, who treated us to coffee. At midnight we drank cane or wine from the Vovo glass. We attended the trances and the sacrifices, and we listened to him shit on the institutions and good conduct. They had different voices, and different ways of calling us. El Burro called Artur Carioca, and me Uruguayan. For Vovo we were Cariboca and Furagayo. Vovo spoke with the hoarse and tangled voice of his thousands of years of age, and the donkey did not remember anything that Vovo said and did through him. On the eve of my departure, and without my asking, Vovo gave me a security guide. He placed the tin collar on me. As a knight is armed, I put one knee on the ground and raised my head. A drum beat, the voices sang. The necklace closed my chest. For a year the shots and misfortunes would not enter. 8. Eunice's daughter, Roxana, was a few days old when the fever consumed her. The baby was pure crying and refused to eat. Eunice wrapped her up and went up the slope to the Terreiro de Vovo. He's dying, he told her. No. They walked towards the forest. Vovo baptized Roxana with 2 small stab wounds in her forehead. He made her his granddaughter. Then he threw 12 white roses into the waterfall, so that the waterfall would carry the plague with the waves of the sea. Thereafter, Eunice joined the Terreiro. 9. She told me the story of the donkey and Vovo. The donkey was a vagabond. He was living with other bugs under a bridge in Rio. One hungry night they caught a rat, roasted it and ate it. The donkey felt something strange in his body and he fainted. He woke up, turned into Vovo Catarino. Said, "Now I'm going to help everyone. I am thousands of years old. To come to this earth, I chose the one who suffered the most." And he began to sing. Vovo doesn't behave well with the donkey, Eunice told me. Especially in the time is Lent. Vovo loves to do bad things in Lent. He made him work so much that the donkey did not sleep. Also, Eunice told me, she forced him to drink urine at ceremonies. One fine day, the donkey rebelled. "I am not a dog to lead this life. I cut and burn my ass and go around drinking piss for hunger and bananas. I'm not going to do anything for anyone. For me they die." He finished saying it and felt dizzy. A voice whispered in his ear, "It's just that you haven't eaten anything, sir. Not even breakfast. Let's go to the cafe for a drink. Come on yet." The donkey crossed the street and fell violently backwards. He reached out to get up and fell back. He tried to support himself on one hand and poof, again. The blows broke his nose and split his head open. He returned to the nose bleeding and furious. "Do not think of going down to earth today. I don't give any more balls to that wretch from Vovo." He finished the sentence and fell dead. He fell face down on the floor. He couldn't move because of the pain. I cry. Then Ogurn, Saint George, the holy warrior, came down and lifted him up by the armpits. It was rare for him to appear on a Tuesday, because Saint George came, when he came, on Friday nights. The donkey told him everything and asked him for help. Saint George is the only one the devil listens to. That night Vovo drank wine and cane. He never demanded pee again. Sometimes, Eunice told me, the donkey deserves to be punished for being disobedient. El Burro was arranging the altars, while preparing to go to work at the airport, when he discovered a glass of wine. Vovo had left it there to tempt him. El Burro could only drink during ceremonies, when he was Vovo. He took a sip and received a tremendous slap across the mouth. He lost 2 teeth. He got off the nose to return to the bus and came across a hearse. The carriage stopped. The donkey heard his name being called. As soon as he approached, they seized him by the scruff of the neck, covered his mouth, and plunged him inside. He spent 3 days and 3 nights in the region of death. Saint George tore it from there. he brought him at a gallop on the white horse and returned him to his home. 10. A foreign correspondent asked me to take him to the Vovotereiro to write an article. I was about to leave Rio and time was running out, but I left him the passwords. Later I received, in Montevideo, a letter from Widman. He told me that on Passion Friday he had been at Vovo Catarino's. Several black goats had been roasted and eaten on the obligatory fast day. The ceremony had lasted until the next morning. Tom had attended, smoking, the sacrifice of his brothers. The goats had been slaughtered little by little, so that they would suffer all the pain that God reserved for us men, and relieve us. The guests had drunk the warm blood in the cup of their hands. The goats had already been eaten when Vovo got a giant toad drunk with brandy. Each one of the devotees put the name or image of their enemy in the mouth of the toad. The toad slipped from Vovo's hand. Then he sewed her mouth shut with unused needles. Red thread and black thread, in a cross. He dropped it at the door and the toad hopped away like crazy. I knew that meant slow death. The toad dies of hunger. If the quick death of the enemy is desired, the toad is buried in a small coffin at the foot of a fig tree, the tree cursed by Christ, and the toad dies of suffocation. Vovo told me to put a name. Carlos wrote to me and I couldn't think of any. But he had just arrived from Bolivia. He had very engraved images of the massacres of the miners. So I wrote the name of General René Barrientos on a little piece of paper, I folded it and put it in the toad's mouth. When I read Widman's letter, the Bolivian dictator had already burned alive in the Canadon del Arc, engulfed in the flames of the helicopter that Gulf had given him as a gift. Oil Company. Introduction to Theology. In those days I discovered Maria Padilla. She had been born in the underworld of Rio, and in a few years it had invaded the poor neighborhoods in the north of the city. It was the size of a woman. She was wearing silk stockings and a very short skirt, cut open, revealing the garter and baring her thighs, and a tight-fitting blouse, half open, from which her breasts jutted out. She was covered in bracelets and necklaces that her faithful offered to her. Between her fingers with long red nails, she held up a blonde filtered cigarette. The wax figure of Maria Padilla stood guard at the doors of the Umbanda shops. But where she really lived was in the bodies of her priestesses of the Terreiros. Maria Padilla entered these women and from there she laughed out loud, drank, smoked, received consultations, gave advice, righted wrongs and was even capable of seducing the devil to get him to help whoever was in need. Maria Padilla, cursed goddess, deified whore, embodied in women who were, in real life, professional whores. They embodied themselves, in a way, but at the same time. Reverse. Each ceremony was a ritual of dignity. Did they think she was a bitch? I'm a goddess. All that is no longer. Many favelas have been uprooted from Rio. They have been thrown away from the eyes of tourists. With them, their gods have gone. Drums that call out curses or give help no longer disturb the sleep of citizens. The police closed the land of Vovo Catarino. He was thrown out of the city. Introduction to Theology. 1. 7 years ago, I was walking slowly through the frozen square of Liligua, with my hands buried in a high-necked black jacket. Father! Little father! A man emerged, running, out of the darkness. It caught on my arm. In the sick light of the single street lamp, anyone could read the despair on that bony face. He was wearing his eye-guard helmet and miner's bag. The voice sounded like a cough. You have to accompany me, father, I beg you. I explained that I was not a priest. Several times I explained it to him. It was useless. He has to come, father, he has to come with me. I intensely wanted to become a priest, if only for a few minutes. The miner's son was dying. The youngest is, father. You have to come and give him the holy oils. Agarita, father, that we are leaving. His fingers were digging into my arm. 2. There are few children in the Bolivian mines. and there are no old. These are men condemned to die before the age of 35, their lungs reduced to cardboard by silica dust. God alone is not enough. Before, Lucifer himself opened the mining carnival. He entered, mounted on a white horse, through the main street of Oruro. Today, the devils attract a host of tourists from all over the world. But, in the mines, the devil does not reign only in February. The miners call him Tio and have raised a throne for him in each tunnel. The uncle is the true owner of the mineral, he grants or denies the veins of tin, misleads those he wants to lose in the labyrinths, or points out hidden veins to his favorite sons. It frees from landslides or provokes them. Inside the tunnel it is deadly to pronounce the name of Jesus, although the Virgin can be safely invoked. Sometimes, the TO makes an agreement with the contractors or the landlords, he sells them the wealth in exchange for his soul. It is he who has winked at the peasants so that they would abandon their crops and sink forever in these caves. Around his great clay image, the miners gather to drink and talk. It's the Allah. They put candles, lit upside down, and invite him with cigars, beer, and chicha. The Tio runs out of cigarettes and leaves the glasses empty. At their feet, the miners drop a few drops of brandy, this is the way to offer the drink to the goddess of the earth. The miners ask the devil to flourish the mineral. Uncle, help us. Don't let us die. The Allah functions as a political university. Dictators are prohibited. These men gather around the Tio, in secret recesses of the tunnel, and talk about their problems and how to change things. They feel protected, they give themselves encouragement and courage. They do not kneel before the devil. As he leaves, they throw colored streamers around his neck. 3. Women are not allowed to enter the mine. An old myth says that they bring bad luck. The old myth has saved them from the early death that the mine reserves for its workers. War of the street, war of the soul. Each of my halves could not exist without the other. Can you love the outdoors without hating the cage? Live without dying, be born without killing? In my chest, bullring, freedom, and fear fight. The system. Whoever is against it, shows the machine, is an enemy of the country. Whoever denounces injustice commits a crime against the country. I am the country, says the machine. This concentration camp is the country, this dump, this immense wasteland empty of men. Whoever believes that the homeland is a home for everyone, will be the son of no one. They buried him alive in a tank. Tenderness must be a nerve that breaks and cannot be sewn. I have met few men who have gone through the trials of pain and violence, a rare feat, with undefeated tenderness. Raoul Sendic was one of those men. I wonder, now, what will be left of him. I remember him with his baby smile on his rough, mud-faced face, asking me under his breath, "Do you have a ill?" Raoul had just bought a suit, in a Turkish shop that sold used clothing, in the old city, and he felt most elegant stuffed into that brown serge bag with matching stripes. But the suit did not have the small pocket of the pants, so necessary for the coins. So he made his pocket with a and some hooks. I was 14 years old and I was the cartoonist for El Sol, the socialist weekly. They had given me a table, in the party premises, and there I had Chinese ink, tempera, and brushes. Every week they had to do a political cartoon. Raoul came up with the best jokes, and sparks would come out of his eyes when he approached to give them to me. Some nights we would go out together, after the meetings of the socialist youth. We lived close. He would get off at Dulio Street and I would continue a couple of blocks away. Raoul slept on the balcony. Couldn't stand a roof on top. Several times I asked myself, years later, how Raoul managed not to go crazy during the long time he spent buried in the cisterns. From barracks to barracks, they have kept him at the bottom of the earth, with a lid on top, and they lowered the water and bread down a rope, so that he would never see the sun or speak to anyone. I can't imagine it in that darkness. I see Raoul out in the open, in the middle of the field, sitting on a cow's skull that became the chair of his law firm. The workers in the cane fields, who called him El Justiciero, heard from his lips and understood, for the first time, words like rights, union, agrarian reform. I close my eyes and see Raúl again before a stove, on the shores of the Uruguay River. He puts an ember to my lips because once again my chala and chopped Naco cigar has gone out. Buenos Aires, July 1975, men crossing the river. Today I find out that every month, on the day the magazine comes out, a group of men crosses the Uruguay River to read it. They are 20. The group is headed by a 60-odd professor who was in prison for a long time. In the morning they leave Paysandú and cross to Argentine land. Together they buy a copy of Crisis and occupy a cafe. One of them reads aloud, page by page, to everyone. They listen and discuss. The reading lasts all day. When it's over, they leave the magazine as a gift to the owner of the cafe and return to my country, where it is prohibited. If only for that, I think, it would be worth it. This afternoon I broke up the porky and threw the bits in the trash. He had accompanied me everywhere. He endured bad weather and mistreatment and falls by my side. He lost the wire coil and the leaves fell off. Of the lids, sealing wax color, nothing remained but shreds. The porky, which used to be an elegant French diary, had been reduced to a pile of papers and pieces of paper tied up with an elastic, and it was all ragged and torn and dirty with ink and dirt. I had a hard time deciding. I loved that scruffy fat woman. It exploded in my hands every time I asked for an address or a phone number. No computer would have been able to with her. The porky was safe from spies and police. In it I found what I was looking for without effort. I knew how to decipher it speck by speck and patch by patch. Between A and Z, porky contained 10 years of my life. I had never passed it clean. Out of laziness, he said, but it was out of fear. I killed her today. A few names really hurt me. He no longer recognized most of them. The notebook was full of the dead, and also of living people who no longer had any meaning for me. I confirmed that in these years, the one who had died several times and been born several times was me. My first death was like this. 1. I spent the night sitting up in bed and filling ashtrays. Sylvia, innocent, slept soundly. I hated her at dawn. I would wake her up, shake her by the shoulders. I wanted to tell her, these are the questions that won't let me sleep. I wanted to tell him, I feel lonely, I'm the persecutor, a dog that barks at the moon, but I don't know what the hell came out of my mouth instead of words. I think he was stammering nonsense, like, purity, sacred, guilt, hunger for magic. I came to convince myself that I had been born in the wrong century or the wrong planet. A few years ago I had lost God. My mirror had broken. God had the features that I put on him and said the words that I expected. While I was a child, he kept me safe from doubt and from death. I had lost God and did not recognize myself in others. Political militancy did not relieve me, although on more than one occasion, smeared from top to bottom by the paste of the stickers, I could feel a happy tiredness or sensation of combat that was worth it. All around was a quiet and tame world for obedience, in which each citizen represented his character. Some had a complete caste, and Pavlov's puppies spat their saliva on time. Several times I tried to write. I sensed that this could be a way to get the bad beast out of me that had grown. He wrote a word, a phrase sometimes, and immediately crossed it out. After a few weeks or months the sheet was all damaged, still in its place on the table, and did not say anything. 2. I wanted to cry. I cried. She had just turned 19 and I preferred to think that she was crying because of the smoke from all my things that she was burning. I put together a good fire of papers, photos, and drawings, so that nothing of me was left. The house filled with smoke and I sat on the floor and cried. Later I went out to visit pharmacies and bought luminals enough to kill a horse. I had already chosen the hotel. As I walked down Calle Rio Branco, I felt like I had been dead for hours or years, empty of curiosity and desire, and that all I had to do was complete the paperwork. However, upon reaching the intersection of San Jose Street, a car came over me and my body, which was alive, took a huge leap to the sidewalk. The last thing I remember from my first life is a crack of light in the closed door as I sank into a serene night that would never end. 3. I woke up, after several days in a coma, in the prison ward of the Mayfield Hospital. It was a Calcutta market for me. I saw half-naked guys in turbans selling trinkets. Their bones were sticking out, they were so skinny. They were sitting on their haunches. Others made snakes dance with a flute. When I left Calcutta there was no filth or shadow within me. On the outside I was destroyed, because of the acid from the piss and the shit that the body had continued to throw out on its own, while I slept my death in the hotel. The body never forgave me. The scars remained, the onion skin that now prevents me from riding bareback, as I wanted, because it opens and bleeds, and on my legs the marks of the wounds that reached the bone. I see them every morning when I get up and put on my stockings. But that was the least of those days in the hospital. My eyes had washed, I was seeing the world for the first time and I wanted to eat it. All the following days were going to be a gift. 2 times 3 I forget, and gift this life of yappa to sadness. I let myself be expelled from paradise, 2 by 3, by that punishing God who doesn't finish leaving inside of one. 4. Then I was able to write and I began to sign articles and books with my second last name, Galeano. Until recently I thought that I had decided it because of the phonetic difficulties that my paternal surname has in Spanish. After all, that was why I had made it Spanish, G assigned, instead of Hughes, the drawings that, from a very young age, he published in El Sol. And just now, one of these nights, I realized that calling myself Eduardo Galeano was, since the end of 1959, a way of saying, I am another, I am a newborn, I have been born again. Essentially, everything is a matter of history. Several centuries before Christ, the Etruscans buried their dead between walls that sang to the joy of living. In 1966, with Graciela, we went down to the Etruscan tombs and saw the paintings. There were lovers enjoying themselves in all positions, people eating and drinking, scenes of music and celebration. I had been trained Catholic for pain and I remained cross-eyed in front of that cemetery that was a pleasure. And of courage. One night, years ago, in a cafeteria in the port of Montevideo, I was having drinks with a whore friend until dawn, and she told me. Do you know something? I never look men in the eye in bed. I work with my eyes closed. Because if I look at them I go blind, you know? But you have to know how to choose. How many times have we confused bravery with the desire to die? Hysteria is not history, nor is a revolutionary a lover of death. Death, which took me a couple of times and released me, often still calls me and I send it to the fucking mother who gave birth to it. My second death was like this. 1. I got up, stumbling, and turned on the only lamp in the room. On the clock it was 8:30 at night. I opened wide the 2 leaves of the door, which opened onto a wooden terrace overlooking the beach. The full moon excited the dogs. I couldn't sleep, but not because of the barking. Standing made me dizzy. I lay down, folded the pillow, I wanted to read. The bed boiled. Outside, a hot breeze was blowing, dropping the leaves of the almondrone trees at my feet. That had been an important day for me. Upon leaving the hospital, they had given me a certificate of resurrection. I took a couple of steps, dizzy, and turned on the shower. I looked in the mirror, I saw a lot of bones with dark circles. I was destitute. He had jelly knees. My chin trembled, my teeth chattered. I summoned all the strength I had left and squeezed my chin with both hands. I wanted to stop that continuous creaking. I couldn't. I sat on the bed, with the towel on my knees. The water rattled loudly against the cement bathroom floor. I sat there for a long time, thinking about nothing and looking at my toes. Rivers of perspiration ran down my naked body. I dried the perspiration and slowly put on my pants and shirt. The shower was still running. I realized that I had not bathed. Undressing made me lazy. I turned off the faucet and went out. I walked barefoot under the Makuto almendrones. 2. Caracas was a giant supermarket. Only automobiles could live there without rotting the soul or poisoning the lungs. So I had rented a room in that little hotel on the coast, facing the sea. It wasn't far. Every day I went back and forth through the mountains. That was a good place. The air was always clean and the sun went down early in the room, and then one would go swimming for a long time before starting the day. Several cafes and restaurants were lined up on the coast with little tables under the trees, on the edge of the beach. There were many pigeons. That's when I found out, because I didn't know, that when the dove unites its beak with the beak of the pigeon, it doesn't do it to kiss it, but to give it a treat. Eat the milk born from his crop. 3. At sunset, truce time, I had been discharged. Alejandro Mondolfi, the doctor, patted me on the back and said, "I release you." And I said, "You have had 2 malaria cases in a month. You take care of yourself or you are a corpse. You have to eat a lot of lentil. Here are your pills, quinine, iron." Now I knew that a mosquito could be worse than a snake, and I also knew that I would be persecuted, until the end of my days, by the panic after the fire and the ice of that fever. In the jungle they call it the economic one, because it kills you in a day and you don't have to spend on medicine. We had been prisoners of the rains, with Daniel Pacheco and Arnaldo Mendoza, in the diamond mines of the Guanayamo jungle. The disaster had been worth it. There a millionaire man fell asleep and at dawn he was dead or without a coin to buy a cookie. The Black Barabbas had founded the lineage of the miners. He had found a diamond the size of a pigeon's egg and had had all his teeth knocked out to fit a set of pure gold. He ended his days in a lost mine on the border, asking for credit for breakfast. In the mining camps they slept in hammocks among the trees. Each hammock was a house, but they drank Ballantine's whiskey and French cognac. A coffee was worth 10 times more than in Caracas, and we were left, in a few days, penniless. La Nina saved us. She came from La Guaira. He was 19 years old, and in a night of love he earned more than I did in a month of work. When I looked at her legs, I thought, that's fair. La Nina gave us beer and food, and finally we were able to get into a plane that took us out of the jungle. The mosquitoes had devoured us and the 3 of us had malaria in our blood. I had both malarias, the benign one, and then the rough one. My head was a living sore when I got to the hospital. Fever scratched her with daggers, set her on fire. Complaints and nonsense came out from between my split lips. I felt like I was dying, and I didn't expect anyone to appear in the middle of the delirium and open their arms to save me from the boils and stabs of the fever. The pain was so much that there was no room for me except pain, and I simply wanted to die. Because death hurt less. But I liked waking up alive the next morning. The fever had dropped. I blinked, I went through the beds of my neighbors, I rubbed my eyes. I was surrounded by faces that leishmaniasis had torn to pieces. The leprosy had eaten their ears, lips, and noses, their bones and gums were visible. I spent a good time locked up. I think I was the only case of malaria. The lepers, men of the country, did not speak. I shared with them the apples that my friends brought. They had a radio. They listened to boleros. Quinine, a dose of horse stuffed into my veins, had saved me. Little by little I was recovering. I was scared when I saw that I was pissing black, my blood was dead, and I was even more scared when the fever returned. I squeezed the doctor's arm and asked him not to let me die, because I no longer wanted to die, and he laughed and told me to stop fucking around. 4. I remember the time in the hospital as a long journey. I was on a train, crossing the world, and from the mist of the night cities and splendors came off, dear faces, I said goodbye to them. I saw the sea and the port of Montevideo and the kitchens of Paysandú, the corners and the plains where I had been a happy little boy. I saw a galloping foal. I saw clod ranches and ghost towns. Little birds on the back of a lying cow. The helmet of a ranch in ruins. I saw myself entering the chapel invaded by weeds. I inserted the huge key and the door creaked and groaned. From outside came the bustle of the calandrias and wombs. The light passed through the stained glass windows and bathed my face reddish, while I made my way through the weeds and reached the altar and chatted with God and lost him. I would see my brother waking me up under the trees, jolting, at dawn on the third day of our horseback ride across the open country. He would wake me up and ask me, "Have you ever been with a woman?" And I would stretch out and lie to him. I saw seas and ports. Suburb canteens, smoky, smelling of hot food. Jail them. Distant regions. Little towns lost in the mountains. Camps with bonfires. I saw glances, bellies, flashes, loved women in the violent rain or in the sea or on trains, women pinned at midnight against a street tree, hugs of beetles that roll through the sands of the dunes. I saw my children and friends who were never seen again. I had spent my whole life saying goodbye. Damn. All life saying goodbye. What was wrong with me? After so many farewells, what had I left behind? And in me, what was left? I was 30 years old, but between the memory and the desire to continue, a lot of pain and a lot of fear had accumulated. It had been many people, me. How many identity cards did you have? Once again he had been on the verge of shipwrecking. He had saved me from dying an unchosen death and far from my people, and that joy was more intense than any panic or injury. It wouldn't have been fair to die, I thought. This little boat had not arrived at port. But what if there was no port for this little boat? In one of those he navigated for the sheer pleasure of walking or for the madness of chasing that luminous sea or sky that he had lost or invented. Now, dying would have been a mistake. I wanted to give everything before death came, to be empty, so that the son of a bitch wouldn't find anything to take. So much juice that I still had. Yes. That was what I had left at the end of the goodbyes, a lot of juice and desire to sail and angry of the world. 5. My friends brought me by car from the hospital. We arrived in Maputo shortly before sunset. We sit in a cafe, we ordered beer. Sunsets from other times emerged from the twilight. When I was little I would go fishing, but not for fishing, which I really didn't like because I felt sorry for the fish, but for the joy of being there on the docks watching the sea slowly swallow the sun. Years had passed and now it was the same. I felt the same in my chest. I thought that some essential thing hadn't changed inside me, despite everything. I laughed with my friends. They offered me crutches, they told me that malaria had left me with San Vito's disease, they suggested that I start the retirement process. At nightfall, they returned to Caracas. I went up to the room to lie down. I wanted to sleep, I couldn't. Then I got up and walked. I felt the sand on the soles of my bare feet and the leaves of the trees touched my face. I'd come out of the hospital in a rag, but I'd come out alive, and I didn't give a damn about the quiver of my chin and the weakness of my legs. I pinched myself, I laughed. I had no doubts or fear. The entire planet was my promised land. I thought I knew a few good stories to tell others, and I discovered, or confirmed, that writing was my thing. Many times I had come to convince myself that this solitary trade was not worth it if one compared it, for example, with militancy or adventure. I had written and published a lot, but I had lacked the balls to get to the bottom of myself and open up completely and give myself. Writing was dangerous, like making love when it's done the way it should be. That night I realized that I was a word hunter. That's what he was born for. That was going to be my way of being with others after death, and so the people and things that I had loved were not going to die completely. To write I had to wet my ear. I knew. Challenge me, provoke me, tell me, you can't, you can't. And I also knew that for the words to be born I had to close my eyes and think intensely about a woman. 7. So I was hungry and I went into the Chinese restaurant in Makoto. I sat by the door, to receive the cool breeze that came from the sea. At the back of the restaurant there was a girl eating alone. I saw her in profile, I almost didn't notice. Also, I'm nearsighted, and I wasn't wearing glasses. I don't remember what I ate. Rolls, I guess, and soup and chicken salted or something. I drank beer, which is always preferable to bad wine. I drank my beer the way I like it, the icy foam on my lips, the golden liquid slowly breaking through the foam and brushing my teeth. Eating I forgot about the tremor of the chin. The hand brought the fork firmly to the mouth. I looked up. The pale girl was approaching, with slow steps, from the back. He picked up a small paper arrow from the ground and broke it into little pieces. I looked at her, she looked at me. I sent you a message, he told me. I swallowed. I smiled apologetically. Sit down, I invited her. I didn't realize it, I said. I asked him what the message said. I don't know, he said. Sit down, I repelled, and pulled up a chair. He shook his head, hesitated. At last he sat down. She was looking at the floor, uncomfortable. I wanted to continue eating, but it was hard for me. It's obvious that you don't sunbathe, I told him. Shrugged. The rest of the food got cold on my plate. She reached out, looking for a cigarette. I could see the scars from the cuts on the wrist. I lit the cigarette for him. Coughed. They are strong, he said. He examined the package, turned it over in his hand. They're not from here, he said. The light licked at his face. She was beautiful, despite her paleness and skinniness. He stared at me and I wanted him to smile and I didn't know how. Do you know why I shot you the arrow? He asked, and said, because you have a crazy face. I think there was some Chinese music, plaintive, playing softly. A woman's voice, if I'm not mistaken, who cut herself off in the middle of each complaint. I never sunbathe, he said. I spend all day locked in my room. And what are you doing, locked up? I hope, he told me. 8. Finally they turned off the lights, which was a not very Chinese way of kicking us out, and we walked a few steps to the sand. We sit. I looked up at the sky of that country. It was a different sky from ours. I started hunting stars. Surprised I discovered the Southern Cross on the horizon. The pale girl told me that the Southern Cross was visible in May. She spoke as if she had been silent for years. He talked and bit his nails. His nails were all eaten. My knees were weak and my eyes were sleepy, my chin tremor had returned. But I felt good there. I don't know why I told her she was cute but skinny, and she defended herself. She raised her skirt so that I could feel her leg. Then we walked a couple of blocks under the trees. He pointed vaguely toward the red-tiled houses on a narrow street that led to the beach. I live there, he said. I also liked his slightly gruff voice. He stopped, leaned back against a wall. It was hot. There were mosquitoes in the lantern light. Forgive me for talking so much, he said. He bit his lips. A drop of blood trickled down his chin. 9. I liked watching her undress in the blue light of the moon. She hadn't lied when she said she was a fake skinny. I don't think I've ever done worse. Moving an arm cost me a triumph. I got out of it and collapsed. He woke me up with a jolt. What's that? I turned, I rubbed my eyelids. In a corner of the open door shone two golden eyes, dazzling in the blackness. I don't know, I told him. A cat. I was slipping back into sleep when she squeezed my arm. Look, he told me. That? Still there. The eyes did not blink or move. So I couldn't sleep either. I turned on the light and I didn't see a cat or anything. I turned it off and faced the wall. But I felt something like a shot of electricity on the back of my neck. The pale girl rose and advanced. Leave it, I told him. I saw her bend over, I guessed the murmurs that the noise of the sea muffled. Her body came between the golden eyes and me. And suddenly she screamed. 10. I lit the candle. She was looking at her hand, as if stunned. I saw the bite marks. That cat had rabies, she said, and began to cry. To speak, I had to force my throat. I think I was honest, I said that dogs carry rabies, but cats don't. The dreamer was dragging me. Her hand began to swell. Yes, she insisted, had. That cat had rabies. You don't care if I die, he moaned. He decided to go out and ask. When I stopped, the world turned completely around. I got dressed, I don't know how, and I was still dizzy when we went down. We found a sailor sleeping with his back against the stone wall of the beach. He answered us without haste and without anger, while taking the first puffs on a cigarette. You had to chase the cat and catch it, to know. There we walked, the three of us crouched, calling cats in the dark. We had only one flashlight. We saw cats of all colors and sizes. We meowed and they answered us, they leaned out, slid down the ledges and fled. Every few meters, I would sit on the ground and gather strength for the next steps. He wasn't panting, because he didn't even have air for that. I wasn't blinking either, if I let my eyelids meet, I'd fall asleep. 11. Her hand turned purple. His arm was paralyzed, but he was no longer complaining. You had to go to the hospital. She wanted to go alone. My body had gone on strike, I gave him orders and he didn't move. Comrade body, I asked him, you cannot fail me. To go to the hospital, we had to get to the highway and wait for divine providence to send us a taxi. The highway was on the other side of a long, steep hill. At the hospital they injected him with serum. The pale girl came out with her bandaged hand. She told me curtly that I had to go to Caracas, to the Anti-Rabies Institute, for 14 days, every day, to give herself injections. The first injection was at 8 in the morning. I promised to accompany her. She did not say anything. When we returned, the mist of dawn was already rising on the horizon. At first light, a fishing boat appeared, lonely, in front of the beach. I went up the stairs, with sleepwalking movements, and sank into bed. I think I managed to put the needle on the alarm clock back, but I didn't wind it. I woke up at 4 in the afternoon. 12. I looked for her. I toured, house by house, the block where he had told me he lived. I didn't know the name. I offered what I could, the face, the whiteness of the skin, the clothes, the neckerchief, the sandals. No one had seen. No one had heard. I walked along the coast. I walked, I asked, I insisted. I had to go to Caracas. It was already late when I returned. The waiter from the Chinese restaurant was sweeping the floor with sawdust. He leaned on the broom. He smiled at me and nodded. He didn't tell me anything. The sun extinguished the colors and shapes of things. 5 years later, I returned to Maputo. The Germany hotel was not the same. I found the wicker armchairs on the terrace torn apart and the mosquito nets on the doors torn, but outside it was, as always, sunny and pigeons and crowds. My room was free. I slept in the same bed, worn by other bodies, and woke up early. Swim, and then I couldn't find the mesh that I left to dry on the terrace. It could have been a thief, who had nowhere to enter and it wasn't worth it, or the wind, which was not there. Maybe Makoto had to get something out of me. I was walking along the coast all day. It was very hot, the light reverberated, boiled, one stared at any point in the air and a white fire broke out. Luis Brito says well that the light of the tropics is an army of ants that devours what it touches. Luz de Makoto, daggers from the eyes of God, the painter Reveron, who built his stone house there, went mad chasing it and died without catching it. But I prefer the glow of people. 1. Traitor, I told him. I showed him a cutting from a Cuban newspaper. He appeared dressed as a pitcher, playing baseball. I remember that he laughed, we laughed. If he answered me at all, I don't know. The conversation would jump, like a ping-pong ball, from one topic to another. I don't want every Cuban to aspire to be Rockefeller, he told me. Socialism made sense if it purified men, if it threw them beyond selfishness, if it saved them from competition and greed. He told me that, when he was president of the central bank, he had signed the bills with the word Che, to make fun of, and he told me that money, a shitty fetish, must be ugly. Che Guevara gave himself away, like everyone else, by his eyes. I remember his clean gaze, as if it had just dawned, that way of looking at men who believe. 2. While chatting, one could not forget that this man had arrived in Cuba after a pilgrimage throughout Latin America. I had been, and not as a tourist, in the whirlwind of the Bolivian Revolution and in the agony of the Guatemalan Revolution. He had loaded bananas in Central America and had taken photos in the squares of Mexico. To earn a living and, to gamble on it, he had embarked on the Granma adventure. He was not a desk man. He had to break out sooner or later, that caged lion tension that was easy to see when I interviewed him in mid-1964. This has been the unusual case of someone who abandons a revolution already made by him and a bunch of crazy people, to start another one. He did not live for the triumph, but for the fight, the always necessary fight for human dignity. Candela, the driver who accompanied me on that first tour of Cuba, used to call him Caballo. He only applied the supreme praise of the Cuban to 3 people, Fidel, Che, and Shakespeare. 3 years later, I kept my eyes fixed on the first page of the newspapers. The radio photos showed the motionless body from all angles. The dictatorship of General Barrientos exhibited its great trophy to the world. I looked at his smile for a long time, ironic and tender at the same time, and phrases from that dialogue in 1964 came to mind, definitions of the world, some have reason, but others have things, of the revolution. Cuba will never be a showcase of socialism, but rather a living example, and of himself. I have been very wrong, but I thought, he has failed. He is dead. And I thought, he will never fail. He will never die, and with my eyes fixed on that face of Jesus Christ from the River Plate, I wanted to congratulate him. Buenos Aires, October 1975, The Daily Life of the Machine. Orlando Rojas is Paraguayan, but has lived in Montevideo for years. She tells me that some policemen broke into her house and took the books. All, those of politics and those of art, those of history and those of fauna and flora. In the group there was a young boy, without uniform, who turned pale and screamed, before certain titles, like an inquisitor before the coven. An officer rebuked Orlando. "You make a lot of trouble, but there are 10. We are 10. For now we are 10," said the Paraguayan, who speaks very slowly. But when we are 11. They took him too. They held him prisoner and released him. A week later they locked him up again. The declaration was lost. They mistreated him, they expelled him from Uruguay. In Buenos Aires, the police were waiting for him. They took the documents. "I was lucky," says Orlando. "Go away," I tell him. "They are going to kill you." 2. I meet Ana Basualdo. She was also lucky. They blindfolded her and dragged her from her home in Buenos Aires. She doesn't know where they took her. His hands and feet were tied with ropes. A nylon thread was tied around his neck. They beat and kicked her while questioning her about an article she had published. This is a holy war. We have judged and condemned you. We are going to shoot you. At dawn, they made her get out of a car. They pinned her against a tree. She had her back turned and was blindfolded, but she felt several men line up and kneel. He heard the click of weapons. A drop of perspiration trickled down the back of his neck. Then came the gust. Later, Anna discovered that she was still alive. It was palpated, it was intact. He heard engine noises going away. He managed to untie himself and ripped off the blindfold. It was raining, and he saw the sky very dark. Somewhere dogs were barking. She was surrounded by tall, old trees. A morning made to die for, he thought. Buenos Aires, October 1975, she never went off, even though she knew she was doomed. 1. 9:30 at night. The doorman must have disconnected the elevator by now. Somewhere a window closes. Far, near, televisions and motors sound. Barking, human voices, someone plays, someone protests. They call to eat, which is getting cold, smells of frying and grilled meat invade, through the skylight, the air thick with tobacco smoke. I think of Elda. They already admitted her. They have her doped, so she doesn't suffer or doesn't know she suffers. The doctors fold their arms, there is nothing to do. I have to go to the hospital. It's hard for me. Last time, Elda didn't tell me. When I get out of this, are you going to take me to eat at your house? I have a craving for Chinese food and wine. It's been a few days since Elda hasn't told me, when I get out of this, or, when I'm cured. Before, he would ask for or promise trips to the movies or to the beach or to Brazil, but now he can't speak and he doesn't say that or anything. I met her the day Villar Araujo disappeared. I was astonished by the eyes he had, so big and eyelashed and as if they had come from pain. Then we continue to see each other. Where did you get so much sweetness? When I was a girl they gave me a lot of beets. In Chivilcoy, do you know? We were in Toulon or in Ramos. 2. The evil had bitten into his chest when he was 16. She had been fighting for 8 years and seemed undefeated, but the body had been savagely battered by cobalt and operations and doctors' mistakes. He did not speak of the matter, or spoke little. He had learned to deal with his curse and he was not lying, he kept his medical history in the closet. When I saw her in the house, before she was hospitalized, she could no longer speak, because her chest heaved madly with every word. She drank a sip of water and waved her hand asking for the oxygen mask. Around the bed were relatives and friends I did not know. Elda was very pale, her forehead was wet, the face lay on the pillow with the neck bowed and the hair parted on the forehead. It was sunny outside, and the afternoon light came in through the curtains. The blue nightgown fit her very well and I told her so. She smiled sadly, and then I moved closer and saw the first signs of death on her face. His nose had sharpened and the skin was a little tight against his gums. The dull look was lost in the void, some fleeting flash crossed his pupils when he scared away enemies or clouds or flies with his hand. I kissed her. The lips were cold. 3. She had once told me a dream that had haunted her since she was a girl. The subway left the tracks and advanced, crushing people, on the platform. She was there and the subway was coming at her. He managed to elude it, running, and went up the stairs in leaps and bounds. He went out into the open, happy to have been saved. Then he suddenly realized that something had been left behind down there. It was necessary to go back underground. 4. I arrive at the hospital. There is a world of people. Some cry. I ask for Elda. They open the door for me to peek in and see her. She's wearing the blue nightgown, but her skin color has changed and she's riddled with needles and probes. He has a tube in his mouth. A trickle of blood comes out of his mouth. The body shakes in violent convulsions, despite the barrage of sleeping pills and painkillers. I think that God does not have the right to do such a thing. Then I don't think shit. I go downstairs, sleepwalking and tumbling. I hear the voice of Elda's close friend, who says my name. We remained for a long time standing face to face, silent, looking at each other. People come in and out of the door, from the hospital. And she says, "That Sunday. Do you remember? Not a century has passed. Just 10 days or a couple of weeks." Elda could no longer get out of bed. Little by little his lungs were dying. He was no longer breathing, he was panting. She asked me to get her out of there. It was nonsense, but no one objected. They dressed her, combed her hair. We barely made it to a taxi. We walked in short steps, with breaks every meter or meter and a half. She was drowning, I held her arm so she wouldn't fall. I proposed theater or cinema. He wanted to come to my house. That Sunday night, Elda had 3 lungs. At dawn he winked at me and was able to tell me, smiling, I made a pact with the devil. And now her best friend tells me. I want you to know what he told me when he came back. When he got back to the house, he told me, you know, the devil promised and kept it. A girl navigates singing among the crowd. At the subway station, the crowd makes way for the singing girl. She walks swinging sweetly. A small straw basket hangs from the guitar, and coins are thrown into it. The girl has the face of a clown, and while she walks and sings, she winks at the children. She sings almost secret melodies, in the midst of the noise of the station. I was made of clay, but also of time. Since I was a guru, I knew that memory did not exist in paradise. Adam and Eve had no past. Can you live each day as if it were the first? So that the wide palettes are opened. 1. I didn't recognize his voice or name. She told me that she had seen me in 1971, at the Sportman Cafe in Montevideo, when she was about to travel to Chile. I had given him some lines of introduction to Salvador Allende. Do you remember? Now I want to see you. I have to see you without fail, he said. And he said he brought me a message from him. I hung up the phone. I stared at the closed door. 6 months ago Allende had been riddled with bullets. I couldn't keep working. 2. In the winter of 1963, Allende had taken me to the south. With him I saw snow for the first time. We talked and drank a lot, during the long nights in Punta Arenas, while the snow fell on the other side of the windows. He went with me to buy long frieze underpants. There they call them passion killers. The following year, Allende was a candidate for the presidency of Chile. Crossing the mountain range of the coast, together we saw a large sign that proclaimed, with free, poor children will have shoes. Someone had scrawled, below, with Allende, there will be no poor children. He liked that, but he knew the fear machinery was powerful. She told me that a maid had buried her only dress, in the back of the boss's house, in case the left one and they came to take it off. Chile suffered a flood of dollars and, on the walls of the cities, the bearded men tore the children from their mothers' arms to take them to Moscow. In those 1964 elections, the Popular Front was defeated. Time passed, we keep seeing each other. In Montevideo, I accompanied him to political meetings and events, we went to soccer together, we share food and drinks, the Milonas. He was moved by the joy of the crowd in the stands, the popular way of celebrating goals and good plays, the noise of drums and rockets, the showers of colored pieces of paper. He adored the apple pancake at the Old Morinai, and the Cabernet wine from Santa Rosa made him cluck his tongue, out of pure courtesy, because we both knew that Chilean wines are much better. He danced vigorously, but in an old-fashioned gentleman style, and bent down to kiss the girl's hands. 3. I last saw him shortly before he assumed the presidency of Chile. We embraced on a street in Valparaiso, surrounded by the torches of the people who were screaming his name. That night he took me to Concan, and at dawn we were alone in the room. He took out a canteen of whiskey. I had been in Bolivia and Cuba. Allende distrusted the Bolivian nationalist military, even though he knew he would need them. He asked me about our common friends in Montevideo and Buenos Aires. Later he told me that he was not tired. His eyes closed with sleep and he kept talking and asking questions. He half opened the window, to smell and listen to the sea. It was not long before dawn. That morning he would have a secret meeting, there at the hotel, with the heads of the Navy. A few days later, we dined at his house, together with José Toja, a hidalgo painted by El Greco, and Jorge Timasi. Allende told us that the project for the nationalization of copper was going to rebound in Congress. I was thinking of a big referendum. Following the banner of copper for Chileans, the popular unity was going to break the molds of bourgeois institutions. He talked about it. Then he told us part of the conversation he had had with the high-ranking officers of the Navy, in Concan, that morning, while I was sleeping in the next room. 4. And then he was president. I went through Chile a couple of times. I never dared to distract him. Times of great change and fervor came, and the right unleashed the dirty war. Things did not happen as Allende thought. Chile recovered copper, iron, and saltpeter, the monopolies were nationalized and the agrarian reform was breaking the backbone of the oligarchy. But the owners of power, who had lost the government, kept the weapons and justice, the newspapers, and the radios. The officials did not work, the merchants hoarded, the industrialists sabotaged, and the speculators played with the currency. The left, a minority in parliament, was struggling impotently, and the military acted on its own. Everything was missing: milk, vegetables, spare parts, cigarettes, and yet, despite the queues and the anger, 800,000 workers marched through the streets of Santiago, a week before the fall, so that no one would believe that the government was alone. That crowd was empty-handed. 5. And now the summer of 1974 was ending. It had been 6 months since the Palacio de la Moneda had been razed, and this woman was sitting before me, at my desk at the magazine in Buenos Aires, and she was talking to me about Chile and Allende. And he asked me about you. And he told me, and where is Eduardo? Tell him to come with me. Tell him I'll call him. When was that? 3 weeks before the coup. I looked for you in Montevideo and I did not find you. Were you on a trip? One day I called you at home and they told me that you had come to live in Buenos Aires. Then I thought it wasn't worth telling you anymore. Summer of 42. Years ago, in Kiev, they told me why the Dynamo players had deserved a statue. They told me a story from the war years. Nazi-occupied Ukraine. The Germans organize a soccer match. The national team of his armed forces against Dynamo Kiev, made up of cloth factory workers, the supermen against the starving. The stadium is packed. The stands shrink, silent, when the victorious army scores the first goal of the afternoon. They light up when Dynamo tie, they explode when the first half ends with the Germans losing 2-1. The commander of the occupation troops sends his assistant to the locker room. Dynamo players hear the warning. Our team was never defeated in occupied territories. And the threat: if they win, we shoot them. The players return to the field. A few minutes later, Dynamo's third goal. The public follows the game standing up and in a single long shout. Fourth goal, the stadium collapses. Suddenly, before the hour, the judge ends the match. They were shot with their equipment on, at the top of a ravine. Stronger than any sadness or dictatorship. In Montevideo, in the early days of his exile, Darcy Ribeiro had a parrot that perched on his shoulder and ripped little hairs from his chest. The parrot was sleeping on the balcony. On the Montevidean coast the winds are strong. One morning the parrot woke up drowned in the Trouville pool. When I met him again, in Rio, Darcy had no parrots. But he greeted me, jumping up and down, with burning coals in his eyes. He called me, as always, an ideological mulatto. He asked me about my jobs and my days and told me, without complaint, the story of his wanderings from country to country. He spoke to me about Brazil. He told me that a Volkswagen Republic is not essentially different from a banana republic, and in a few minutes he gave me a complete analysis of the Argentine structural crisis and explained the causes of the tragedy in Chile and told me what was wrong. What could be done in Uruguay? I listened, delighted, to his bold theories and brilliant definitions. Darcy has a brain that resembles him, it's never still, and that quick intelligence is worth knowing even when he's wrong or when he's given to chasing after the truth with shots of nonsense. For some reason those who have made Marxism a catechism cannot bear it, nor can sociologists specialized in boring others. So I asked him about the cancer. Darcy took off his shirt and showed me the scar. He had a horrible gash, in the shape of an L, that covered his back. Look, he told me, laughing. I am a shark remnant. He had wanted to be operated on in Brazil. The military gave him permission to die in his country. They were waiting for him, they took him from the airport to the hospital. Darcy. There was little breath left. With his last strength, he touched the nurses' asses. They removed a lung and he lived. The government felt cheated. That night, in Rio, was the eve of the departure for Lima. Darcy laughed the whole time, but he confessed to me that the idea of not smoking again pissed him off. It's serious, isn't it? Me, who smoked 5 packs. Do you know what I found out? Told me that in reality one does all things for the pleasure of smoking. Why does one go into the sea? Why does one chat with friends? Why does one read? What do you write for? What does one make love for? The joy is in the cigarette, he said. The ceremony is that. And he laughed. Last voice. In a patio in Asunción, Paraguay, Jover Peralta raised his fist, which looked like a dry twig, against the dictator Stroessner. We are going to overthrow this illiterate Führer. He cried, with his rest of voice with the truth you have to turn these felons around. Old Peralta smelled of piss and was boneless when I listened to him curse for hours. He told me that he had written a letter to the students, explaining to them that they had to fight for America as a single country, owner of its wealth and without any Yankees, but he had given it to a guy to post and the guy had turned out to be a spy. He told me about Solano Lopez and his noble way of dying, and he told me about the War of the Triple Alliance. The Buenos Aires oligarchy did us a lot of harm, he whispered. It made us distrustful, suspicious. The Buenos Aires oligarchy has ruined our souls. Badu lax. He shouted, and to hear him you had to stop your ear. The little body was motionless under the leafy tree. Don Jover could only move his lips, but indignation made his hands and feet tremble. His feet were without shoes or leggings, swollen with chilblains. When night fell, he fell asleep. Jover Peralta had written some books and had fought all his life for the Paraguayans to be free. Later, he died. The hardest mission of my life. 1. I thought. You are better than me. I know you can resist it. You are tough. I have to do it, and I ask you to help me. That guy had endured 2 wars in the mountains. When they lowered him in a litter, passed out, the only weight left on his body were his muddy, battered boots. They tortured him by hanging him from the ceiling, and they hit him in the kidneys because they knew he was sick and was peeing blood. He didn't open his mouth. When he was able to get up, some time later, he entered the traitor's cell and smashed his head open. Help me, I thought. Help me screw it up. At 14 he had joined the fight. Since then he lived for the revolution and for a woman. I was going to break half of his faith. Shit mission, he thought. In jail, he made leather wallets. With what she earned, she had nylon stockings and shoes bought for her. There was a 30-kilo trunk full of new clothes that he was going to take for her when he got back, because she would be waiting for him at the railway station. But that woman lived with another man. The party had decided to tell him that she was asking for a divorce. The party wanted to be the first to tell him so, to win the enemy. The enemy could use the situation to weaken his conscience and make him feel alone. I had entered jail, under some pretext, and I had the mission of telling him that. 2. So he lives with someone else, he answered. No, it's not that, I told him. But she wants. If it happens. She wants to be free. You have the right. It's been a long time, and there's no telling how many years are left before he's entitled. Don't you think you have the right? She hasn't played dirty with him. So you live with someone else, he repeated to me. He was a man of little talk. And if you don't live with another, why do you want a divorce? And that guy, how is he? Haven't you had any children yet? 3. Sometime later he gave me a letter, wrapped like a cigarette, so that I could send it to his mother. I was always very indiscreet with letters. The letter read, Mother. You were quite foolish to let yourself be deceived by that tramp. I knew from the beginning that I was going to end up in these adventures. Tell her I don't want her to come crying to me later. I want you to pick up my things, without leaving any. Take the medal, the clothes, and the shoes. I received the photo of the children. You also take the children. Now she has no rights, and after that she doesn't refuse. Tell Negro to go to Santa Rita, and on the Central Highway, in front of the hospital, Amalia is there at the stop, or else ask Chino. She has black hair and a bracelet with enameled flowers that I had given her. Made the gift. Tell Amalia to get ready for when I come back in a long time. Also tell Clara, Ernesto's cousin, to wait for me. She lives behind the Enramada cemetery, where the big acacia is. Greetings to all, and blessing. This happened a few years ago, in places I can't name. Buenos Aires, October 1975, the violent light of glory. Today the Biden came to see me. He told me about his escape from Uruguay and brought me up to date on his latest adventures. He told me that soon he will go to visit his grandson in Dakar. El Biden, so called because he has 2 teeth, turns 40 this week. At 40 you can be a saint or a scoundrel. But pure, he warned me. The Biden is an admirable oral narrator. I envy him. He knows how to save himself by fantasy, and the treat almost always comes in handy. He sits in front of you and travels. During the Second World War, he is part of General Stern's command that evacuates the Jews through the sewers of Warsaw. Liberation finds him in Paris. There he learns the mysteries of love. A Japanese woman reveals to him, in long beds, the secret language of the fingertips and the tongue, and teaches him to discover the universe of moles, pores and cartilage. In Paris, the Biden is a judo and karate champion. An Arab sheikh hires him to organize his mercenary army. The war against the Republicans is long and hard. The Biden crawls through the desert with the only surviving soldier. Days and nights sharing thirst and hope, they advance in silence through the dunes, they laugh together, they cry together. They can't talk because they don't understand each other. At the end of the terrifying journey, they arrive at Mecca. That night, at the Mecca Hilton, a tribute dinner. They are bathed, shaved, they wear clean robes. The Arabic provides and the interpreter translates. The Arab says that he has never seen a man of such courage, and asks him to please possess him tonight. In the Amazon, the Biden spends 2 years with the Bororo Indians. Go through all 9 trials of the warrior. The hardest is that of the ants on the body smeared with honey. The tribe accepts him as a son. He doesn't make love to any Indian. If he did, he would have to stay forever, No one can flee from that village. In the surrounding jungle, the Bident has counted, one by one, 8,000 jaguars. In Manaus, he is hired by an American anthropologist. They travel by canoe. She is a gorgeous blonde. The Bident rubs her naked back with turtle fat to scare away mosquitoes. When they finally reach Azavant village, after some shipwrecks and ambushes, the cacique proposes. "I'll trade you for my daughter." "She is not my wife," explains the Bident. "Fool," says the cacique. "Don't you see that then it suits you better?" The Bident comes and goes by the river. Once he arrives exhausted at an indigenous reservation in the upper Zangu. There he finds a friar, who offers him a hammock so that he can sleep in his hut. They eat fruit and drink brandy. The priest talks about more. He tells the Bident how he exploits the Indians by exchanging valuable handicrafts for stamps of the Virgin. The Bident is suspicious. He realizes that he has become a dangerous witness. He plays drunk, sleepy nod. But sleep with the net tight, so that the hammock vibrates with the footsteps. At midnight, the priest approaches on tiptoe and points the shotgun at him. The Bident jumps and cuts off his head with a machete. The Bident goes down the river. At the first police post, he finds a commissioner, Seu Zacharias, who is an old friend. He tells him what happened. Seu Zacharias walks to the canoe, grabs the priest's head by the hair and throws it into the river. "As piranhas veo fazer or expediente," he says, and invites the Bident with a cup of coffee. The following year, in Colombia, Rio de Janeiro, October 1975, he left his house that morning and was never seen alive again. 1. We are at Luna, we drink beer, we eat casquinhas de siri. I have white talcum shoes and my friends want to convince me that talcum powder goes on sooner. This afternoon a journalist did a report on me, at the house of Galeano de Freitas. He recorded 2 or 3 hours of conversation. The recorder did not record anything. All that was left was a buzz. Zé Fernando proposed an article on the sexual life of bees. Zé announces a banquet, a large platter of basmia cueca, for the next Sunday, at his house in Niterói. I ask for more casquinhas de siri, and then more. They tell me that I am a congress of piranhas. We laugh at anything tonight, at Luna we laugh at everything, and we are speechless when a woman with wide eyes and olive skin appears at the door, wearing a red scarf tied around her head, like a gypsy. She lets herself be seen for an instant she is a goddess, and she vanishes. 2. We are on the Luna when Ari brings the news. They killed him, he says. Torres has told him by phone. They warned him from San Pablo. Eric stands up, pale, gaping. I squeeze her arm, sits down again. I know that he had arranged to meet Velado and Velado had not gone or called him. But he wasn't involved in anything, he says. They killed him for not knowing, says Galen. The machine is crazy, I think, or say. They must have attributed it to the revolution of 17. Eric says. I thought this was over. His head falls into his hands. He complains. No, Eric, I tell him. You don't understand, he tells me. You don't understand anything. You don't understand shit. The glasses are empty. I order more beer. I ask that our plates be filled. Eric shoots me a glare and heads into the bathroom. I open the door. I find him with his back against the wall. His face is squeezed and his eyes are wet, fists tense. I thought it was over. I thought this was all over, he says. Eric was Velado's friend and he knows what Velado had done and what he was going to do and couldn't. 3. Not long ago, Eric's son was born. His name is Philip. In 20 years he says I am going to tell him about things from now. I'll tell him about my dead and imprisoned friends and about how hard life was in our countries, and I want him to look me in the eye and not believe me and tell me I'm lying. The only proof will be that he was here, but he will no longer remember any of this. I want him to not be able to believe that all of this was ever possible. 4. Felipe was born at 5:30 in the morning of September 4th. Eric phoned his best friend in San Pablo. Marta is having a child. I feel alone. I don't feel well. The friend announced that he was coming in half an hour, but he fell asleep and did not go. Eric went outside. He bought the newspaper. He paid with a 100 Cruzeiro bill. No, the newsboy told him. I do not have change. Eric raised his hand and pointed to the maternity building. Go, said Dash. In that window my wife is having a child. Come have a beer with me. He invites me with that ticket. 5. Felipe is in the crib and Eric tells him things. Do you know that I am very gross for gasoline? Today I ran out of gas again. You should let me know when we pass the station. He tells. You were born with everything determined. You have a father who will never stop and will never have money. Your dad's friends have been screwed. Now we are going to Buenos Aires. Sorry, I'm being unfair. I take you and you can't decide. And think. And if tomorrow he thinks that the world is not wrong? What if he had preferred to be born the son of a stockbroker? He picks him up, takes him to the terrace, shows him the plants. Look. It is the second jasmine we have in 4 years. The first never gave flowers. This one gave us 4. They were born when I was outside. I was sorry not to see them born. I had killed the bugs on the jasmine and was able to see the buds. Now we will have to wait a year. I had to go, you know. There was no other choice. I had to work. In the field, Eric climbs the trees, so Felipe can see how it's done. 6. Velado Herzog bathed, shaved, kissed the woman. She didn't get up to walk him to the door. There is nothing to fear, he said. I introduce myself, clear everything up and go home. The television newscast that night was signed by him. When people saw the news, he was already dead. The official statement said that he had hanged himself. Authorities did not allow a new autopsy. Velado was not buried in the suicide cell. The head of public security in Sao Paulo declared, "This is a crude war, it is a naked war, and it is a war in which we have to use the same techniques of our enemies, if we do not want to be defeated. Let's have them lunch before they dine us." 7. Do you know what the dawn of Rio is like, brother, seen from the window of your house? There is a clarity of the sky that is rising behind the roofs and the hills are turning purple little by little. The clouds loaded with rain flee. A bird passes close to you, like a whip, it is the sign of the new day. The clean air shakes your body and swells your chest. Your house, my house, the sea is beyond, you can't see it anymore because of the fucking new buildings, but I feel it, the smell of shellfish, the roar of the waves, and I know that someday it's going to swallow me up and swallow me up. Carry around, she, the sea, gluttonous goddess dressed in white. 8. We go to Old Llamas, to say goodbye. Soon it will be demolished and there will be nowhere to breathe that mixed aroma of fruit and tobacco and bygone times. We enter the llamas through mountains of oranges, bananas, pineapples, guavas, and maracujas. Sad and mute we drink beer, one glass after another. From the table in the back, Canarinho, a pilgrim from the bars of Rio, rebukes the world. I read Nietzsche and you don't know anything, he attacks. He is tiny and skinny and lonely and very drunk. He whistles out of his crop at the end of each sentence. A canary whistle. And we will always talk. Do you think they are going to make us shut up? No, no. Cowards. Canarinho whistles. They are all young. They hate young people. And whistle. Saint Paul cannot stop killing. He can't stop killing. And whistle. The system. 500,000 Uruguayans outside the country. 1,000,000 Paraguayans, 500,000 Chileans. The ship set sail full of boys fleeing from prison, the pit of hunger. Being alive is a danger, to think, a sin, eat, a miracle. But how many are exiled within the borders of the country itself? What statistics register those condemned to resignation and silence? The crime of hope, isn't it worse than the crime of people? Dictatorship is a habit of infamy, a machine that makes you deaf and dumb, unable to listen, powerless to say and blind to what is forbidden to look at. The first death from torture unleashed, in Brazil, in 1964, a national scandal. The number 10 death from torture hardly appeared in the newspapers. The number 50 was accepted as normal. The machine teaches to accept the horror, as the cold is accepted in winter. Buenos Aires, November 1975, I like to feel free and stay if I want. 1. Beads of perspiration slip and fall, clip, clop, among the papers scattered on the table. This desk is a pigsty. The papers advance, they come to me, they surround me. The letters that I must answer are mixed with the articles that should be reviewed and titled and the works that I have not read yet. I pass my hand across my forehead. The hand goes through the mountain of papers, rummages, gropes. Can't find the handkerchief. Instead, cigarettes appear. I get up to steal matches. When I walk, my crotch burns. Among the paperwork, the letter from Marta, Rodolfo Gini's widow, appears. It will be a year since they liquidated it. They tore him from his house in Huanglan at dawn, and then threw his body riddled with bullets 5 kilometers from there. Since then, his wife brings me or sends me the things he had written and that she finds. I have become friends with this man I never met. He approaches me from the words he left. Can the river be loved and not the sea? He wrote. God does not live because he cannot die. That is why God does not know or love you. Gini was a teacher. He had committed no other crime than teaching his boys to look straight at the things of this world. Every night I think it's the last one, Marta writes to me. I'm not afraid for myself, but for the boys. That night she tore off the gag with her teeth and yanked the ligatures off her wrists and screamed and ran into the dark. The 10-year-old son asked her the other day, looking at the crucifix. Mom, when those men came in here, was he there? I believed that where he was, these things did not happen. 2. Letter from Juan Gelman, from Rome. He was the editorial secretary of the magazine. It had long been doomed. A plane was taken, it was saved by scraping. I've had tachycardia for 3 weeks, he writes, and I can't stop it. Not because I feel guilty, Christian, stupidly guilty, but because I'm far away and, above all, because the gravity of what's happening there collides here with the rubber wall. I am gripped by unstoppable rages and sadness, and as a final result this tachycardia that won't let me breathe. Sorry for the solemnity. I haven't downloaded for a while. It's very difficult for me to write for Buenos Aires. I don't know if it's self-defense or a desire to avoid, not the pain, but to say it. I know it's wrong and that gives me nightmares at night. As you can see, I'm screwed to love. Most of the time, it's enough for me to do it. I know it's not enough. There are many of us who walk with damaged love, but you have to have the courage to get it out of the inside with damage and everything. It seems to me now that it is something that must be learned, like so many things in life. We will die learning, if we want to live distracted from dying. I seem to be seeing him, Juan, the morning he left me a package wrapped in newspaper and tied with string on my desk. There was all his clothes and furniture. Told me. I had to move house. I do not know where. I go out looking. Take care of my belongings. He turned with his hand on the doorknob and added. But first, tell me the story of the chicken, I'm sad. It was a story by Paco Espinola. Juan knew it by heart, but he still choked with laughter every time I repeated it. Paco had washed the honor of the family by slitting the throat of a cheap hen that had sent him to the fucking mother who gave birth to him. From afar, now, I am writing you a Yatna letter. Juan says that it is difficult for him, but he can open his chest and invite, if they like bread to the mouth. He knew how to write to a woman like water to the earth, I hope I will be of use to you, and he knew ask him, your feet walk on my feet, your feet be in me as the wood is in the stick. Because Juan, the poet, wanted her body to be the only country where they defeated him. 3. I put my hands in my pockets. I stretch my legs. The dreamer gives me shivers of pleasure and fatigue. I feel the night stuck in the city. It's late. I am alone. I must not stay here alone. I know. But tonight I let myself be. I stayed, doing nothing or opening little doors of imagination or memory. Slug guard. I have stuck to the chair. Because of the heat, it must be, or just because. I feel many people, known or invented, whistling in my head. Inside me, faces and words intersect and mingle. They are born, they grow, they fly. Am I this listening ear or am I the melody? I am not the eye that sees, I am the images. 4. The phone rings and I jump. I look at the clock. 9:30 at night. Do I attend, do I not attend? I attend. It is the Jose Rucci command, of the Argentine Anti-Communist Alliance. We are going to kill you, sons of bitches. The hours for threats, sir, are from 6 to 8, I reply. I hang up and congratulate myself. I'm proud of me. But I want to get up and I can't, I have rag legs. I try to light a cigarette. Buenos Aires, November 1975, woke up in the mud. The rain woke him up, beating him ferociously, somewhere in the delta. The Tiger was brown and he believed that those were the rivers of hell. He stumbled around the islands. He went into a tavern and sat down by the fire. They brought him wine and he called a woman to his table. When he invited her, she was blonde, but with the hours it changed color and aged many years. He squeezed the witch's claws in his hands and told her that his brother had died in Montevideo, a stupid death, and that he hadn't been able to go, nor could he, but that wasn't the worst. The worst was something else, he said, and she wanted to leave, and he wouldn't let her. The worst part was that he couldn't remember the last time they'd seen each other, or what they'd said to each other, or anything. Emilio Casablanca tells me about it and he doesn't know if it happened yesterday or a year ago, and I think he saw him in that winery on Calle Soriano, one night of fury, when he placed the row of red wine bottles against the wall and burst them one by one. Punched and then spent a long time without being able to paint. We have met by chance, in a corner of Buenos Aires. Now let's eat something together. Tomorrow we will go to the fair. We are going to take our daughter for a walk, because there are many stars in the sky and it is a fixed one that will be a beautiful day. The system. The hooded men are recognized by coughing. They massacre someone for a month and then tell what's left of them, it was a mistake. When he comes out, he has lost his job. Also the documents. For reading or saying a dubious phrase, a teacher or professor can be dismissed, and he loses his job if he is arrested, even for an hour and by mistake. Uruguayans who sing with some emphasis, in a public ceremony, the stanza of the national anthem that says, "Tyrants tremble," the law that condemns the attack on the morale of the armed forces is applied, 18 months to 6 years from prison. For scribbling on a wall "Long live freedom" or throwing a flyer in the street, a man has to spend in jail, if he survives torture, a good part of his life. If he doesn't survive, the death certificate will say that he tried to run away by stumbling into the void, or that he hanged himself, or that he died of an asthma attack. There will be no autopsy. A jail is inaugurated every month. It is what economists call development plan. But what about the invisible cages? In what official report or opposition complaint do the prisoners of fear appear? Fear of losing a job, fear of not finding it, fear of speaking, fear of listening, fear of reading. In the land of silence, you can end up in a concentration camp because of the shine in your eyes. It is not necessary to fire an official, it is enough to let him know that he can be dismissed without summary and that no one will ever give him a job. Censorship truly triumphs when every citizen becomes the implacable censor of his own actions and words. The dictatorship turns barracks and police stations, abandoned wagons, disused boats into prisons. Doesn't it also turn everyone's house into a prison? The system. It was Karl's father's birthday. For once they gave him permission to stay with the big people after dinner. He sat quietly in a corner, looking at friends and relatives who were drinking and chatting. Getting up, Karl collided with a table and knocked over a glass of white wine. "It's nothing," said the father. The mother swept the windows and wiped the floor with a rag. The father took Karl to his bedroom and said, "At 11, when the guests have left, I'll hit you." For more than 2 hours, from his bed, Karl listened to the voices and the passing of the minutes. At 11 o'clock at night the father arrived, took off his belt and whipped him. "I'm doing it for your own good, so you can learn," the father said, as he always did, while Karl sobbed, naked, his head buried in the pillow. A few years ago, Karl told me, in Montevideo, this story of his childhood in Germany. Buenos Aires, December 1975, Communions. "I gather firewood, I bring water from the stream. Try it, teacher. It's ready. Do you really like it? It turned out great, little brother. We have obtained some fat-free and very tasty chorizos. The pork breast is worth delaying in the mouth. And then we started the roast strip, cutting bone by bone on the grill and eating little by little, as it should be. We choked a little, but from laughter. The chinchulins were well entourage. They creak. I punctured them before putting them on. There is the key. We let the wine breathe, a couple of bottles of Carcassonne Red, and we taste it and feel it slide, warm, thick, through our guts and through our veins. We eat and drink until there is not a bone left on the grill. Eduardo catches the last bite with the tip of the knife. I look at him, with dog eyes I look at him, and I think, he's going to be moved, but he, undaunted, gobbles it up. Then we lie down on the grass, with the sun on our faces and the whole island to ourselves. We smoke. There are no mosquitoes. The breeze makes the tops of the casuarinas whistle. From time to time we hear, far away, a splash of oars. Mignogna would have had little taste, or none at all. In a way we make, together, the wonderful taste of meat and wine. We eat and drink as if celebrating, with our mouths and at the same time with our memory. At any moment you could be stopped by a bullet, or you could be left alone to wish it would happen, but none of that matters. When I wake up from my nap, Eduardo is sitting on the dock, his legs dangling. The evening light touches the waters of the Gambeto. "I had a dream the other night," he tells me. "I forgot to tell you. I dreamed that we were coming here, in the passenger launch. We were sitting facing each other, on the stern side, chatting. There was no one else on that side. The other passengers were all together in the forward seats, far apart from us. That's when I looked at them and noticed something strange. They were very still and mute and they were all exactly the same. I told you, wait for me, and I walked to the other end. I touched one of the passengers and plock, he fell to the ground. When he fell, his plaster head fell off. I yelled at you, drop, jump, and I dove too. We swim underwater. When I stuck my head out, I saw you. We submerged again and continued swimming desperately. We were quite far away when the launch was blown to pieces. I felt the explosion and stuck my head out, I saw the smoke and the flames. You were by my side. I hugged you and woke up. Buenos Aires, December 1975, Communions. Jair calls me. He arrived yesterday from Porto Alegre, will spend a few days in Buenos Aires. He invites me to dinner. We haven't seen each other in 5 or 6 years. It impresses me. Dissimulation. His face is distorted, one eye half drooping, and he smiles with a twisted mouth. The left hand, a claw hand, moves little, a glove protects it from the cold of the night. We walk downtown. Jairo's body hesitates, he pushes me unintentionally. It stops. Take a deep breath. He is plagued by stitches of pain in his side. He is nervous. Walk and spit. I don't ask questions. Sometimes he mentions the accident. When I had the accident, he says, since I had the accident. He tells me about his historical research, the exciting documents he discovered in Portugal, life in the Macumbos of Palmares, the slave insurrections in the city of Salvador. He explains to me his thesis on slavery as the center of the history of Brazil. We go into a restaurant. We keep arguing. Jairo has thoroughly studied Paraguay at the time of the French dictatorship. We disagree. Nor do we agree on the Montonero caudillos in Argentina in the last century. But that's not what he wants to talk to me about. All the time I feel that the sound is different, that the melody is different. We ordered more wine. He finally tells me about that woman. He tells me about the burning love and tells me that one night she surprised him with another. 10 days later, Jairo went to ask for his forgiveness. She didn't tell him anything. He kissed her and caressed her. She asked him, "Do you want to make love with me?" And he said, "If you want, you have to pay me." And he sat up and looked at her. He asked, "How much do you charge?" 3,000 cruzeiros, she said. He slowly filled out the check. He signed it, blew on it and gave it to him. She put the check away and said, "Wait for me, I'll go down to buy cigarettes." So he was left alone. He charged against the window glass and jumped. He was lying on the sidewalk. Her apartment is on the 3rd floor. Afterwards, they spent a while without seeing each other. When they met, he was on crutches. They hugged each other, insulting each other. I order another bottle of wine. I'm tired of lying, Jairo tells me. Everyone asks me what happened to me and I say it was a shock. I was in the car on the road and lately, I count even the details. Buenos Aires, December 1975, Communions. Luis Sabani, production manager of the magazine, has disappeared. We hope that he is in prison, but the police deny it. Fico and Anibal have stirred heaven and earth. It's been over a week and we have no news. Sometimes, at night, after work, Luis would stay up talking to me about his father, who had come to Montevideo from a village in Parma that had 100 houses and a church. When Luis was little, they made wine at their house in Montevideo. They crushed the grapes with their bare feet, and the juice reached their thighs. They all got drunk because of the fumes. The moon decided when the racking was done between the oak Bordeaux. Each wine had a name. Kiss Me and You'll See It was the strong pink, crazy black, the table wine, Grignolino, the red, so thick that you put a spoon in and it stuck. He entered the new year on an empty train of people. Ariel left the house of a Chilean who had just died. He had died far from his land. In a little while, the air would turn gray, announcing the first day of 1976. Ariel was also far from home and the coming dawn in France would have no meaning for him. In Ariel's land it was another time, Chilean time. At the tables over there were empty chairs and the survivors were raising their wine glasses and were just beginning to celebrate the end of a shitty year. Ariel Dorfman walked, slowly, through the streets of this remote suburb of Paris. It sank at the train station. He listened to the echo of his own footsteps and searched for a human being in the empty carriages. He found the only passenger. He sat opposite. Ariel took a novel, The Clown, out of her pocket and began to read. The train started, and after a while the man said that he would like to be a clown. "I'd like to be a clown," he said, looking at the black square of the window. Ariel didn't look up from the book. "Must be sad _ profession said." The man said yes, but that he was sad. "Yes," he said. "But I am sad." Then they looked at each other. "I am sad, you are sad," said Ariel. The man said that together they would make a good pair of clowns, and Ariel asked him where, in what circus. "Anywhere," said the man. "In any circus in my country." "And which is your country?" "Brazil," said the man. "Shit. So I can speak to you in Spanish." And they began to talk of their lost lands while the train glided towards Paris. "I'm sad," said the man, "because I want us to win, but deep down I don't think we're going to win." Then they said goodbye with raised fists. Buenos Aires, January 1976, Introduction to Music. 1. Julio is at home. He had to leave Montevideo. They took him prisoner for the 7th time and had to leave. Go without money and without desire, can't find a job. Tonight we ate milanesas with salad, which he prepared, and we drank wine. Julio lies on the bed and smokes. I would like to listen to him and help him, but he is silent, he refuses to treat me to pain. I am a shadow fool myself. I don't wake things up by touching them, they fall out of my hands. I choose an Italian Baroque record. I don't know when I bought it, or with whom, I don't remember hearing it. Albinoni arrives at the right moment. We celebrate the melody, we hum it out loud, the room is suddenly filled with good news. 2. Espinola's stories comes to mind. It seems to me that I hear him, Paco, the little voice coughed, dragged, the cigarette butt without embers hanging from his lip, on the stove or coffee wheels until dawn. In the surroundings of San Jose there was a black, old, illiterate healer that Paco had known there as a child. The man attended sitting under an ombu. He put on glasses to examine his patients with the eyes of a doctor and to pretend to read the newspaper. The whole town respected and loved him. As a good legal healer, the black man knew how to save with weeds and with mysteries. One afternoon they brought him a sick woman who was in misery. The girl was pure skin and bones, very pale, her eyes without light, she had lost her hunger and was mute and without the strength to even walk. The black made a sign and the parents and the brother came up to the tree. He, seated, meditated, they, standing still, waited. "Family," he said finally. And diagnosed. "This girl has her soul all scattered." And prescribed. Music is needed to put it together. It was a grey and biting cold morning. One dawn at the end of June 1973, I arrived in Montevideo on the steamer that crosses the river from Buenos Aires. I was standing at the bow. His eyes were fixed on the city that slowly advanced in the mist. 2 misfortunes had struck my land and I did not know. Paco Espinola was dead and the military had carried out a coup d'état and had dissolved the parties, the unions, and everything else. He did not see the light and could not walk more than 3 steps. Shortly before the coup, returning from another trip, I found out that the police had gone looking for me at my house in Montevideo. I introduced myself. I was scared going in. The port closed behind me with a dry, trapping noise. The fear lasted an hour. Then it left my body. What could happen to me worse than death? It was not going to be the first visit. He was facing the wall, in the courtyard. The top floor was a torture center. Behind me the prisoners passed. They dragged them through the yard. Some came back broken, they were thrown on the floor. At midnight the transmitter's siren would sound. I listened to the noise, the insults, the excitement of the hounds hunting the man. The policeman returned at dawn. A couple of days later they put me in a car. They transferred me, they locked me in a cell. I scratched my name on the wall. At night I heard screams. I started to feel the need to talk to someone. I made friends with a little mouse. I didn't know if I was going to be locked up for days or years, and after a short time count was lost. They were days. I was always lucky. The night they released me I heard murmurs and distant voices, the noise of metal, as I walked through the corridors with a guard on each side. Then the prisoners began to whistle, softly, like blowing on walls. The whistle grew until the voice, all voices as one, broke into song. The song shook the walls. I walked to my house. It was a warm and still night. Autumn was beginning in Montevideo. I found out that Picasso had died a week ago. A little time passed and the exile began. Buenos Aires, January 1976, reunited. 1. Christina tells me about her exorcism ceremonies. She has locked herself up, alone in her house, for days and nights, and has called the living and the dead and the forgotten. He settled accounts, he tells me, with everyone. With some he went around insulting, he has told others, for the first time, that he loved them. Someone would open the cell door and invite her with oranges. Then the door was closed again. Night fell and she sang. You are tall and thin. Sing that again, a voice called from the cell above. And she sang it again. Thank you, the voice said. Every night he asked her to sing that, and she never got to see his face. 2. It's been several nights he tells me that I haven't dreamed of the machine. Since I saw you. No. Sometimes I'm afraid to fall asleep. I know I'm going to dream about it and it scares me. Also, the footsteps on the stairs still scare me. I was awake when they came. I never told you. I heard their footsteps and I wanted the walls to open and I thought, I'm going to throw myself out the window. But I got carried away. Are you going to talk or are you not going to talk? I was told. I have nothing to say. Undress her. They gave me cattle prods in the mouth until they loosened my teeth. And here, and here, and here. But in the bathtub it is much worse. Electricity in the water is much worse. No. I was never able to swim underwater again. I can't stand the lack of air underwater. They ripped off my hood. The boys say you're very hot, said the boss, and I'm going to please them. A guy came in and undressed. He jumped on me and began to struggle. I watched what was happening, as if it were someone else. On the radio, I remember, Polito Ortega was singing. And I told. You are a poor fellow. You can't even by force. He hit me several times. Another came. He was a big fat man. He took off his plaid shirt and t-shirt. It seems that you are surly. You're not going to live with me. He finished undressing and jumped on me. He bit my neck and breasts. I was very far. I felt an icy breath coming out of my pores. Then the boss came, in a rage. He kicked me on the floor. He sat on top of me and plunged the muzzle of the revolver between my legs. Then he called me a bitch because I didn't cry. The system. The list of tortured, murdered, and disappeared persons does not end with the denunciation of the crimes of a dictatorship. The machine trains you for selfishness and lies. Solidarity is a crime. To save yourself, show the machine, you have to become a hypocrite and a fucker. Whoever kisses you tonight will sell you tomorrow. Each Gaucata generates revenge. If you say what you think, they bust you, and no one is worth the risk. Doesn't the unemployed worker secretly want the factory to kick someone else out to take his place? Is not the neighbor a competitor and an enemy? Recently, in Montevideo, Aguirre asked his mother to take him back to the sanatorium, because he wanted to be unborn. Without a drop of blood, without even a tear, the daily slaughter of the best that each one has within himself is carried out. Victory of the machine, people are afraid to talk and to look at each other. Let no one meet no one. When someone looks at you and holds your gaze, you think, he's going to screw me. The manager says to the employee, who was his friend. I had to report you. They asked for the lists. Had to give a name. Forgive me, if you can. Out of every 30 Uruguayans, one has the task of watching over, persecuting, and punishing the rest. There is no work outside the barracks and police stations, and in any case, to keep the job, the certificate of democratic faith issued by the police is essential. Students are required to report their peers, children are encouraged to denounce their teachers. In Argentina, television asks, do you know what your son is doing at this moment? Why doesn't the murder of the soul by poisoning appear in the Red Chronicle? Buenos Aires, January 1976, Introduction to Literature. We spent a few days with Eduardo and my children. I write sadness one night, I show them to Eduardo. He pushes them away with a grimace. You have no right, he says. I get angry. How not? And Eduardo tells me that on Friday he went down to buy ham and salami at the delicatessen on the corner of his house. The lunchbox is a fat woman who spends her days cutting sausages into slices, making packages, taking out accounts, collecting money. She attends to the business alone, and when night falls and she closes the metal curtain, she feels needles in her kidneys and legs. Eduardo waited his turn, ordered and paid. Then he saw that under the drawer of the box there was an open book that the lunchbox was reading glancingly while she worked. It was a book that I had written. I've read it several times already, said the lunchbox. I read it because it does me good. I am Uruguayan, you know. And now Eduardo tells me, you don't have the right, while he puts aside the pitiful little things, perhaps faggots, that I wrote these days. Buenos Aires, January 1976, nobody can do anything against such beauty. In the late afternoon, I sit at a small table in the iMusicI Cafe. The Chinese Fung, recently arrived from Caracas, shows me photos of a mural and of some paintings that he has painted recreating the faces and subjects of Leonardo, Van Gogh, and Matisse. He shows me his latest drawings and serigraphs. He talks to me about an exhibition in the pipeline. It is the history of America, says the Chino, seen through Botticelli's Spring. I keep looking at him. Do you understand? The whole story of looting and killing through that woman. Because that naked woman is America. Do you understand? And says. When I look at the Mona Lisa, I see her getting old. I can amputate her, I can invent another memory for her. But with that Botticelli woman it happens the other way around. If I age it, it doesn't exist. I isolate the hands, the eyes, one foot, and there is no case, I can't hurt her anywhere. I think of the amazement of America in the eyes of the conquerors. Carlos V was a little moment in history, and deep down he couldn't do anything to him, says Chino. Teddy Roosevelt couldn't do anything to him. Those of now can't either. Everyone chased her, El Chino laughs. And Columbus, who was the first to enter, died without knowing it. The universe seen through the eye of the key. Every day, says Freddie, I help him prepare the plasticine strips that he uses to write. Paper and pencil does not use. He writes by engraving signs in the plasticine. I can't read what he writes. What he writes is not read with the eyes. It is read with the fingers. With him I learned to feel a leaf. I did not know. He taught me. Close your eyes, he told me. With patience he taught me to feel a tree leaf with my fingers. It took me a while to learn because I wasn't used to it. Now I like to caress the leaves, letting my fingers slide down the top side, so smooth that it is, feeling the fluff below and the little threads like veins that the leaf has inside. The other day a newborn lion was brought to school. Nobody could touch it. They only left him. And then I asked him, you, who could touch it, tell me what the puppy was like. It was warm, he told me. It was smooth. And he asked me, "You, who could see it, what was it like?" I told him it was yellow. Yellow? How is the yellow, Freddy? Like the heat of the sun, I told him. Quito, February 1976, first night. I light the candle for the 1000th time. There is nothing in this hotel room that is not an enemy. I stir between the sheets, I bury my face in the warm pillow. In my body there is no room for any certainty, no matter how small. I fall asleep, I don't know how, at dawn. The long rings of the phone wake me up. I finger the tube, it falls out of my hands. Words come out of the tube. At last they meet my ear. "Welcome," says the voice. "The city of Quito welcomes you. I only found out yesterday and I said to myself, I'm going to call him to express my satisfaction and pride that." "Sir," I say, or plead. "What time is it, sir?" 7 o'clock in the morning, says the voice, triumphantly. On behalf of the city of Quito. The tube is hanging from the bedside table. I try to go back to sleep. The tube, which dangles from the cable, emits noises and hums. There is no case. I put my face, the words drag, slow. "I'm sleeping, sir," I murmur. "Oh!" he exclaims, checking his voice. "How different are the customs of our peoples. But deep down, we are united by the same American vocation. I will immediately send you a work of mine in which you will be able to notice the vibration of." I toss the phone to the floor and throw a pillow and blanket over it. I turn over in bed. The knock at the door pulls me out of my second little dream. I get up, naked, dizzy, and open. I vaguely make out something like a bellboy, who puts an envelope in my hands and runs away. I slide my back against the closed door. My head cracks. He rubbed his eyes at me. The envelope contains several mimeographed copies of an instruction manual for the Boy Scouts of Ecuador. The author has dedicated them all to me. I sink into the bathtub. I turn on the shower. I don't know how much time I spend with the rain on my head. I'm drying off when it occurs to me to dig up the phone and put it back. Then it sounds. I attend. The same voice asks if I have received the shipment and if I have had the opportunity to read the work. I tell him I think it's great. I'm not going to offend him, I tell him with a merely literary judgment. Works like this cannot be considered books or pamphlets. They are bricks that are building our great homeland. Quito, February 1976, a talk at the university. Today we have talked about what they call cultural alienation. Everything in this country now revolves around oil. The banana age has come to an end. It is promised that in 10 years Ecuador will have an income like Venezuela's. This very poor country looks out at the delirium of the millions and gets dizzy. Vertigo comes. Before schools, hospitals, and factories, color television arrives. Soon there will be waxing machines in dirt floor houses and electric refrigerators in small towns lit by kerosene lanterns. 6,000 students of philosophy and letters, just 2 students of petroleum technology, at the university. All illusion is allowed, but reality is not possible. The country is suddenly incorporated into civilization, that is, into a world where flavors, colors, smells and also morality and ideas are manufactured on an industrial scale, and where the word freedom is the name of a prison, like in Uruguay, or where an underground torture chamber is called, as in Chile, Colonia Dignidad. The sterilization formulas of consciences are tested with more success than the birth control plans. Lying machines, castrating machines, doping machines, the media multiply and spread Western and Christian democracy along with violence and tomato sauce. It is not necessary to know how to read and write to listen to the transistor radio or watch television and receive the daily message that teaches to accept the dominance of the strongest and to confuse personality with a car, dignity with a cigarette and happiness with a sausage. Today we have also talked about the importance of a false culture of protest in Latin America. Fetishes and symbols of the youth revolt of the 1960s in the United States and Europe are now mass-produced in developed countries. Clothes with psychedelic designs are sold at the cry of "free yourself." And the big industry spreads over the third world the music, the posters, the hairstyles, and the clothes that reproduce the aesthetic models of the hallucination by drugs. Our regions offer fertile ground. Boys who want to escape from hell are given tickets to limbo. He invites the new generations to abandon history, which hurts, to travel to nirvana. Adventures for the paralyzed, reality is left intact, but its image is altered. Love without pain and peace without war are promised. We have talked about all this and other things today. Esmeraldas, February 1976, do you never remember when you were born? 1. They invite me to give a talk on the coast. I go down from the plateau to the sea. In Esmeraldas they receive me with guitars and brandy. Another world, men with black skin, humid and hot lands, women who dance as they walk. The next night, on the beach, I get lost. I like to climb a high mountain and then I start to follow, through the undergrowth, the bed of a dry river. When I come back it is already dark and there is not a soul. I call my friends, shouting. I hear nothing but the noise of the sea. I walk through the sand, aimlessly, neither clothes nor money. The mosquitoes, ferocious, are eating me up. I get tired of hitting my body with the open palm of my hand. I have no idea where I am. Every once in a while I give voices, I wait for an answer, I continue. I take off my mesh and get into the sea. The water is warm and moonlit. When I go out, I feel cold. I run and jump in the sand, throwing punches into the air. Mosquitoes won't leave me alone. I'm hungry, my tummy makes noises. I am looking for firewood to build a fire. That's what I'm doing when a human being appears among the trees. He is a boy who has missed the last bus to Esmeraldas. He looks at me suspiciously. Forced by the mosquitoes, he approaches the smoke. I treat him with a cigarette. Then he confesses to me that he is afraid of wolf dogs and cute spiders, crabs, and sharks. 2. I'm wanting to sleep when I hear the voices of my friends. In a bunkhouse, we wake up a Chinese cook. We bribed him. He pours us beer and prepares us a giant shrimp platter, with an unforgettable red sauce. My friends have been looking for me all afternoon. I find out that the place where I got lost is called Penn del Suicida. We slept in some wooden cabins. 3. When I wake up, the light is burning the blue mountains. I feel the sand slip through my fingers. Every grain of sand is alive, every pore of the skin is alive. Good music is born from me. Quito, February 1976, Introduction to the History of America. There were two indigenous towns that were neighbors. They lived off sheep and what little the land gave. They cultivated, in terraces, the side of a mountain that goes down to a very beautiful lake near Quito. The two villages had the same name and hated each other. Between one and the other, there was a church. The priest was starving. One night he buried a wooden virgin and poured salt over it. In the morning, the sheep scratched the ground and the miraculous appeared. The virgin was covered with offerings. From both villages they brought him food, clothing, and ornaments. The men from each village asked for the death of the men from the neighboring village and at night they murdered them with knives. It was said, "It is the will of the miraculous." Each promise was revenge and so the two towns, which were called Pucara, exterminated each other. The priest became rich. At the feet of the Virgin had gone to stop all things, crops, and animals. Then a multinational hotel chain bought the land without anyone for a handful of coins. On the shores of the lake, a tourist center will be built. Quito, February 1976, The Goodwill. Adum tells me, spent time in Canar. In those high moors, the Indians still wear black because of Atahualpa's crime. The community shares what little is wrested from the drylands. There are no newspapers, and also no one knows how to read. There are no radios either, and anyway the radios speak the language of the conquerors. How do small villages find out what is happening in the community? Each village sends 2 or 3 actors to tour the region. They represent the news and act out the problems. By telling what happens to them, they tell what they are. They have taken away the sun and the moon. Other gods brought us. We do not understand them, but for them we are killing ourselves. Margarita did not go to Canard to teach theater, but to learn and help. Months passed. Margarita suffered from the cold and the distances. The head of the community, whose name is Quindy, put a hand on his shoulder. Margara, he told her. You are very sad. And if so, you better go. For sorrows, ours is enough. The system. Of every 100 children born alive in Guatemala or Chile, 8 die. 8 also die in the popular suburbs of São Paulo, the richest city in Brazil. Accident or murder. Criminals have the keys to jails. This is violence without shooting. Not good for detective novels. It appears, frozen, in the statistics, when it appears. But real wars are not always the most spectacular, and it is well known that the flashes of bullets have left more than one blind and deaf. Food is more expensive in Chile than in the United States, the minimum wage, 10 times lower. A quarter of Chileans do not receive any income and survive on pure stubbornness. Santiago taxi drivers no longer buy dollars from tourists, now they offer girls who will make love in exchange for dinner. The consumption of shoes has been reduced by 5 times, in Uruguay, in the last 20 years. In the last 7, milk consumption in Montevideo fell by half. The prisoners of necessity, how many are they? Is a man condemned to live chasing work and food free? How many have destiny marked on their foreheads from the day they look out into the world and cry for the first time? How many are denied the sun and salt? Quito, February 1976, it should not rest until they fall. This woman has seen her best friend die. They were occupying a factory, in the suburbs of Santiago de Chile, in the days following the coup. They expected weapons to resist. They dismembered him under torture, but he did not say that he knew her. They dragged him to where she was. Wherever it passed, it left a path of blood. He kept denying. She heard the officer give the order to shoot him. They threw him against a wall and the police officer stepped back and hesitated. Suddenly he raised the rifle, took aim, and she saw how the head exploded. Then the policeman howled and dropped his rifle and ran, but he didn't get far. The officer fired a round at his waist, splitting him in half. Quito, February 1976, I light the fire and call it 1. Night at Yvonne Egg's house. I start talking about Roque Dalton. Roque was a living nonsense that never stopped. It's running, now, in my memory. How did death catch him? They were going to shoot him, and 4 days before the execution the government fell. Another time they were going to shoot him and an earthquake cracked the prison walls and he escaped. The dictatorships of El Salvador, the small country that was his country and that he had tattooed all over his body, could never defeat him. Death took revenge on this guy who had teased him so much. In the end, he riddled him with treason. He sent the shots from the exact place where he did not expect them. For months it was doubted or not known. Was it, wasn't it? Was. The teletypes did not vibrate to report the murder of this poet who was not born in Paris or New York. He was the happiest of all of us. And the ugliest. There are ugly people who can at least say, I am ugly, but symmetrical. He does not. His face was crooked. He defended himself by saying that he was not born that way. They had left it that way, he said. First, a brick in the nose when he was playing soccer, due to a dubious penalty. Then a stone in the eye. Later, the bottle of a husband with suspicions. Later, the bias of the soldiers of El Salvador, who did not understand his passion for Marxism-Leninism. Later, a mysterious beating in a corner of Malostrina, in Prague. A mob left him lying on the ground with a double jaw fracture and concussion. A couple of years later, during a military maneuver, Roque was running, rifle in hand and bayonet fixed, when he fell into a well. There was a tremendous pig that had just given birth, with all its little pigs. The pig undid what was left of him. In July 1970, he told me, choked with laughter, the story of the pig, and showed me a comic book with the exploits of the famous Dalton brothers, movie gunmen, who had been his ancestors. Rock's poetry was, like him, affectionate, yadna and feisty. He had plenty of courage, and therefore did not need to mention it. I talk about Roque and I bring him, tonight, to Ivan's house. Of those who are here, none knew him. It does not matter. Ivan has a copy of Taberna and other places. I also had that book, some time ago, in Montevideo. I search in Taberna, and no. I find, a poem that perhaps I imagined, but that he could well have written, about the luck and beauty of being born in America. Ivan, who knows the Uflika Tavern in Prague, reads a poem aloud. Luis, a long poem or chronicle of love. The book passes from hand to hand. I choose some verses that speak of how beautiful anger suddenly comes. 2. Each one enters death in a way that resembles him. Some, in silence, walking on tiptoes, others, recoiling, others, asking for forgiveness or permission. There are those who enter arguing or demanding explanations, and there are those who make their way into it by punching and whoring. There are those who hug her. There are those who cover their eyes, there are those who cry. I always thought that Roque would get into death laughing. I wonder if he could. Wouldn't the pain of dying assassinated by those who had been his companions have been stronger? Then the doorbell rings. It's Umberto Vinuesa, who comes from Agustin Cueva's house. As soon as Ivan opens the door for him, Umberto says, without anyone having explained or asked him anything. It was a dissident faction. That? As those who killed Roque Dalton. Augustine told me in Mexico they published that. Umberto sits among us. We all stay quiet, listening to the rain hitting the windows. The third bank of the river. A gypsy had warned Guimarães Rosa, you will die when you achieve your greatest ambition. Oddly, with so many gods and demons this man contained, he was a most formal gentleman. His greatest ambition was to be named a member of the Brazilian Academy of Letters. When he was appointed, he made excuses to postpone admission. He made excuses for years, health, weather, a trip. Until he decided that the time had come. The solemn ceremony was held and, in his speech, Guimarães Rosa said, "People do not die. They are enchanted." 3 days later, one Sunday noon, his wife found him dead when she returned from Mass. I owe him a couple of stories, even though he don't know, and I'm going to pay him for them. Don Alejo Carpentier, I don't know. I'll have to see it sometime. I have to tell him. Look, Don Alejo, I think that you have never heard of Mingo Ferreira. He is a compatriot of mine who draws with grace and drama. He accompanied me for years on the successive adventures of newspapers, magazines, and books. Worked by my side, and I knew something about him, although little. He is a guy without words. What comes out to him are drawings, not words. He comes from Tacuarembó, he is the son of a shoemaker, he was always poor. And tell him. In Montevideo, he was linked to several prisons and beatings. Once he was imprisoned for a few months, close to a year, I think, and when he came out he told me that in the place where they were locked up, you could read aloud. It was a filthy shed. The prisoners were piled one on top of the other, surrounded by rifles, and they couldn't even move to pee. Every day one of the prisoners stood up and read to everyone. I wanted to tell you, Don Alejo, that the prisoners wanted to read the Century of Enlightenment and they couldn't. The guards let the book in, but the prisoners were unable to read it. I mean, they started it several times and several times they had to stop. You made them feel the rain and the violent smells of the earth and of the night. You brought them the sea and the noise of the waves breaking against the keel of the ship, and you showed them the heartbeat of the sky at the time the day is born, and they couldn't keep reading that. And tell him. From Milton Roberts. It may be that he remembers. Milton was that big boy with the pretty eyes who did an interview for Crisis. He had traveled to Paris, I think it was in the middle of 1973, and I commissioned him to do an interview with him. He remembers. Milton had gone to be seen by some French doctors who were the most knowledgeable about his disease. But there was nothing to do. He returned to Buenos Aires and could no longer get out of bed. It was a long agony. It swelled up. He was losing what little strength he had left, and he was also losing his voice. Before the sickness rose to his throat, Milton told me a few times about the report I had done on him. He told me the whole thing. He remembered everything, word for word. He spoke of you as if you had been his lifelong friend. He told me what you had told him about his love for music and literature. He told me his stories of pirates and dictators, one by one, with details of customs and small vices from 2 or 3 centuries ago. He talked about all that, and his eyes lit up, and it is with that face that I have it in my memory. After he died, Claudine, the partner, shuffled through her papers looking for the interview notes, and searched but found nothing. Those papers never appeared. And tell him. I wanted to tell you these things, compañero Alejo, and leave them to you, because they are yours. The ceremonies of anguish. 1. Rough guy, the old man. He defends himself from being loved. He helped me a lot. I was 20 years old when I met him. Time passed. I visited him, brought him what he wrote. He would growl and give me his relentless opinions. I did my best to amuse him a little. Once, years ago, I went to look for him at the municipality. The old man had a job there, half ghostly. He ran libraries that didn't exist. He worked surrounded by old civil servants, each uglier, who talked all the time about the budget and the children. I went to the counter and waited. The harem was in full. They drank mate and ate biscuits. Finally one came up. I asked for him. No, said the official, and she took off her glasses. He began to clean his glasses with his handkerchief. Did not say dash. He did not come. He hasn't come for a long time. What happens? I asked for dash. He is sick? He raised his eyebrows in a gesture of compassion. He looked at the glasses against the light. Poor thing. He said. Poor. And I add. Knows. He is not of this world. 2. I found him lying on the bed. He spent long periods of time like this. That time, in Montevideo, I think he still had the glass alembic next to his bed, a complicated mechanism of tubes, coils, and retorts that had been brought to him from Vienna. The device fulfilled the function of saving the old man the effort of serving himself wine. All he had to do was move his hand a little, the glass pressed a valve and filled with wine. He milked wine, as they say. In those periods, the old man never got up or ate anything. He organized himself to die little by little. I write in spurts. That impulse to write all night, until dawn, no longer comes. I drank very ordinary wine, the kind that makes you piss purple, and I swallowed pills to always be asleep. But sometimes he was awake and he called it insomnia. By the light of the candlelight she read little police novels that were piling up, mountains of garbage, around the bed. Faulkner's portrait presided, from the head, the ceremonies of anguish. That time I opened the window and the blinds, apropos, and the blow of daylight almost killed him. We screwed around for a while. I offered him bets. I told him jokes and political gossip, which he liked, while he grumbled against the heat or the cold or the light, and in the end I managed a smile. We argue, as always, in the slow and listless style in which he argues, because I don't believe that the man was and will be a piece of crap, and because I don't take a trip when he invites me to accompany him to the depths of the pit of despair. I can't play with that. If I let myself fall, I stay. I cannot caress death without entering it. I knew it wasn't a joke. I know, because I know him and I read him, that the old man's bony body is full of demons that harass him and turn his guts upside down and plunge daggers into him, and it's to see if he can make them dizzy that he fills his body with wine and smoke, eyes riveted on the damp patches on the ceiling. Sleeping, perhaps dreaming, is a truce. Police novels are a truce. Writing, when he manages to do it, is also a truce, and perhaps the only triumph that is allowed to him. So when he writes, he rises up and turns their filth and ruin into gold, and he's king. 3. Sometimes he forgot he was a porcupine. And he told me. When I was a boy, I was in the band of the Black Corsair. There was a Sandakan gang and other gangs, but I was dead in the Black Corsair. Honorata's boyfriend. No. He was in love with a blonde, as far as I know, and it was an impossible love. You missed him. That was Mompre CMS Tiger. The Black Corsair, animal. The Corsair was crazy about the blonde. If I will know, he was from the band. They are dangerous. The blondes. That blonde, Honorata, had nothing to do with the one from Sandakang. You are intermingling things that have nothing to do with it. Sandakang operated in Malaysia. The Corsair was more like the Caribbean. Honorata wanted the Black Corsair. I wanted it. But what about the governor of Maracaibo? Do you think that the matter is to love each other and buy? Poor Black Corsair. He came to fall in love with the niece of his mortal enemy. He died, in the end. He's going to die, that son of a bitch. Honorat, I say. The governor, no. He was in shitty health, but he didn't die. Do you remember? He suffered from gout. I thought evil with the leg on top of a poof. He didn't die. Honorata, yes. They killed her, you mean? Uncle's soldiers. That. When the escape. Musket shot, it was. She threw herself off the balcony and the Black Corsair shuffled her into his arms. The horses waited on the bridge. The bullet was for him, but she put the body. The soldiers appeared, who were waiting for them, and she opened her arms and in the chest, it entered. Here. Below. It pierced his scapular. Tell me, were you in Maracaibo? I have been. Count. There are huge buildings, with air conditioning, and a lake full of oil rigs. Cretin. You didn't see anything. Don't you know that in Maracaibo you can't even walk, from so many ghosts that walk the streets? 4. In the middle of 1973, he was named a jury in a novel contest and the old man crossed the river. One night he invited me to dinner. He was with a woman. We walked a few blocks, the three of us, through the center of Buenos Aires, through that area that the Porteños call the city. It was hard for him to walk, he walked slowly, he tired easily. It was difficult for him but he wanted to, and he seemed quite happy, although he said that he did not recognize the streets and places of that city where he had lived, a few years ago. We went to a brewery on La Valley Street. The old man helped himself to a couple of bites and left the cutlery crossed on his plate. I was quiet. I ate. She spoke. At that, the old man asked him, "Don't you want to go to the bathroom?" And she said, No. I finished the sausage with Russian salad. I called the boy. I ordered a smoked pork rib with round potatoes. 3 chops. The old man insisted. But, are you sure you don't want to go to the bathroom? Yes, she said. Don't worry. After a while, again. You have a brilliant face, he told her. You should go to the bathroom to powder it a little. She took a small mirror out of her bag. It's not shiny, she said, surprised. But I think you really want to go to the bathroom, insisted the old man. I think you want to go to the bathroom. So she reacted. If you want to be alone with your friend, just tell me. If I bother you, you can tell me and I'll go. He got up and I got up. I put a hand on her shoulder, asked her to sit back down. I told. Let's order a dessert. You do not. If he wants me to go, I'll go. Sobbed. You don't leave here without eating dessert. He didn't mean to tell you that. He wants you to stay. The old man, undaunted, was looking at the golden curtains on the window. That was the most difficult dessert of my life. He didn't taste it. She ate a teaspoon of ice cream. I choked on the fruit salad. Finally, she got up. She said goodbye, her voice cracking with tears, and left. The old man didn't move a muscle. He remained silent for a long time. He accepted the coffee with a slight nod. I tried to say something, anything, and he was nodding wordlessly. He had a wrinkled forehead and the look of infinite sadness that I knew well. You have to fuck yourself, he said finally. Do you know why I wanted her to go to the bathroom for a moment? To tell you that I feel very happy. I wanted to tell you that I was never as good with her as these days. That I made a fool, that. And he shook his head. You have to fuck yourself, he said. The man who knew how to shut up. Juan Rulfo said what he had to say in a few pages, pure bone and meat without fat, and then he was silent. In 1974, in Buenos Aires, Rulfo told me that he did not have time to write as he wanted, because of the heavy work his job in the public administration gave him. In order to have time, he needed a license and the license had to be obtained from the doctors. And one cannot, Rulfo explained to me, go to the doctor and tell him, I feel very sad, because doctors don't give a license for those things. Quito, March 1976, last night. The telephone rings. It's time to go. We have not slept more than a few minutes but we are fresh and awake. We have made love and we have eaten and drank, with the sheet as a tablecloth and our legs as a table, and we have made love again. She has told me pain in Chile. It is difficult, he told me, for his companions to be dead, after having seen them so alive. She was saved by a hair and now she wonders what to do with so much freedom and survival. We arrived late at the airport. The plane leaves late. We had breakfast 3 times. We've known each other for half a day. I walk, without turning, towards the plane. The track is surrounded by blue volcanoes. I feel amazement at the electricity and hunger in my body. The universe seen through the key's eye. When she was a girl, Monica didn't want to go out at night, so as not to step on the poor snails. In addition, he was afraid of the trail of blood that came from an abandoned truck on the highway and was lost in the countryside, among the weeds. Monica fell in love with the baker's son, who was an outlaw and hated by all mothers. She looked at him out of the corner of her eye while they sang the national anthem, when it was time to enter class. Then they would break rank and she would crash, boom, against the bronze bust of Artigas. As a girl, Monica wanted to be a cabaret dancer. She wanted to walk with colored feathers on her tail and feel like a bird and fly and sin. Never could. Years later, Monica was one of the few people who went through the tests of horror without drying up or breaking. I liked listening to her. Monica Lacoste and her partner were my neighbors in Buenos Aires, and their house was always full of Uruguayans. One noon I accompanied her to the market. The market, which operated in the old railway station, was a festival of aromas and colors and cries, give me tomatoes, 3, rather ripe. Onion, how much will it be? Look at the pretty lettuce, put it there, and give me another bigger one. Oh, garlic and parsley, don't you have bell peppers? Field, please, the one who doesn't work can take the boat please. Monica put a couple of radishes in her hair and smiled at everyone. We returned loaded with bags and packages. Pancho, Monica's son, stayed behind us, paralyzed by some wonder in the street, such as a balcony balustrade, a stained glass window, an iron door, a dove eating. His mouth was left open by the astonishment of the world and he had to go back to look for him. Come on, Pancho, I told him, and he asked me to buy him a small ghost. Then he ran forward to greet the newsboy, and offered him a peanut. The newsboy told him no. Why don't you accept him? I scolded him. The newsboy lowered his head and confessed. I have allergy. Buenos Aires, March 1976, The Blacks and the Sons. A woman and a man celebrate 30 years of marriage in Buenos Aires. They invite other couples from those days, people they haven't seen for years, and everyone eats, laughs, toasts, and drinks on the yellowish embroidered tablecloth for the wedding. They empty a few bottles, tell dirty jokes, choke from eating and laughing and patting each other on the back. At some point, after midnight, silence comes. Silence enters, settles, expires. There is no sentence that reaches the middle or laughter that does not sound out of place. No one dares to leave. Then, it is not known how, the game begins. The guests play who has been dead the longest. They ask each other how many years have you been dead. No, they say to themselves, not 20 years, you are taking away your age. You have been dead for 25 years. And so. Someone told me, in the magazine, this story of old age and revenge that occurred at his house the night before. I had just finished listening to it when the phone rang. It was a Uruguayan classmate that I knew little about. From time to time he saw me to pass me political information or to see what could be done for other exiles without a home or job. But now he didn't call me for that. This time she called me to tell me that she was in love. She told me that she had finally found what she had been looking for without knowing what she was looking for, and that she needed to tell someone and sorry to bother her, and that she had discovered that things inside could be shared and she wanted to tell you because it is good news, right? And I have no one to tell it to, and I thought. He told me that they had gone to the hippodrome together for the first time in their lives and had been dazzled by the shine of the horses and the silk blouses. They had a few pesos and they had gambled very sure they would win because it was the first time, and they had bet on the nicest horses and those with the funniest names. They had lost everything and had come back on foot and absolutely happy because of the beauty of the animals and the excitement of the races, and because they too were young and beautiful and capable of anything. Right now, he told me, I can't wait to go out into the street, blow the trumpet, hug people, shout that I love them and that being born is lucky. That old man is a country. 1. The last time Grandma traveled to Buenos Aires, she arrived without any teeth, like a newborn. I pretended not to notice. Graciela had warned me, by phone, from Montevideo, she's very worried. She asked me, won't you find me ugly, Eduardo? Grandma was a birdie. The years went by and they shrunk her. We left the port hugging. I suggested a taxi. No, I told him. It's not because I think you're going to get tired. I know that you endure. It's that the hotel is very far away, do you understand? But she wanted to walk. Listen to me, Grandma, I told her. It's not worth it around here. The landscape is ugly. This is an ugly part of Buenos Aires. Later, when you have rested, we will go for a walk together in the parks. He stopped, looked me up and down. I insult myself. And she asked me, furious. Do you think I look at the landscape when I walk with you? He hung up on me. I feel enlarged, she told me, under your wing. He asked me, do you remember when you carried me up, in the sanatorium, after the operation? He told me about Uruguay, about silence and fear. Everything is so dirty. Everything is so dirty. He spoke to me about death. I am going to reincarnate in a caltrop. Or in a grandson or great-grandson of yours, I'm going to appear. But, old lady, I told her. If you are going to live 200 years. Don't talk to me about death, you still have a lot to do. Don't be wicked, he told me. She told me that she was fed up with her body. 2 times 3 I say to my body, I can't stand you. And he answers me, and neither do I. Look, he said to me, and he tugged at the skin of his arm. He told me about the trip. Do you remember when the fever was killing you in Venezuela and I spent the night crying, in Montevideo, without knowing why? All these days I had been telling Emma, Eduardo is not calm. And I came. And now I also think that you are not calm. 2. Grandma stayed for a few days and returned to Montevideo. At the time I wrote him a letter. I wrote to him not to take care of himself, not to get bored, not to get tired. I told him that I know where the mud they made me with comes from. And then they told me that he had had an accident. I called her on the phone. It was my fault, he told me. I escaped and walked to the university, along the same path I used to take to see you. Do you remember? I already know I can't do that. Every time I go, I fall. I reached the bottom of the stairs and said out loud, "Scent of Time," which was the name of the perfume you once gave me. And then I fell. They picked me up and brought me here. They thought I had broken a bone. But today, as soon as they left me alone, I got out of bed and ran away. I went out into the street and said, I am very alive and crazy, as he loves me. Buenos Aires, April 1976, the companion walks through the Pret aisles. 1. Not long ago a guy with an imperious voice called him on the phone. He told him that it was urgent to see him. At first, Vicente did not recognize him. Then he remembered. As a lawyer, Vicente had seen him a couple of years ago for a mess of bad checks. I hadn't charged him anything. Vicente told him that he was crazy with homework and that he didn't have a free minute and that they met in a cafe. The guy insisted that they drink imported whiskey. Vicente said he didn't want to and that at that time of the morning they drank imported whiskey. Then Vicente found out that the guy was a police officer. I'm in a special operations commando, the guy said, and I've received the order to kill him. He told him that he should disappear for a week. Next week they would receive another list, with other names. Every week the lists changed. I do not guarantee life, or anything. I just tell him to hide for a week. We have a lot to do. You are not important. Vicente told him that he appreciated it and that he didn't know how to make it. Now we're even, the guy said. I no longer owe him anything. You made me a gauchata 2 years ago. It is paid. If they give me the order again and I find him, I'll kill him. He called the boy. He got up without waiting for the change. I won't shake your hand, he said, nor do I want you to give it to me. 2. 5 years ago, on the Villa Lugano pitch, Vicente Zito Lima gave a speech. It was the last day of the hunger strike for the political prisoners. Vicente stood up on the platform and beyond the crowd he saw Claudia and her daughters playing in the meadow with the cows and dogs, and then he forgot about political slogans and began to talk about love and beauty. They were pulling the sack from below, but there was no way to stop it. 3. Last year we went to play soccer in Palermo, every Wednesday morning. Behind, Vicente was the owner of the area. Go ahead, lash out with everything. I liked to serve him the corners so that he would put it in head first. Good, Eduardo. He always yelled at me, even when I, a lad by birth, missed the goals scored. Sometimes we would come out of the locker room together. He told me things about his grandfather, a shoemaker, anarchist, good with a knife and cards, who at 70 ran girls through the streets. 4. Now we are not going to play football. The team disintegrated. Vicente directs, with Fico and me, the magazine. 2 by 3 we go to eat pizza there, because we like it and because it helps us not to think that every night could be the last. Vicente knows the best pizzerias in each neighborhood of Buenos Aires. In that one, sit near the oven at the back, not the one at the front, and ask for a medium dough pizza, well cooked at the bottom, with roquefort, tomato, and chives. Then you tell me. His wisdom comes from his student days, when he ran around the pizzerias in Buenos Aires selling the rotten mozzarella that a friend made. The good pizzerias are the ones that didn't buy from him. The other night we went to eat pizza together. Vicente was sad. That morning the newspapers had published, half lost somewhere, the news of the death of a militant he had defended. The corpse had appeared in a swamp along with the son. Tiny. His name was Sebastian. The woman, Diana, had been murdered 4 months earlier. Do you know what was the happiest day of my life? Vicente told me. The day I got them together, in court. They had been in prison for 2 years and had not seen each other. They were changing prisons and they always had different prisons. When he was sent north, she came south. When she went to the province, they put him in Devoto. I finally managed to get them together, under the pretext of a confrontation. I've never seen anyone kiss like that. The system. The machine harasses young people, it locks them up, tortures them, kills them. They are living proof of your impotence. He throws them out, he sells them, human flesh, cheap arms, abroad. The sterile machine hates everything that grows and moves. It is only capable of multiplying prisons and cemeteries. It cannot produce anything other than prisoners and corpses, spies and policemen, beggars and exiles. Being young is a crime. Reality commits it every day, at dawn, and also history, which is born anew every morning. That is why reality and history are prohibited. Chronicle of a Flight Over the Purple Land. 1. The clouds formed a prehistoric turtle. The stewardess brought us coffee. A little light came on and we heard a bell, a voice ordered us to fasten our seat belts. We had entered an air hole. The coffee was shaking on the little tables. We don't adjust anything. I had coffee without sugar, as always, it was not bad. Eric was riding on the side of the window. On the plane was marching, bound for Buenos Aires, a battalion of tourists. They were armed with cameras and flashlights and handheld smokers. The hold was full of empty suitcases that would return to Rio or Sao Paulo stuffed with leather jackets and other hunting trophies. I knew them by heart. Tourists. Now I understand, I said, why planes carry barf bags. Eric was looking out the window of the Boeing. He looked at the clock and told me. This is your land. We were coming out of the cloud bank. The plane would not make a stopover in Montevideo, I was flying direct to Buenos Aires. Beneath us stretched empty fields, scorched earth, violated land, unloved by its owners. There the shepherd horsemen had raised spears. There a caudillo in a threadbare poncho had dictated, more than a century and a half ago, the first agrarian reform in Latin America. Today it is forbidden to talk about it in schools. We're flying over your country, Eric said. Yeah. Eric fell silent. And I thought, this land of mine, will it remember me? 2. He had come back, at night, frequently. After many calls to sleep in my house in Buenos Aires, my eyes would close and the lights of Montevideo would come on, I would walk along the boulevard, by the sea, or through the streets of the center, half hidden, half harassed, looking for my people. I would wake up bathed in perspiration and strangled by the anguish of returning and not being recognized. Then I would get up and go to the bathroom. I wet my head and drank water from the tap. Then I would stay, until dawn, sitting on the bed, with my chin on my knees. I smoked and thought, why didn't I go back to where I belonged today? My country was broken, and I was banned. I knew that I had been luckier than my friends who had been caged or killed or torn apart by torture, and that the prohibition was, in a way, a tribute, proof that writing had not been a useless passion. But I thought, do I deserve to be? Will I be worth it to someone? Is there an echo or trace of us in the empty streets of my city? What can I do there, except keep quiet or rot in jail just because or just in case? The sun slipped into my room in Buenos Aires and I woke up, badly asleep, all crusty, before the alarm clock went off. I showered and dressed and closed the elevator door and signed thinking, what if we were a broken stone? A stone that broke, pieces of a single stone rolling around. Pilgrims condemned to always be passing through. A glass full of cane on the sideboard. Who is waiting for the glass, whose mouth? An old woman refills it each time the cane evaporates. Would I ever be able to get rid of the doubts that poisoned my blood? I wanted to exchange all my sleepless nights and nonsense for the melody that the prisoner seeks alone in his cell, or for the little breeze of joy that a woman awaits, her head buried in her hands, in the filthy kitchen. I wanted to get through the river and customs and get there on time. A child, dragged by the policeman, rolls down the stairs. His torn clothes are stained with blood. A crowd of old men look on without moving. The guru raises his mud-smeared face. Hate shines in his eyes. One of those mornings, as I was walking to the magazine, a Polish film that I had seen years before came to my mind. The film recounted the escape of a group of men through the sewers of Warsaw, in times of war. They all went underground together. Only one managed to survive. Some got lost in the filthy labyrinths, others succumbed to hunger or suffocated by gases. I remembered the face of the survivor when he finally opened the hatch and stepped out of the darkness and shit, blinking, hurt by the daylight, stunned by the world. Then he closed the lid on his head and sank back into the sewer where his dead companions were. That immolation had hit me hard, and I had been outraged by the reaction of the public, who did not understand the gesture of grandeur and shouted at the screen, Gil checkered, Odorio, but what are you doing, Belly Noon, what are you doing, you have to be imbecile, the whore that gave birth to you. A long time had passed since the night I had seen this film in a neighborhood cinema in Montevideo. That morning, walking through the streets of Buenos Aires, I discovered that the public was right. Those movie guys knew more than me, even if they had no idea who Andre was. Wajda, and they wouldn't give a damn. 3. Eric was dozing next to me on the plane and my head was buzzing. When I return, I thought, I'm going to visit the places where I was or were made, and I am going to repeat, alone, everything that once, I lived, accompanied by those who are no longer there. Some voice was humming softly, inside me, the song of Milan Nascimento. I discovered that my weapon is, or that it keeps in memory. Taste of the mother's first drink milk. What delicacies could be compared to the chocolates that Grandma bought me at the bakery next door? And the lentils that he cooked for me every Thursday, until I left Montevideo? I continue to pursue the taste for the tables of the world. I discovered that everything is mute and that everything is small. I'm going to go to the patio of the house where I learned to walk holding on to Lily the dog's tail. She was a slut, from the street, a bad living bitch, that's why no one had left her Rabona. He had a long tail, a sweet, sly look, and a belly always full of puppies. He slept under my crib and showed his fangs to whoever wanted to get close. At night, the neighborhood dogs howled at the gates of the house and bit each other to death for her. Lily taught me to walk, patiently and stumbling. I will return to the streets that go down to the sea and that before were pure wasteland, the war and soccer fields of the first years. There we fought with sticks and stones. We painted terrifying eyes and jaws on the segments of the palm tree trunks, which served as shields. Going to buy ravioli was an adventure. You had to cross enemy territory. In those vacant lots on the coast they left me crooked teeth, and my brother saved himself by scraping from being one-eyed forever. Mom, who did not accept complaints, healed our wounds. She taught us to bite hard and not shrink. My brother Guillermo, who was always not very talkative, would beat up against the crowd in defense of the rights of little birds and dogs. He, in the city, was never found. I never saw him happy in the city. There it became opaque, diminished. He in the fields of Paysandú. The best of wonders was, I will ride through the meadows of the Negro stream, where I learned to gallop. When we were very young, we ran races with my brother. On summer afternoons we escaped from the nap, almost naked, and in one jump we clung to the mane of horses without saddle or bridle. I was flying, and in my body the animal's veins beat, thunder of hooves, smell of leather wet, boiling from perspiration, communion with that force that was blowing in the wind. When it went down, my knees trembled. Until nightfall my amazement as a guru lasted. Many years later I can recognize that violent happiness, like someone remembering their own birth or first light. It happens to me sometimes, in the sea, when I get naked and I feel that I belong to him. And it happens to me when I touch a woman and I give birth to her and she brushes against me and go, and I enter her, and we are both immortal for a little while, both of us many, in the high flight. 4. I'm going back to Pepe Barrientos Ranch, in Bucio. On rough days, Pepe knew how to make a little place for me in that house. He knew how to open the door for me and sat me down at his table, next to his family. There arrived one morning Jorge Iraciti, who was a member of the unions with me. He stopped the car at the gate and honked my horn. From behind the wire fence, he yelled at me that they had invaded Cuba. Pepe turned on the radio immediately. The newscast announced the victory of the invaders of Playa Girón. My tongue went dry. I spent the whole afternoon drinking water, and there was no way to avoid that burning. That afternoon at work, a piece of skin fell off my tongue. Pepe wanted to take me to the doctor. It healed itself. Years passed. With Pepe we share some adventures. One summer night we were sitting on the dock of the little port of Bucio, and he asked me what I was up to. He told me that there was no bread in the world capable of satisfying my hunger. 5. The voice announced that the plane was landing at Ezeiza. Eric shook me. He thought he was asleep. It was sunset on the river. There was an innocent light, such as is only found at the birth or end of each day. We walked to a taxi, suitcases in hand. For an instant I felt happy and wanted to jump. The car slid down the waterfront and then plunged into the city. Children. At the edge of the sea, where the coast opens up and the river becomes the sea, my children were made. Veronica, in the old Bucio Cove, under the protection of some fallen logs. Claudio, in the south neighborhood. Florence, on the beach of Atlantida. Graciela and I had taken the bus that went to the Atlantida casino. The money did not give us to finish the month, as always happened, and that time, fed up with poverty, we decided to spend the rest. We took a round-trip ticket, just in case. If we won, we'd spend the weekend in a nice hotel, and then we could make ends meet without selling our stash of art books and used bottles. If we lost, we slept on the beach. We bet several full ones, 17, 24, 32. We tried with 0 chances. Color, street, painting. We didn't understand any of that. After half an hour there was nothing left but lint in the bottom of the pockets. So we bathed in the sea and fell asleep in our arms around each other on the sands of Atlantis. Children. With Veronica we wrote violent letters. There were long silences, sometimes. Each one stayed waiting for the other to get off the horse, and deep down each one knew that the other would not get off. Question of style. Veronica lights the butt a la Humphrey Bogart. She holds the match while she talks about whatever, as if distracted, looking the other way, and when the flame is already burning her nails, She slowly brings it closer to the cigarette. He raises an eyebrow, caresses his pear, and puts out the flame by blowing a puff of smoke out of the side of his mouth. When he came to see me in Buenos Aires, he told me, "If you and I were not father and daughter, we would have separated a long time ago." One night he went out partying with Marta and Eric. Veronica brought her rag doll, which is called Anonymous. When he woke up, after noon, he told me. We went there. We went to the Barbarian and drank beer and ate peanuts. The night was beautiful. Luckily we got the window table. There was good music. And Anonymous? We hang her on a hook, on the wall, and order beer for her too. The beer made him sleepy. Did they stay up very late? We were loving each other, he told me, until 3 in the morning. Children. 11 years ago, in Montevideo, I was waiting for Florencia at the door of the house. She was very young, he walked like a bear. I rarely saw her. I stayed at the newspaper until any time, and in the mornings I worked at the university. Little did he know about her. He kissed her asleep. Sometimes I brought him chocolates or toys. The mother was not there that afternoon, and I was waiting at the door of the house for the bus that brought the gardener to Florencia. It arrived very sad. Did not talk. In the elevator he pouted. Then he let the milk cool in the bowl. He was looking at the floor. I sat her on my knees and asked her to tell me. She shook her head. I caressed her, kissed her on the forehead. A few tears escaped. With the handkerchief I dried her face and blew her. So, I asked him again, "Come on, tell me." She told me that her best friend had told her that she didn't love her. We cried together, I don't know how long, the two of us holding each other, there in the chair. I felt the injuries that Florence was going to suffer over the years, and I would have wanted God to exist and not be deaf, so that I could beg him to give me all the pain he had in store for her. Children. 1. Alvaro, Claudio's best friend, invites him to the performances of his beetle circus. Claudio told me what the circus is like. There is a track made of grass and around it a palisade made of sticks for hanging clothes. With wires, pieces of wood and string, Alvaro invented a number of games of those that beetles like. They are clumsy. Poor creatures, with their warrior armor, but Claudio has seen them, in Alvaro's circus, doing pirouettes in great shape. They balance on the trapeze, jump the somersault, spin around in the carousel and greet the public. 2. One night, Alvaro stayed at Claudio's house. The next morning, the beds were still made and they were dead sleepy and with their clothes on. Claude explained. We opened the window. There was a full moon. We spent the whole night singing and telling stories and talking about girlfriends and stuff. 3. Claudio agrees to eat the soup, but with a fork. He likes to decipher enigmas and get out of sight. Nice park to get lost in. Comment. And ask. What time is it, Dad? Are the 3 Marys already in heaven? And the Southern Cross? Isn't it true that everything we invent was already invented before by the one who invented us? 4. When he was 3 years old, Claudio was weak. So he entered death and came out. He was panting, his head was on fire, and he made his way as best he could between the choking and the fever and smiled through clenched teeth. I'm fine, Mom, he stammered. Can't you see I'm fine? He was barely breathing when he entered the hospital, but he revived in the oxygen tent. He traveled to the moon in the oxygen tent, through the cool, blue universe. Astronauts don't use pacifiers, he refused, when they offered him. Horses gallop through the sky, he murmured. Then they transferred him to the stretcher, to take him up to the operating room. On the stretcher, long, he seemed even smaller. He said goodbye and thank you very much to everyone, one by one, and the elevator door closed. When he woke up from the anesthesia, he was starving mad. I want to eat teeth, he said, half dizzy. He wanted to get up and couldn't. When he could, he drew a chicken on the sheet. It was a while before he got his lungs back. He would put a pencil in his mouth and explain. I am a small gentleman. I smoke and cough. That's why I have so much cough and cough. When they discharged him, he had lost his fear. He slept without a pacifier and never wet the sheets again. Buenos Aires, May 1976, is he dead? Who knows? 1. We hear the noise of the engine growing from afar. We were on the dock, standing, waiting. Geraldo balanced the lantern with one arm, with the other he wrapped Marta, who was trembling with cold. The track-finding beacon cut through the mist and found us. We jump into the boat. For an instant I caught a glimpse of the battered boat, well taut on the rope, then the mist swallowed him. In that boat I had rowed, late in the afternoon, to the warehouse island. The mist rose from the dark river, like a boil. It was very cold on the boat. The passengers whispered. The cold hit more because the night was ending. We went up a narrow stream, then a wider one, and ended in the river. The first light of day broke behind the silhouettes of the poplars. The vague light was revealing the wooden houses half eaten by the flood waters, a white church, the rows of trees. Little by little the plumes of the casuarinas were illuminated. I got up on the stern. It smelled clean. The cool breeze hit my face. I amused myself by looking at the piece of foam that was chasing the boat and the increasing brilliance of the river waves. Geraldo had stopped next to me. He made me turn and I saw it, a huge copper sun was invading the mouth of the river. We had spent a few days in the delta, deep inside, and we were returning to Buenos Aires. 2. Geraldo Conti knows this world of Piranha like few do. He knows which are the good fishing spots and which are the shortcuts and overlooked corners of the islands. He knows the pulse of the brands and the lives of each fisherman and each boat, the secrets of the region and the people. He knows how to walk through the delta as he knows how to travel, when he writes, through the tunnels of time. He wanders through the streams or sails days and nights through the open river, at random, looking for that phantom ship in which he once sailed back in childhood or in dreams. While chasing what he lost, he is hearing voices and telling stories to men who look like him. 3. A week ago today he was torn from the house. They blindfolded him and beat him and took him away. They had weapons with silencers. They left the house empty. They stole everything, even the blankets. The newspapers did not publish a line about the kidnapping of one of the best Argentine novelists. The radios said nothing. Today's newspaper brings the complete list of the victims of the earthquake in Udine, in Italy. Marta was at home when it happened. She, too, had been blindfolded. They let her say goodbye and she was left with a taste of blood on her lips. A week ago today they took him away and I no longer have a way to tell him that I love him and that I never told him because of the shame or laziness that he gave me. Buenos Aires, May 1976, that voice that holds emotion on short rain. Alfredo Zitarosa sings without tremors or firulites, a macho voice born to name love, which is always dangerous, and the honor of men. I went home tonight. There were people I didn't know. He's had a headache for years. There is no doctor who can with that headache. That pain of the country. I'm in Curta, he told me. He talked about other things and interrupted himself to explain. I'm in Curta. This has happened to me a lot. 3 times he asked me about Geraldo. I found out the other day, he told me. Can't do anything for him. He served me wine. He sang without desire. In a corner someone was making jokes and laughing to himself. I hadn't read anything by Geraldo, Alfredo said. I bought a book the other day. I like that guy. Is there nothing I can do for him? He stayed for a long time playing the guitar, with his eyes fixed on the floor, and after a while he insisted. I thought that novel was very good, Southeast. I didn't know him because I haven't read much, really, and I never met him either. I knew he was your friend, but I never met him. And now? Can't you do anything? He drank to the bottom of the glass and then said. So there's nothing you can do for him? He shook his head. The others started with a milonga in chorus. They got halfway. Alfredo looked at me, as if accusing me. I don't have your address, he told me. I'm never home, I explained. You haven't given me your address, he said. I have the phone number of the magazine, but I don't have your address. You didn't give it to me. I'll write it down for you. He handed me a notebook with black covers. I turned the pages, looking for the index, and accidentally came across the page of the agenda from the previous day. The others were talking quietly. I read in the diary. Rehearsal. Record on Ion. Call Edward. I decide to go. Are there cities? Or are they vapors that people spread through the mouth? 1. Under which streets would I like to lie when they send me to die? Under whose footsteps? What footsteps would one want to hear forever? What is Montevideo if not the sum of the people that I loved and hated in it and of so much given and received? From those men and those women come my fury and melancholy. They are my national history. When Emilio offered me a mural for my room in Buenos Aires, I asked him to paint a port in bright colors. A Montevidean port to arrive, not to leave, to say hello, not goodbye. He painted it for me and there it was. 2. At siesta time, prisoners in the room, my brother and I were alert to the voices of the street, which called us. In those days the city had other music, we listened to the hoofbeats of the horses from the ice cart and the syringa of the knife sharpener, and then the triangle of the waffle maker, the proclamation of the ice cream vendor and the barrel organ of the parrot from the lucky, who guessed the destinations with the beak. At the slightest carelessness of Mom, we would run away. We walked the streets throwing pebbles at friends' windows. When the band was complete, we would go to smoke cornbeard in the wastelands. The filthy fish from the canyons were tastier than family lunches and it was better than going to the movies to make a bonfire, sheltered by the groves of the coast, to roast and eat a stolen chorizo. Each was entitled to a bite. Droplets of boiling fat dripped from our loot from the day and filled our mouths. 3. We waited for the summer, and in the summer, party time, the carnival. The eucalyptus trees bloomed, Mars turned red in the sky and the hot earth was filled with little toads. We toured the quarries looking for good clay to make masks. We kneaded the molds, beak noses, bulging eyes, and bathed them in plaster. We made the masks with wet newspaper and then Aunt Emma helped us paint them. We hung an old pot from our necks and the masked orchestra would go off to tour the Corsicans. Each neighborhood had a stage, maybe two. Among the immense colored dolls, the Murgas sang at night. The first kisses took place under the stage, in the dark, with the noise above. 4. What will become of the city where the poet Perilla and the painter Cabarrita shared a single suit and took turns wearing it? What will there be now instead of La Tilida? Lito, so fat that he slept sitting up, stood guard at the door, with the Tuscan in his mouth. I was 14 when I went for the first time. I was lucky. You can see that he looked peaceful, because the fat man admitted me. You, Bodija, come in. Lito's brother, Rafa, kept the customer accounts on the wall. When they whitewashed the wall, the debtors were forgiven, and that must have been why they never painted. Every night there was wine and guitars, sausage and cheese. We would sit down to drink and chat in the drawers that would later wake up full of tomatoes, lettuce, onions, and oranges. La Tilida, in the heart of the old city, was a wine bar at night and sold fruits and vegetables during the day. There I learned the songs of the Spanish War and certain Creole tunes that still accompany me. And I also learned other things, from the mouths of poets and sailors. 5. The drunkards were all heroes of free speech. Shut up, me. They said. Shut up, me. Do you know who you're talking to in these present moments? They discussed in a loud voice. It was possible to walk without documents through the streets, no one was afraid. The Spanish Republicans met in the Sorocabana of the Plaza Libertad. They fought among themselves like in war, but afterwards they came out hugging each other. Politicians and theater fans preferred the Tupinamba. We journalists occupied the palace at the time when the retirees went to sleep. I owned a table in front of the window. The Jinfiz at noon was drunk at the Jaja and the Yuvita on Saturdays at the Fun from the Old Market. The Boston was for the musicians and the dancers. In the British they played chess and dominoes. There were bars of Catalans, socialists, and mutes. When someone turned 30 years as a client, the Britannico retired them. Since that day he drank without paying. I have kept those undefeated places in my memory, with their little wooden or marble tables, their bustle of much conversation, golden shadows, air bluish with smoke, aromas of tobacco and freshly brewed coffee. They heroically resisted the invasion of acrylic and formica and they were defeated. The Monterey, which also faced Plaza Independencia, never closed. There the flans were eaten with a soup spoon, and one could have dinner at breakfast time, after the night of wine and chanterelles, before going to work. Sitting in the window frame of the Monterey, Gloria whispered tangos at dawn with her hoarse little voice. Not a fly was heard. Gloria loved a man named Maya, who worked on coasters. One night the love ended and she killed him and killed himself. They kept a vigil on a table for her. A thick-ended candle burned at each end. Dreams. I used to tell you stories from when I was a kid and you watched them happen in the window. You saw me as a guru walking through the fields and you saw the horses and the light and everything moved smoothly. Then you would pick up a shiny green pebble from the window frame and clench it in your fist. From that moment it was you who played and ran in the window of my memory, and you galloped through the chirps of my childhood and your dream, with my wind in your face. The universe seen through the key's eye. I remember the day the violence started. My brother Guillermo was playing with Gallego Paz on the sidewalk of our house on Osorio Street. It was a summer noon. Sitting on the parapet, I watched them kick the rag ball. El Gallego, older than us, had a reputation for being handsome and was the leader of the gang. In neighboring neighborhoods, they made way for him when he arrived. There was a dubious goal, or something like that, and they grabbed the pineapples. My brother was left on the ground and El Gallego, who had captured his arms with his knees, hit him from above. I watched him hit him, and I didn't move or say anything. Suddenly something like a trigger went off inside me and it clouded my gaze and I was thrown and lunged. I didn't quite know what happened next. They told me that it was a rain of punches and kicks and headbutts and that I clung to Gallego's neck like a mad dog and that there was no way to get away. I remember that I was stunned, afterwards, listening to all this as someone else's thing, while I trembled and licked the blood from my knuckles. The universe seen through the key's eye. One rainy morning, at my friend George's house, we played Ludo or checkers and later, I don't know how, I was in his older sister's bedroom and I was holding up some of her clothes in my fist, which I had discovered on the bed. Between the sheets tossed by her and still warm from her sleep. I felt the stunned gaze of God. Buenos Aires, May 1976, Introduction to Political Economy. Do the decrees of the Minister of Economy refer to exchange rates, the tax regime, and pricing policy? Why don't they ever mention things like life and death or fate? Is the one who deciphers the lines of the hand wiser or the one who knows how to read what those decrees say, without saying? One fine day the father of Carlitos Dominguez decided to burn the last cartridge. The children were already grown and did not need it so much. He sold the house, a large house, to buy an apartment and a car. I'm taking the old lady out of the kitchen, he said, and we're going to enjoy life. They had never traveled. They were going to cross the mountain range. What would that be like? What would it be like to walk that high? Carlitos's father signed the sale commitment, and that day the Minister of Economy issued a decree. The newspapers published it the next day. With what he got from the sale of the house, Carlitos's father was able to buy a tiny apartment and nothing else. There was a remainder that was enough to pay for the burial. When he was hospitalized, Carlitos would visit him and he begged him to remove the serum probes from his body. "I understand you," Carlitos told him, "but I don't know how to do it." The mother did not get to know the neighborhood. He entered the apartment, stumbled, fell badly. He didn't want to get up anymore. "I see big black starfish," he said. "They have huge eyes." Then a gust of wind closed the patio roof and there was no one to open it. The pictures were falling off the walls. The refrigerator stopped working. The washing machine broke. The phone went silent. Carlitos enters that dark apartment like a trap and reads the letters that they wrote to each other before he was born. The system. The only thing free is the prices. In our lands, Adam Smith needs Mussolini. Investment freedom, price freedom, exchange freedom, the freer businesses are, the more prey people are. The prosperity of a few curses all the rest. Who knows a wealth that is innocent? In times of crisis, don't liberals become conservatives, and conservatives fascists? At whose service do the murderers of people and countries fulfill their task? Orlando Leitlier wrote in The Nation that the economy is not neutral nor are the technicians. 2 weeks later, Leitlier was blown to pieces on a Washington street. Milton Friedman's theories mean the Nobel Prize for him. For Chileans, they implicate Pinochet. A minister of economy declared in Uruguay, the inequality in the distribution of income is what generates savings. At the same time, he confessed that he was horrified by torture. How to save that inequality if not with electric prod blows? The right loves general ideas. By generalizing, it acquits. Buenos Aires, May 1976, a bomb on the desk. 1. Someone announces himself. "Mr. Castro, they tell me." Appear. In the waiting room there is a young man with a package on his knees. He jumps up and hugs me without letting go of the package. I don't recognize it. He tells me that we have to talk alone. We go into the office and close the door. He sits me down, in front. He looks at me. "I hear you," I say. "I am Uruguayan," he tells me. "An ad. Like you." "Sounds good to me," I tell him. "Do you know what this is that I have here?" He says, pointing to the package. "I have no idea." He puts the package down lightly on the table and leans in until he brushes my face. Whispers. "It's a bomb." I gasp. Castro sits down again. Smile. "A bomb," he repeats. I look at the door out of the corner of my eye. I confirm that it is useless to have a pistol stored in the drawer. I am with the poor. I'm on the side of the people, Castro tells me. "And you?" "Completely," I assure him. He places a hand on the package and offers. "Do you want me to open it?" A pile of typewritten pages pops out of the package. "A bomb," Castro proclaims, euphoric. "This novel will bring down the government." 2. I console myself with the thought that this is not my first madman. When we were doing Epoca, in Montevideo, a giant ran through the newspapers. He escaped from the asylum every week and entered the newsrooms, overwhelming, with his threadbare gray jumpsuit and shaved head, and sat at the desk that he wanted. He threatened, "I'm going to break everything." We already knew what to do. He would lie face down on a table and we would scratch his back. Then he would smile, beatific, and walk away. Another came to denounce the sabotage of imperialism, because every time he turned on the tap in his bathroom, ants came out. Another, who was a sculptor, had the habit of looting the little angels in the city squares. He would arrive at any hour of the night, with wings or manillas of bronze or marble under his jacket, to ask for refuge from the spokesman for popular causes. And the inventors? There was a short Italian who walked around with a tremendous scroll rolled up under his arm. It was the design of a cannon that put out fires where there was no water, shooting pebbles into the fire. 3. When Acaval was the literary director of UDEBA, the Buenos Aires University Press, he received a visit one afternoon from a gentleman with gray hair at the temples and tailored clothes. He brought the manuscript of an unpublished novel. "I am the author of this work," said the gentleman, "and I brought it because it is going to be published here." "Well." Acha hesitated. "We really appreciate you taking the trouble. Our advisors will see if—" "There is nothing to see," the gentleman smiled. "If I tell him that you are going to edit it, it is because you are going to edit it." Acha nodded understandingly. He told her that he also hoped that it could be published and that he would gladly submit it for the consideration of. "Perhaps I have not been clear," said the knight. Yes, said Acha. He explained that each collection had a director and advisors and that no decision could be made by going over. "I already told you that I brought my novel because it's going to be published here," the gentleman repeated, without getting upset, and without getting upset, Acaval told him that UDEBA published university texts, that the publishing house had been created to fulfill that function, and that the works of fiction were part of the student collections or the series of popular dissemination of classic, national, and universal literature, but that in any case he would do whatever was within his power to. "Mr. Acaval," said the gentleman, "I thank you for the explanation. As I told you before, I have brought my novel to this publisher because I know it will be published here." Acha looked at him. He swallowed. He lit a cigarette. And softly asked, "And can you tell who told you that it is going to be published here?" "God told me," replied the knight. "Who?" "God. He appeared to me 3 days ago and told me, 'Just take it, let it be published.'" Acaval had never received such a highly recommended writer. Claramico, May 1976, Tribute to a Man I Didn't Know. 1. From here you can see the snail boat. How long has it been since I let myself be carried away by my legs? The little sun is coming down. Seagulls scream in the sky. Their shadows travel before me. I arrive at Christian's monolith. I read the inscription, which I know by heart. I stand before the stone. Every time I come here I do this long road, like who doesn't want the thing. These traces of mine were left by him before and were erased, years ago, by this wind and this sea. On other afternoons he felt that he was, as I feel that I am, this bird that flies over my head and glides over the sand banks and plummets into the sea. Nobody knows how old Christian got to these beaches, but things are told. It is said that he escaped, swimming, from a Danish ship that was skirting the coast. He was a great swimmer, it is said. He lived on what he caught and the otters he hunted in the stream. He never allowed a line to be swallowed by the sea, he would swim as far as he would go and untangle the line with his hands or with his teeth. It is also famous that there was no policeman capable of laying a hand on him. He was always ready for the gauchada, without accepting anything in return, and had saved some men from death. He never had anything and gave everything. He had invented a prize of 30 pesos for the best student in the school in the region. Lola the mare helped him throw the net. At night, old Christian would go to the nightclubs in town. The 6 greyhounds and the mare Lola were waiting for him at the doors of the cafeterias. When he was no longer drunk, someone would throw him on the mare's back, so that she would carry him, along this coast, to the tin lid that he had made for himself here in the dunes. The mare shuffled him around with her haunches, rocking to the beat of the swaying of her body. Sometimes the old man slipped and was sprawled on the sand. Then the greyhounds would jump on him and sleep on his body, so that the frost wouldn't kill him. I don't know more about him than what is said and what the photo of his bony face and sweet gaze once told me, and what I learned from him walking the path. I know he was never known to be a woman, but perhaps, when he drank until he dropped, he greeted or cursed the distant girl to whom he had given all the juice he had until he ran dry. 2. After the storms, large snails and things from the sea appear on these sandbanks. The weather has been calm these last few days. I can't find anything between the sand and the stones. I pick up, out there, some remains of black glass. They are from a bottle that the tide broke against the rocks. Yala, May 1976, War of the Street, War of the Soul. 1. Hector Tizon was in Europe. He was not happy there. He has returned to Yala. These are hard hours, but he's sure to be like the ground he walks on. We hadn't seen each other in over a year. I arrive at Yala with a headache. I've had the back of my neck burning for 2 weeks. We walk along the path that leads to the river. The river is named after the town. It is noisy and runs on colored stones. In spring, the ice drains from the mountains. On the banks of the Yala River, the guitars sleep at night. The musicians leave them there for the little mermaids to tune them. We're all on probation, Hector says. Here I am left alone, he says. Fear is the worst news. At the funeral of Alberto Bernachon, in Córdoba, Hector tells me there were no more than 12 people. I also met that innocent, merchant of unsaleable beauties, who traveled the plains and the mountains with his arms loaded with drawings and poetry. Bernachon knew the country stone by stone, person by person, the taste of the wines, the memory of the people. His skull and chest were blown open by Itaca's shots and he was thrown into a cistern. Of the house, dynamited, not even the ashes remained. The plates and books that he had edited with his lungs, the works of provincial boys in whom he thought he discovered talent or grit, ended up, in no time at all, in the cellars of bookstores or in the bonfires. 25 years of work erased at once. The assassins have been successful. There was only one man at the burial, says Hector. 11 women and 1 man. Fear is the worst news. A couple of friends, he tells me, threw the books into the wood stove. One by one, all the books, a ritual of our time. They started with Lenin and ended up burning Alice in Wonderland. When there was nothing left to throw into the fire, it was like a fever, they smashed the records. Then she started crying in a corner, facing the flames. Some kids, I tell him, kick a package in a vacant lot in Buenos Aires. It opens, it is full of books. The collections of our magazine, banned in the provinces, kidnapped in the raids, end up in the vacant lots. You start to feel that some people greet you in a low voice or turn their heads. Even by phone you can transmit leprosy. Rediscovery of others, now that the tide is rising. Who doesn't get drowned? Who hasn't been defeated by the machine? Following the tracks we arrive at the station. We sat down to smoke a cigarette. On the flagstones of the platform I discover a lion, a woman combing her hair, a boy with his arms raised in an offering attitude. Years and footprints have passed on the stones, but they have not erased that. The switchman who carved those slabs with a burin is no longer alive. He had become a sculptor because of the need to wait. At that time the railway passed once a month. Yala had a life of its own, says Hector. There were people here. There was even a hairdresser. He had San Vito's disease. It was a danger. He doesn't tell me much about Europe. A phrase on the coat of arms of a house in Andalusia, suffer for living. And a film in Paris, the aseptic and very slow life of a mature woman. One night, Jean discovers the orgasm. He gets up to wash up, finds a pair of scissors on the dresser, and plunges it into the guy's throat. 2. A fist of steel squeezes my neck. I say, as if to convince myself, that I am not afraid of pain. I am, I say, this despair that warns me that I am alive. I will not pay any clown or whore inside of me. I tell Hector that I am trying to write to fix the small certainties that one is conquering, before the wind of doubt takes them away, words like lion's claws or tamarinds in the sand of scrambled dunes. Journey back to the joy of simple things, the light of the candle, the glass of water, the bread that I share. Humble dignity, clean world that you are worth. 3. Hector tells me stories about old Yala. The girl abandoned by the stranger went out riding every afternoon. His horse was at his side, saddled and riderless. He ate lunch and dinner at the table set for two, next to his empty plate. She got old. We walk along the edge of the ditches, accompanied by the soft rumor. I pluck an ash leaf from the cinerea. Then I squeeze it between my fingers. There on the corner, says Hector, lived a woman who didn't grow up. She had the body and mind of a child, and she was blind. She spent her life sitting on the swing. When they rocked her, she sang like a little bird. It was the only thing he knew how to do. I speak of Buenos Aires. How many hours have I gone without hearing the scream of a siren? How much is a man's life worth since the last devaluation? In the country corpses and wheat are sown. A name is crossed off the list. The one that was called that way, where does it dawn? They gag you, they tie your hands, they put you on the falcon, you listen to the sounds of the city that recedes and you say goodbye, or you think about it because you have a bandage on your mouth. No, wait. Not that way. Not from the front, which is not worth it. By the back. A man warns that he is being followed. He runs through the streets, gets into a phone booth. All numbers are busy or do not answer. Through the glass, he sees the assassins waiting for him. Why is it so hard for me to leave, despite warnings and threats? Could it be that I love this tension on the outside, because it resembles my tension on the inside? 4. We return to the house. The fire crackles in the stove. We talk about our job. Celebration of meetings, mourning of goodbyes. Isn't it true that sometimes words are able to take you where you are no longer? Doesn't one eat and drink, writing, at tables anywhere? Does one not enter into women who are from yesterday or tomorrow? A good thing to know, when one is a stubborn loser of homelands, with children and papers scattered around. Hector asks me about Geraldo. I tell him we don't know anything. We talk about other prisoners and dead and persecuted, about threats and prohibitions against words and relationships. How long will the hunt continue? Until when the betrayal? We talk about the magazine. This week the censorship rejected a work by Santiago Kovadlov. It was an article against drugs, a denunciation of drugs as masks of fear. He argued that drugs breed conservative youth. The censorship decided to keep the original. I notified him by phone. When he hung up, Dieguito, the son, saw his worried face. "What's wrong with you?" he asked, and Santiago answered. "They won't let us talk. They won't let us say anything." And Dieguito said, "The same thing happens to me with the teacher." 5. We also talk about invisible censorship. Will Bergman or Antonioni suspect that inflation has something to do with human isolation? Since issue 1, the price of the magazine has multiplied 40 times. The cost of a bare page is always higher than the price of the printed page, and we have no notices to compensate for the sabotage of companies and advertising agencies. For whom do we say the little or nothing that we are allowed to say? This is looking more and more like, Hector, the dialogue of two silences. And threats, aren't they a form of censorship? The printing press has been condemned to fly to pieces. Of our people, the one who is not imprisoned or dead, sleeps in someone else's bed and with only one eye. 6. We sat down to eat the spicy chicken that Eulalia cooked for us. Sheesh tells the story of the man from Humahuaca who made a pact with the devil to make himself invisible. It does me good to eat at this table. I share bread and wine, memories and news, as in ancient times, when communion was the breath of those who believed. 7. The next morning, Hector is waiting for me downstairs. I'm still a little sleepy. I heard the news, he says. I have to give you some bad news, although you saw it coming. They found the bodies of Michelini and Gutierrez Ruiz. Buenos Aires, May 1976. I open the door of the room where I will sleep tonight. I am alone. And I ask myself, is there a half of me that is still waiting for me? Where is? What are you doing in the meantime? Will joy come hurt? Do you have wet eyes? Answer and mystery of all things, what if we have already crossed paths and got lost without even realizing it? Curious thing, I don't know her and yet I miss her. I am nostalgic for a country that does not yet exist on the map. The old proverb says, better to move on and die than to stop and die. 1. They arrived in several white cars, the kind used by the police. They came armed to war. Without haste, for a long hour, they ransacked Gutierrez Ruiz's house. They took it and they took everything, even the Guris's magazines. A few meters away were the armed guards of the embassies of various countries. Nobody intervened. 2 hours later, they went looking for Zelmer Michelini. Michelini, who had celebrated his birthday that day, lived in a hotel in the heart of Buenos Aires. They also took everything from there. Not even the children's watches were saved. The killers didn't put on gloves and fingerprints were everywhere. No one bothered to check them. In the police stations they refused to receive the complaints, despite the fact that Gutierrez Ruiz had been president of the Chamber of Deputies of Uruguay and Michelini, a legislator for many years. It would be wasting paper, said the policeman. The next day, the Argentine defense minister told reporters, without blinking, this is a Uruguayan operation. I still don't know if it's official or not. Some time later, in Geneva, the Uruguayan ambassador before the Human Rights Commission said, regarding the ties between Argentina and Uruguay, they certainly exist. We are proud of them. We are twinned by history and culture. 2. A few months ago, Gutierrez Ruiz had come to the magazine with a smile from ear to ear. I've come to invite you, he had told me. At the end of the year we are going to drink mate together in Montevideo. And Michelini had told me. What will be worse, Che? Montevideo or Buenos Aires? It looks like we'll have to choose between torture and being shot in the back of the head. He told me that they were threatening him on the phone. I didn't ask him why he didn't leave. Like thousands of Uruguayans, Michelini had been denied a passport. But it wasn't because of that. I didn't ask him why he wasn't leaving so he wouldn't ask me why I wasn't leaving. The boy whistles loudly when he passes through the cemetery gate. Buenos Aires, June 1976, the earth swallows them. Raymond Gleiser has disappeared. The same old story. They tore him from his home, in Buenos Aires, and no more is known. He had made unforgivable movies. I had last seen him in February. We went to dinner with our children, near the sea. In the late night, he told me about the father. Raymond's family came from a small town on the border between Poland and Russia. There, each house had 2 different flags to raise and 2 pictures to hang, as things went. When the Russian soldiers left, the Poles arrived, and so on. It was a zone of continuous war, endless winter, and endless hunger. The tough and the rogues survived, and in the houses the pieces of bread were hidden under the floorboards. The First World War was not news to anyone in that long-suffering region, but it made the worst worse. Those who did not die began the day with weak legs and a knot in the stomach. In 1918, a shipment of shoes arrived in the region. The Ladies' Benevolent Society had shipped shoes from the United States. The hungry came from all the villages and disputed over the shoes with their teeth. They were seeing shoes for the first time. No one had ever worn shoes in those regions. The strongest left dancing with joy with the box of new shoes under their arms. Raymond's father came home, untied the rags that wrapped his feet, opened the box, and tried on his left shoe. The foot protested, but went in. The one that did not enter was the right foot. They pushed him among all, but there was no case. Then the mother noticed that the two shoes had the toe crooked to the same side. He ran back to the distribution center. There was no one left. And the chase for the right shoe began. For months Raymond's father walked from village to village, searching. After much walking and asking, he found what he was looking for. In a distant little town. Beyond the hills was the man who wore the same size and who had taken the two right shoes. I had them, shiny, on a shelf. They were the only decoration in the house. Rayford's father offered the left shoe. "Oh no," said the man. "If the Americans sent them that way, that's how it should be. They know what they are doing." Buenos Aires, June 1976, War of the Street, War of the Soul. Submerge or join? Do I delete the others or call them? Loneliness is a scam. Am I going to eat my own vomit, like the camel? What risk does the Pajero run? At most the risk could be emphasized. The reality, the others, joy and danger. I call the bulls, I endure the onslaught. I know that those brave guampas can burst my femoral. I talk about these things, in long nights, with Santiago Kovadlov. And in long letters with Ecobedo González Bermejo. The system. Latin American scientists emigrate, laboratories and universities have no resources, the know-how how industrial is always foreign and is paid very dearly, but why not give some credit for creativity in the development of a technology of terror? From our lands, the owners of power make universal contributions to the progress of torture methods, techniques for the murder of people and ideas, the cultivation of silence, the multiplication of impotence and the sowing of fear. I had never heard of torture. 15 years ago, when I was working for the weekly Marca, I interviewed a student leader from Algeria. The colonial war had ended in those days. The Algerian's mouth twisted when I suggested that he talk about himself. But over the hours the invisible barriers fell and she told me her story, fierce tears of triumph after 7 years of fighting. He had been tortured at the site Amaziana. He had been tied to a metal bed by his wrists and ankles and prodded. One feels that the heart leaves, the blood leaves, everything sways and leaves. Then they had moved him into the bathtub. They shot him in the temple with blanks. 8 officers raped a colleague before her eyes. In those days I did not suspect that torture was going to become a national custom. I did not know, 15 years ago, that in my country's prisons and barracks blackouts were going to occur due to the excessive use of electricity. The survivor at the coffee table. Once, in Montevideo, I was eating faina with beer in the cafe on the corner of the university, when I saw René Zavaleta coming. René was very skinny, recently arrived from Bolivia, and he talked non-stop. The Barrientos dictatorship had imprisoned him in Matadai, a military fort lost in the middle of the jungle. At night, René told me, you could hear the jaguars and the pig troops, advancing like a cataclysm. The air was always heavy with heat and dark with mosquitoes, and the river was dangerous with stingrays and piranhas. To enter the huts you had to beat the bats to death. Political prisoners received, each day, a handful of wheat and half a banana. To get a little more food, you had to kneel down to wash the feet of the corporal. The soldiers, who were also in Matadai for punishment, spent their time looking at the sky waiting for a plane that never came. René wrote love letters to order. There was no way to get them to the girlfriends, but the soldiers liked the letters that René wrote to them and they kept them, and from time to time they asked him to read them to them. One day 2 soldiers tore each other apart with their fists. They fought to the death, out of jealousy of a cow that had a woman's name. Later René told me a story that happened to a friend in the years of the Chaco War. The system. 1. A famous Latin American playboy fails in his lover's bed. I drank too much last night, he apologizes at breakfast time. The second night he attributes it to exhaustion. The third night he changes lovers. In a week he will see the doctor. After a month, change doctors. Some time later, he begins to psychoanalyze himself. Submerged or suppressed experiences appear, session after session, to the surface of consciousness. And remember, 1934. Chaco War. 6 Bolivian soldiers, fugitives from the front, wander through the Puna. They are the survivors of a detachment in defeat. They crawl across the bare steppe without seeing a soul or eating a morsel. This man is one of those men. One afternoon they discover an Indian girl who drives a herd of goats. They chase her, turn her around, rape her. They enter it one after the other. It is the turn of this man, who is the last one. Upon throwing himself on the Indian, he notices that she is no longer breathing. The 5 soldiers form a circle around it. They stick their rifles into his back. And so, between horror and death, this man chooses horror. 2. It coincides with 1001 stories of torturers. Who tortures? 5 sadists, 10 morons, 15 clinical cases. They torture good parents. The officers work their schedule and then watch television with their children. What is effective is good, the machine teaches. Torture is effective, it extracts information, breaks consciences, spreads fear. A black mass complicity is born and develops. Whoever does not torture will be tortured. The machine does not accept innocence or witnesses. Who refuses? Who can keep his hands clean? The little gear vomits the first time. The second time squeezes customers. The third time he gets used to it and does his duty. Time passes and the meditate of the gear speaks the language of the machine: hood, sit-in, cattle prod, submarine, stocks, easel. The machine demands discipline. The most gifted end up finding a taste for it. If torturers are sick, what about the system that makes them necessary? The system. The torturer is a civil servant. The dictator is an official. Armed bureaucrats, who lose their jobs if they do not carry out their tasks efficiently. That, and nothing more than that. They are not extraordinary monsters. We are not going to give them that greatness. Introduction to Law. He had come from Buenos Aires and was still an intruder in Jujuy, although he was well used to the place after years and work. One bad day, distracted, he paid with a bad check to fix a tire on the car. He was tried and sentenced. They fired him from the job. Friends would cross the street when they saw him coming. They no longer invited him to any house or bought him drinks at any counter. Late one night, he went to see the lawyer who had defended him in the trial. No, he told her. No appeals. I know there is nothing to do. Just leave. I came to say goodbye and give you a hug for the holidays. Thanks a lot for everything. That morning, sleeping, the lawyer jumped into bed. He woke up his wife with a shake. He wished me happy holidays, and the holidays are 2 months away. He got dressed and ran. He did not find it. In the morning it was found out, the man had blown his head off with a bullet. Shortly after, the judge who had started the process felt a strange pain in his arm. Cancer devoured him in a few months. The prosecutor who had filed the lawsuit was kicked to death by a horse. The one who replaced him lost first his speech, then his sight, then half his body. The court clerk's car crashed on the road and caught fire. A lawyer who had refused to intervene in the matter received a visit from an offended client, who pulled out his pistol and burst his femoral. Hector told me the story in Yala, and I thought about Guevara's assassins. René Barrientos, the dictator, had given the order to kill him. He ended up engulfed in flames from his helicopter a year and a half later. Colonel Zentino Anaya, head of the troops that surrounded and trapped Che in Nankawazu, had transmitted the order. Much later he got into conspiracies. The dictator on duty knew it. Zentino Anaya was shot in Paris one spring morning. The Ranger commander Andrés Selick would have prepared the execution of Che. In 72, Selick was beaten to death by his own officials, the professional torturers of the Ministry of the Interior. Mario Terán, sergeant, carried out the order. He fired the burst at Guevara's body lying in the La Higuera school. Terán is hospitalized in a hospice, he drools and answers nonsense. Colonel Quintanilla had announced to the world the death of Che. He exhibited the corpse to photographers and journalists. Quintanilla died of 3 bullets in Hamburg in 1971. Buenos Aires, June 1976, noon. Carlos called me. He had a couple of hours free. We are in a corner. We bought a wine we didn't know, the Santa Isabel Burgundy. We liked the old man who recommended it, clicking his tongue, in the store. We went up to eat in a borrowed apartment. It was a one-room apartment. The sheets were all messed up on the floor and there was a nice general mess. I liked the smell. There lives a woman here, I said. And she is a good woman. Yes, said Carlitos. She is very magical. She told me that the doctor had said that she could not be born. One early morning the mother made a pact with the stars. She was born healthy and the day she came into the world the cows died. The wine was excellent. Strong, good to linger on the palate. We chatted and ate. Then Carlitos went to work. We agreed to see each other over the weekend at Fico's villa. I had some spare time and I let myself be, walking around. In a meadow I fell asleep, with the autumn sun on my face. When I woke up, there were 2 elephants eating grass next to me. Written on a wall, said in the street, sung in the fields. 1. Culture did not end, for us, in the production and consumption of books, paintings, symphonies, films, and plays. It didn't even start there. We understood by culture the creation of any meeting space between people, and culture was, for us, all the symbols of collective identity and memory, the testimonies of what we are, the prophecies of the imagination, the denunciations of what prevents us from being. That is why Crisis published, between the poems and the stories and the drawings, reports on the false teaching of history in schools or on the weaving and handling of the large multinational companies that sell cars and also ideology. That's why the magazine denounced a value system that sanctifies things and despises people, and the sinister game of competition and consumption that induces people to use each other and crush each other. That's why we took care of everything, the sources of political power of the landowners, the oil cartel, the media. 2. We wanted to talk to people, give them back their word. Culture is communication or it is nothing. In order to become non-dumb, we believed, a new culture had to begin by not being deaf. We published texts about reality, but also, to an equal or greater extent, texts from it. Words collected in the street, in the fields, in the tunnels, life stories, popular couplets. The indigenous people of Alto Parana sing of their own agony, cornered by the civilization that turns them into slaves of the plantations or that kills them to take away their land. You will watch over the source of the mist that engenders the inspired words. What I conceived in my solitude, have your children watch over it, the big-hearted jacaras. Make them call themselves, owners of the mist of your inspired words. Political prisoners write letters. I'm going to tell you things about seagulls so you don't associate them with sadness again. Anonymous hands write on a wall of the docks of Mar del Plata. I look for Christ and I can't find him. I look for myself and I can't find myself. But I find my neighbor and together the 3 of us leave. From the asylum, the poet travels to the secret regions. I was lying in the sea. I was walking on the water and I called him, La Tremont, I told him. And he told me that he loved me. That we would be friends now at sea, because we had both suffered on land. The children of the suburban schools of Montevideo recount the conquest of America. I come to civilize. Look what a beautiful boat I have. I do not want, I have a house, family, and earn well. But if it's better like I tell you, then you can talk like me. Stop fucking around and leave me alone. A factory worker explains his relationship with the sun. When you go to work it is night, and when you leave, the sun is already going down. And that's why at noon everyone gets 5 minutes to see the sun in the street, or in a factory yard, because you don't see the sun in the shed. The light enters but you never see the sun. Shortly after the coup, the military government issued new regulations for the media. According to the new censorship code, it was forbidden to publish street reports and non-specialist opinions on any subject. Apotheosis of private property. Not only did the land, the factories, the houses, and the people have an owner, the subjects also had an owner. The monopoly of power and word condemned the common man to silence. It was the end of crisis. There was little we could do, and we knew it. The oven sings, happy because there is mud for the nest. 1 is blind, said Carlitos. He was chewing on a clover stalk. We were lying on the grass, away from the others. The white sun was barely warm. Matthias had helped us prepare the ribs on the grill. We had eaten and people were chatting in groups. Carlitos had spent his life, he told me, running away from his family. When he discovered his mother, when he knew how to see her for the first time, she was a Gurasita lying on the bed and she only said bits of funny or crazy things and she was never going to get up. 1 is blind, said Carlitos. Sometimes one guesses. Sometimes, just. 2. At night, Great Raviolata. Sarlanga, author of the Marvel, recounted his misadventures on the Boca pitch last Sunday. The crowd had swallowed a shoe for him and he had come home, on the subway, with one bare foot and a serious face. A Caval remembered stories about old George, wise and witty, who had known how to recommend a shales to a certain gentleman with bright clothes and garish colors. 2 by 3 My laughter and glances crossed with a girl named Helena. I liked his way of eating, enjoying. She had been with us all weekend, but it was at dinner time that I discovered that Indian face that Sequeris would have wanted to paint. I saw the great light in those greenish eyes, also her dry tears, the dignity of her cheekbones, her very scarred female. Such a woman should be forbidden, I thought, in amazement. I still didn't know that it had been a shot that had grazed her face, but perhaps I already realized that no scratch from the claw of death could be capable of disfiguring her. Then there were cards, and she bet until the last chickpea. 1. Then he pushed everything he had to the center of the table. And lost. Not a muscle moved. We walked together, in the good cold of the night. The moon, blurred, revealed the tidal movements of the treetops, slow waves, and the trees were alive, they were complicit, and the world moved smoothly underfoot. This is good and clean, I said, or said. The next night it rained hard in Buenos Aires. We weren't together. We spent the night awake, under different roofs, in different neighborhoods, listening to the same rain. And we found that we couldn't sleep apart. The melody found us. The lazy melody of love sloth stretched and glided through the air, from room to room, and met us, languid flight of the arrow in the air, Asa Branca melody. Eric played the harmonica for his little son Felipe somewhere in the house and the melody reached where we were at the exact moment when I told you, or you told me, that surviving had been worth it. My body had grown to find you, after so much walking and falling and getting lost out there. Not the port, but the sea, the place where all the rivers end up and where the ships and boats sail. 4. State of siege, war of extermination, occupied city. We slept in a different bed each time. We took care of ourselves, we measured our steps and words. But one night, I still don't know how, we found ourselves singing and dancing in the middle of the highway, in front of the largest barracks in Buenos Aires. Eric, a tennis champion who always lost, was spinning like a top. El Gordo jumped with their arms around each other and proclaimed Vicente's candidacy for the government of all empires, monarchies, and republics, Vicente rolled around and jumped and broke his leg screaming how beautiful life is. Helena and I celebrated each other like a birthday. The reflectors located us from the barracks tower. The sentry raised his weapon and blinked, "Who are those crazy people in costumes dancing in the street?" And he didn't shoot. Dreams. You woke up, agitated, in the middle of the night. I had a horrible dream. I'll tell you tomorrow, when we're alive. I want it to be tomorrow. Why don't you make now tomorrow? How I wish it was already tomorrow. Will memory give us permission to be happy? There was a moment when the pain began, and since then it never stopped. It came even if you didn't call it, a raven-winged shadow repeating in your ear, "None will remain, none will be left alive." There are many mistakes and hopes that will have to be paid for. La Saracena tore off the cloth that covered the body of your brother Tin in Cordoba, and while she complained about the heat and the hard work, she twisted her face so you could see the hole from the shot. You didn't realize the tears until you touched your wet skin. When Rodolfo was riddled with bullets, the first bullet hit your mouth. You leaned over his body and you had no lips to kiss him. After they were falling, one after another, loved ones, guilty of acting or thinking or doubting or nothing. That boy with the beard and melancholic gaze arrived at Silvio Frondizi's wake very early, when no one was there. He placed a shiny red apple on the drawer. You saw him leave the block and he walked away. Later you found out that that boy was Silvio's son. The father had asked for the apple. They were eating, at noon, and he got up to hand her the apple when the murderers suddenly burst in. Buenos Aires, July 1976, long journey without moving. Lung rhythm of the sleeping city. It is cold outside. Suddenly, a noise goes through the closed window. You sink your nails into my arm. I don't breathe. We hear a racket of punching and bitching and the long howl of a human voice. Then silence. I don't weigh you. Sailor not. Beauties and sleepiness more powerful than fear. When the sun comes in, I blink and stretch with 4 arms. No one knows who owns that knee, nor whose is this elbow or this foot, this voice that murmurs good morning. Then the 2-headed animal thinks or says or would like. People who wake up like this, nothing bad can happen to them. The universe seen through the key's eye. At that time everything was gigantic. Everything, the stone house on the hilltop, the path lined with hydrangeas, the men who came back to the house, along the path, when night fell. In the surroundings wild strawberries grew and the earth was red and made you want to bite it. You went down to the city to accompany Grandma Diademia to the 6 o'clock mass. The patios and sidewalks, recently washed, smelled of summer freshness. Grandmother Diademia kept in her drawer, wrapped in lace, the navels of her 10 children. Nudity comes from Buenos Aires, he would say, when you returned from the capital wearing short-sleeved shirts. Grandma Diademia had never received a ray of sun on her face and had never uncrossed her hands. Seated in the shade, in the rocking chair, hand over hand, Grandma said, "Here I am, being." Grandmother Diademia's hands were transparent and bluish with veins and had very neat little fingernails. The universe seen through the key's eye. You stole a cove from the vase. You breathed deeply the smell. You crossed the patio and the boils of summer, with slow steps, with the tall flower raised in your fist. The cool tiles on the patio were a joy to bare feet on. You got to the water jet. To open it, you got on a little bench. The water fell on the flower and your hands and you felt that the water was sliding all over your skin and you closed your eyes, dizzy with inexplicable pleasure, and then a century passed. My thoughts fell, Mom, you explained later, pointing to the grate on the floor. They fell off and went that way. Buenos Aires, July 1976, when words cannot be more dignified than silence, it's better to be silent. 1. We are obliged to deliver, at the Casa Rosada, proofs of galleys and pages of the magazine. This is not going. Neither does this, they tell us. This was the last meeting with the military. Vicente and I had gone. After discussing the material in the magazine for an hour, we talk about Geraldo Conti. He's a crisis writer, we said, and they've kidnapped him. Nothing is known. You tell us that he is not detained and that the government has nothing to do with it? Why aren't we allowed to publish the news? The prohibition can lend itself to twisted interpretations. You know that abroad there are ill-considered people who... Do you have any complaints about us? The captain asked us. We have always treated them correctly. We have received them, we have listened to them. That is why we are here and that is our function in the government. But we warn you, this country is at war, and if we found ourselves in another field, the treatment would be very different. I touched my partner's knee. Come on, Vicente, it's getting late, I told him. We walked slowly through the Plaza de Mayo. In the middle of the square we stood for a long time without looking at each other. There was a clear sky and a bustle of people and pigeons. The sun gleamed on the verdigris of the copper domes. We don't talk anything. We went into a cafe to have a drink, and neither of us dared to say. This means that Geraldo is dead, right? For fear that the other would say. Yeah. 2. The magazine is gone. In the morning, I gather my colleagues and talk to them. I want to be firm and say hope, but sadness comes out of my pores. I explain that neither Fico nor Vicente nor I made the decision, that decide the circumstances. We do not accept humiliation as an epilogue to the beautiful adventure that brought us together for more than 3 years. Nobody bends over crisis, we are going to bury her standing up as she lived. 3. I empty the desk drawers, full of my papers and letters. I randomly reread the words of women I loved and men who were my brothers. I caress the phone that has transmitted friendly voices and threats to me. Night has fallen. The companions have left a couple of hours or months ago. I hear them, I see them, their footsteps and their voices, the light that each one radiates and the little smoke that they leave when they leave. 4. In the newspaper Epoca, in Montevideo, it was also like that. One entered that newsroom for children and felt embraced, even though there was no one there. 10 years or an instant have passed. How many centuries is this moment that I live now made of? How many airs does the air I breathe? Years gone, airs gone, years and airs kept in me and from me multiplied when I sit down and put on the magician's cape or the captain's cap or the clown's nose and press the pen and write. I write, that is, I guess, I navigate, I summon. They come. Scattered stage, ship, armed circus to which you grew up. In the newspaper we worked for the faith, which was superfluous, and nobody received anything. 2 times 3 a girl would come to give us injections of liver and vitamins. We were only a few years old and we really wanted to do and say, we were happy and stubborn, contagious. From time to time the superior government closed us down and we woke up with the police. We received the news with more relief than outrage. Every day without going out was a day of time to save money and go out the next. We would go to the police headquarters, with Andres Cultelli and Manrique Salberry, and when we got to the door we would say goodbye just in case. Shall we go out today? You never knew. It was midnight and the agencies had taken away the teletypes, for lack of payment, the telephone had been cut off, the only radio would fall and break. The typewriters had no tape and at 2 in the morning we went out to look for reels of paper. It was a matter of looking out on the balcony and waiting for a passionate drama there in the corner, but we didn't have any film left for the photos either. There was even a fire that ruined the machines in the workshop. And yet, I don't know how, every morning Epoca was on the street. Proof of the existence of God or magic of solidarity. We lacked age to repent of joy. At 3 in the morning, when homework was finished, we would open the field between the writing desks and play soccer with a paper ball. Sometimes the one who played the judge would sell himself for a plate of lentils or a little black cigarette, and then the pineapples would fly until the first copy of the newspaper came up from the workshop, smelling of ink, stained with fingers, just born from the mouth of the rotary press. That was a delivery. Then we would go hugging the boulevard, to wait for the sun. That was a ritual. Who could forget those cute guys? Don't I recognize that pulse, that sound, in my people today? Is it good for something, my memory? We wanted to break the lying machine. Memory. My poison, my food. The tree flies, says the poet, on the bird that leaves it. 1. One afternoon, in Montevideo, in the summer of 1960 or 1961, I discovered that I could no longer stand that guy who every day put on his tie and Polish jacket at the indicated time and counted bills and gave change and good morning with the clenched teeth. I closed the box, made the form, signed it and told the bank manager, "Leave." And he told me, "It's not time yet." And I told him, "I'm leaving forever." I went to Buenos Aires for the first time. I was 20 years old. I knew few people in Buenos Aires, but I thought I could manage. At first he treated me pretty badly, Babylon. I felt lonely and harassed by the crowd and the heat and the lack of money. I was working in a magazine for a while, until one Monday when we arrived at the newsroom, with Chiquita Constenla and Pablo Giussani, and found the building surrounded by troops. Those were the days of the railway strike. The workers set wagons on fire and the magazine didn't think it was bad. The soldiers turned the door. I spent a week without seeing anyone, buried in a furnished hotel lodging, they say there, where they didn't ask for documents or ask questions. I tossed and turned in bed day and night, soaked in a soup of sweat and sadness, unable to close my eyes because of the screams and the slamming of doors and the couples moaning with love through the walls. 2. From that first time in Buenos Aires, I was left with an image that I don't know if I lived or dreamed of. On some bad night, the crowd packed into a subway station, the sticky air, a feeling of suffocation, and the subway that didn't come. Half an hour passed, maybe more, and then it was learned that a girl had thrown herself onto the tracks at the previous station. At first there were silences, comments in a low voice and like a wake, poor thing, they said. But the subway still didn't show up and it was getting late to get to work, and then people stamped their feet nervously and said, "Why didn't you think of throwing yourself on another line? Right on this one, it had to be." I crossed the river and swore never to return. But I came back, many times. And at the beginning of 1973, Fico Voglius commissioned me to direct a magazine that was going to be called Crisis. In the middle of '76, there was no choice but to leave. It was not easy. The city that in another time I knew how to hate, had invited me with dangers, joys and loves. How many people did the magnolias in Plaza Francia shade? What crowd fit in my memory when I passed through the Ramos, the Ciervo, or the Bacan? At the Ramos, at noon, Manolo would throw peanuts on the wooden floor. Some dove left the sun on the sidewalk, entered and served. With Manolo, a waiter from Ramos, we watched the people go by on the avenue. "How are you? Like the country? Surviving?" "Who, me?" "The country, I mean." "Lying, poor thing." 4. On the eve of the game, Helena and I ate with the Caval and Carlitos Dominguez. Acha raised the glass of wine and toasted. "For the better things," he said. "We already know the worst." A Caval lived far away, more than an hour from Buenos Aires. I didn't want to stay up all night in the city, because it was sad at dawn alone on the train. Every morning Acha would get on the 9 o'clock train to go to work. He always got on the same wagon and sat in the same place. In front of him was a woman. Every day, at 9:25, that woman got off for a minute at a station, always the same, where a man was waiting for her, always standing in the same place. The woman and man hugged and kissed until the starting signal sounded. Then she would break off and go back to the train. That woman always sat opposite him, but ACHA never heard her voice. One morning she did not come, and at 9:25 ACHA saw, through the window, the man waiting on the platform. She never came again. After a week, the man also disappeared. War of the street, war of the soul. Suddenly one is under other people's skies and in lands where one speaks and feels differently, and even memory runs out of people to share or places to recognize oneself. You have to fight tooth and nail to earn your bread and sleep, and you feel like a cripple, with so much missing. The temptation of whining comes to you, the viscous domain of nostalgia and death, and you run the risk of living with your head turned back, living dying, which is a way of agreeing with a system that despises the living. Since we were little kids, and in the hypocrisy of wakes, we have been taught that death is something that makes people better. The winds and the years. 1. The Dutchman stuck his neck out among the dead ships. From the cap, which had been blue, hung clumps of very white hair. He didn't greet me. She looked at me without blinking, her transparent eyes huge in her thin face. I sat nearby, in the rest of a hull, while he dismembered the masts with a saw, pliers, and patience. The Dutchman was fighting with the seagulls. He said they stole his food. It was hard for him to convince himself that I was going for the fun of it. The dam was about 10 or 12 blocks from home, and it was good to walk down the street, on sunny afternoons, and find the sea. Sometimes the Dutchman would let me help him. I jumped from ship to the rescue of rusty anchors, broken rudders, and ropes that smelled of tar. He worked in silence. On good-humored afternoons he would tell stories of shipwrecks and mutinies and whale chases in the southern seas. 2. When they invited me to Cuba in 1970, as a jury in the Casa de las Americas contest, I went down to the docks to say goodbye. I was in Havana, he told me. At that time I was young and had a white suit. He worked on a cargo ship. I liked that port and I stayed. While having breakfast I read an ad in the newspaper. A French lady wanted to start a relationship with a well-prepared and educated young man. I showered, shaved, and put on the shoes that matched the suit. The house was near the cathedral. I went up the stairs and hid with the cane. There was a big knocker, but I had a cane. Then he opened the door. The French woman was completely naked. I was left with my mouth open. And I asked her, "Madame, oh you mademoiselle?" We laugh. That was many years ago, said the Dutchman. And now I want to ask you one thing. 3. As soon as I arrived in Cuba I went to the hill in Havana. I could not get in. It was a military zone. I spoke to half the world and I did not get authorization. When I returned to Montevideo, I walked to the dam and stayed for a long time watching the Dutchman work. I smoked 2 or 3 cigarettes. At the foot of the hill rose the flame of the refinery. The Dutchman did not ask me anything. I told him that in Havana I had seen, intact, as if recently engraved on the stone of the hill, the words of love that he had written there, in 1920, with the point of a nail. Chronicle of Great Land. 1. I had been in Cuba, for the first time, in the middle of 1964. Those were times of full blockade, the passage of people and things was prevented. Travel to Lima and then to Mexico. From Mexico to Windsor and Montreal. We had 5 days of waiting in Montreal La Bette province on car plates, private property on the billboards on the edge of the lakes, and from there to Paris and from Paris to Madrid. In Madrid we landed in the morning. We only needed to go through Oceania. But in Madrid we learned that the plane was leaving for Havana at night. Reina and I decided to visit the Prado Museum. Reina, a fellow delegation to the Moncada anniversary, was a fat and wise grandmother, a teacher for several generations, with a tireless sparkle of intelligence in her eyes and a very her own way of sighing. We had become buddies on the long journey. Due to the work and grace of the blockade, That afternoon I was offered an experience I had always wanted, to see the Knights of El Greco as they had been painted by his hand, the light of Velázquez not lied to by the reproductions and, above all, the black paint of Goya, the monsters that had been born from his soul and had stayed with him, in the Quinta del Sordo, until the end of his days. We arrived at the gates of the museum. The Paseo del Prado was marvelous on that clean summer noon. "Shall we have a coffee before going in?" There were tables on the sidewalks. We ordered coffee and dry sherry. Reina didn't hold grudges, but she yawned at the memory of her first marriage. She had lived a few years as a formal mother and mistress of her house. One night, at a party, she was introduced to a man. She gave him her hand and he squeezed it and held it, and she felt, for the first time, a strange electricity, and suddenly she discovered that her body had lived, until that moment, mute and without music. Not a word was said to each other. Reina never saw him again. Of the other, of the man who changed her life, she did not remember the name or the face. We ordered more coffee and more sherry. Reina talked about her love affairs and I didn't even notice the passing of the hours. When we wanted to agree, it was already late. We did not go to the Prado Museum. I forgot that the Prado Museum existed. We entered the plane dying of laughter. 2. When I returned to Cuba 6 years later, the revolution was experiencing its most difficult hour. The 10 million harvest had failed. The concentration of efforts in sugarcane had left the country's economy crooked. At last the children had milk and shoes, but in the canteens of the work centers the meat was a miracle and of some fruits and vegetables there were only memories. In a gravelly voice, Fidel Castro read out dramatic figures to the crowd. "Here are the secrets of the Cuban economy," he said. "Yes, imperialist gentlemen," said Dash. "It is very difficult to build socialism. The revolution had broken down the high walls. Now they belong to all: the roof and the clothes and the food, the alphabet and the health, the national dignity. But hadn't the country been trained for centuries to impotence and resignation? With what legs could production catch up with the gallop of consumption? Could Cuba run, if he was just learning to stand on his own 2 feet? Fidel spoke, as night fell in the immense plaza, of the tensions and difficulties. And he spoke at length about the errors. He analyzed the vices of disorganization, the bureaucratic deviations, the mistakes made. He acknowledged his own inexperience, which had made him act unrealistic at times, and said that some people believed he was where he was because he liked power and glory. "I have given the best years of my life to this revolution," he said. And with a frown he asked, "What does glory mean? If all the glories of the world fit in a single grain of corn?" He explained that a revolution, when it is true, works for the times and men to come. The revolution lived with an accelerated pulse and out of breath, faced with the harassment and the blockade and the threat. "The enemy says that we have difficulties in Cuba," Fidel said. The crowd, listening in silence, clenched their faces and fists. "And in that the enemy is right. The enemy says that there is discontent in Cuba," he added. "And in that too the enemy is right. But there is one thing the enemy is wrong about." And then he affirmed that the past was not going to return. With a voice of thunder, he affirmed that Cuba would never return to the hell of colonial plantation and imperial humiliation, and the crowd responded with a whoop that made the earth tremble. That night the teletypes went crazy announcing the imminent fall of Fidel Castro. Trained to lie, certain journalists could not understand the courage of the truth. Fidel's sincerity had given, that night, the measure of the greatness and strength of the revolution. I was lucky to be there and I don't forget it. 3. At his house in Havana, Bola de Neve pestered me with questions about Montevideo and Buenos Aires. He wanted to know what life was like in the people and places he had known and loved 30 or 40 years ago. After a while I realized that there was no point in continuing to say, it no longer exists or it was forgotten. He also understood, I think, because he began to talk about Cuba, about what he called Yoruba Marxism-Leninism, synthesis. Invincible of African magic and white science, and spent hours telling high society gossip that used to pay her to sing. Rosalia Abreu had 2 orangutans. He dressed them in overalls. One served her breakfast and the other made love to her. He showed me paintings by Amalia Pelles, who had been his friend. He died a brute, he said. At 71 she was still a young lady. I had never had a lover or mistress or anything. He confessed his panic over live roosters and loose monkeys. He sat down at the piano. Sang Droom, bold. Then she sang I, Mama Ines y el pregón del manicero. His voice was very worn, but the piano helped him pick it up every time he fell. At a certain point he interrupted the song and stood with his hands in the air. He turned to me and in astonishment said, "The piano believes me. He believes everything, everything." 4. When the work on Casa de las Americas was finished, Sergio Chapel suggested that we travel to Gran Tierra. We flew in a nutshell over the jungle. We landed at the end of the country. The mountains of Haiti shone blue on the horizon. No, no, Meguido said. Cuba does not end here. Here it starts. The lands of Punta de Macy are dry, although they are on the edge of the sea. Droughts devastate vegetable and bean crops. In Macy the 4 winds cross, which carry away the clouds and drive away the rain. Meguido Rios took him home to have a coffee. Upon entering, we woke up a pig that was sleeping in the doorway. She got furious. We drank coffee surrounded by children, pigs, goats, and chickens. On the walls, St. Barbara's stood flanked by 2 Buddhas and a heart of Christ. There were many candles burning. The week before, Meguido had lost a granddaughter. The time has come. It ran out of color, she was made a cotton flower. Nothing is worth anything when the time is come. We all come for a while. And sometimes before that time they put the sails on you, as they did with me 37 years ago, and you can't stand tomorrow, they say, and that's when you straighten up. Through the door, wide open, we watched the fishermen pass by. They came from the sea, with snapper and aguajases hanging from the poles, already cleaned and salted, ready to dry. The dust of the road raised clouds of mist behind them. When the first helicopter appeared in these regions, people fled in terror. Until the triumph of the revolution, the seriously ill were carried by hand, on bunks, through the jungle, and they died before reaching Baracoa. But no one was scared when our little plane arrived at the new airport, and the bearded men had built the first hospital in Los Llanos a long time ago. The man of blood cannot see abuse, Meguido said. It's my default. If I have enemies, they are hidden. I was a son and danzon dancer, a drinker and party goer, a good friend. From here up, everyone knows me. And he warned us. Here we are not bullies. We tan but we don't fight. The ones up there, the ones from Gran Tierra, are worse than the blue mosquito. On the way, the flashes hurt the eyes. The wind, which blew low and swirling, covered men and things with masks of reddish dust. The local people hated bats. At night, the bats came out of the caves and swooped down on the coffee. They bit the grains, tore the honey from them. The grains dried up and fell off. 6. On the cliffs, overlooking the sea, Patana Arriba. At the foot, in front of the reefs, Patana Abajo. Everyone was called Mosqueta. Between children and grandchildren, Don Cecilio said, I was counting the other nights and there was an approximation of 300. There is no woman in the house anymore. I am turning 87. I used to raise goats, cattle, and pigs down there. Here it seems that my luck came to coffee. What if I have fished? Fish or sin? What if I still remember? He winked at us, stay. Something remains in the memory and in the impulse. And he added, with a smile that exposed his toothless gums. For something Mosqueta is the most reigning last name, the one that multiplies. We were thirsty. Don Cecilio Mosqueda jumped out of the rocking chair. "I'll go up," he said. One of the grandchildren, or great-grandchildren, Braulio, grabbed his arm and sat him down. Braulio climbed up the tall trunk with his feet tied. He balanced on the branches, machete in hand. A shower of coconuts fell to the ground. Don Cecilio was curious about the engraver. I showed him how it worked. "This device is truly scientific," he opined, "because it keeps the voice of the dead alive." He scratched his chin. He pointed his index finger at the recorder and said, "I want you to put this in there." And he spoke while rocking with his eyes closed. Braulio was the head of the patriarch's jailers. Brigades of grandchildren and great-grandchildren took turns sleeping. At the slightest carelessness, Don Cecilio would escape them on horseback, and in a single gallop he would cross the jungle and arrive in Baracoa at dawn, to compliment the girl who drove him crazy, or he would walk through the hills to Monte Cristo, which was well away, to serenade the other girl who was taking away her sleep. Don Cecilio did not think the revolution was bad. People lived very isolated, like an Alzao, he explained to me. Now cultures are interchanged. He had discovered the radio. The parrot in the house had learned a Beatles song, and Don Cecilio had found out about certain things that happened in Havana. "I don't like the beach. I hardly go. But I have heard that in Havana there is something called a biscani, that the women are left with all their bangs in the air. And something happens there. What about your wife? You just have to see. Are you not the one who assists her? I am a man of great order, and it is because of the beach and the little dances that relaxation enters. How did my wife dress? Through the head, boy, and undressed through the feet." He was also worried about the divorce. I had known that there is a lot of divorce and that is not serious. "But Don Cecilio," Sergio interrupted. "Is it true or not that you had 40-odd wives?" 49, Don Cecilio admitted. "But I never got married." "He who gets married, gets screwed." Later we wanted to pull his tongue, but Don Cecilio didn't pledge the treasure. Everyone in the region knew that he had a treasure buried in a cave. 7. We were heading to a small town called La Maquina. The truck picked up people. "Everybody to the assembly. Placido, come, let's go. Don't run away, Placido." They didn't notify me. They waited for the truck, freshly bathed and ironed, the old women with colored umbrellas, the girls dressed as partying, the men crooked because of their new shoes. In the truck, the dust covered the skins and clothes in no time, and you had to close your eyes. They recognized each other by their voices. "Don Cecilio? That is an old man from the old days. It is over 100 years old. He is going to die without saying where he has the treasure. Nobody is going to pray the Trimissa to him. What do you say, Armidia? That your soul will not rest, Irata? And what is going to rest? With so much sin and the tremendous load of earth that it will have on top. I have a lot of land, do I? I don't see you, Urbino. No way. What is needed and nothing more? No one has asked you, Arconita." The truck jumped from pit to pit. The branches lashed our faces and colored snails were released from the trees. Slapping my hands, between bumps and bumps, I put them in my pockets. "Don't be scared, the world doesn't end. The world is just beginning, Urbino." Several children, 2 dogs, and a parrot were also traveling. Each one hung himself as he could. I was hugging a water pipe. 2 by 3 the engine turned off and you had to get out to push. "I am chosen," said Urbino. "Good for everything except leaving." There was a long way to go when he punctured a tire. It does not have a solution. He died. And the procession started down the road. All that was left was uphill. Men and women, children, and bugs climbed the mountain singing. I flattened my voice. "Have you seen? What a chest I have. They were sticky with perspiration and dust, and they charged happily against the summer sun at 3 in the afternoon, which punished without mercy. The day that I die, who will remember me? Only the jar for the water I drank. Urbino, who was lame, marched clinging to my shirt. I sing what I know, and I neither owe nor fear the world, he said. That rhythm, do you know it? It's ours. It's called Nigan. It is a rhythm from Patana, but from Patana Abajo. It is played with maracas. And with a guitar, with 4-wire strings, which is also our invention. In the country of Patana, on that deserted mountain, we have to invent. The crests of the palms burned against a white glow. If I looked up, it made me dizzy. I thought, an ice-cold beer would be like a blood transfusion. 10,000 things are happening here that Fidel doesn't even know about, Urbino said. You tell them in Havana to send me the habelos they have promised me. Don't forget, huh? He had bought an electric motor for his carpentry shop. He had consulted before, and they had told him that yes, he should buy it, so he could give light to the pataneros as well as make furniture for everyone. But the engine had never worked, and the boatmen made fun of them. Those empty irons, they told him, that engine is a tremendous package, Urbino, they put you on board. Without the engine, we continue in the dark. You understand me? You tell them to send them to me. The hablitos, to habilitar the motor, that comes to be everything that goes inside. The slope was left behind, and we saw the first wooden houses. Some wild bulls crossed the road and galloped away. Violet blossoms hung from the banana trees, swollen, ready to burst. I stopped to wait for an old woman who came dragging her long green dress. When I was young, I used to fly, he told me. Not now. All Great Earth was in the assembly. No one complained, and the jokes and songs continued until a blond farmer with high cheekbones and hard features spoke about the organization and the tasks. He was the most important agricultural mechanization technician in the region. Later he invited Sergio and me to eat fried plantains. He had learned to read and write at the age of 25. 8. We gathered a good amount of colored snails. We empty them with a needle, one by one, and let them dry in the sun. I was dazzled by these minuscule marvels, the polymites, of always diverse colors and designs. They lived in the trunks of trees and under the broad leaves of banana trees. Each slug painted his house better than Picasso or Miro. In the Patanas they had given me a hard-to-find snail. Hermit was called. Emptying it took me a lot of work. The slug was well hidden at the bottom of the long ringlet of mother of pearl, dead, and everything refused to come out. The hermit gave off a foul odor, but it was of rare beauty. Its carapace, copper-colored ridges and shaped like a Malay dagger, seemed made not to spin fatly like a top, but to unfold and fly. 9. Aurelio told us that they had warned him, don't go to Patana, they burn people there and bury them hidden. Besides, they walk as fast as the little one, the pataneros. We were in La Asuncion. During the day, Aurelio accompanied us everywhere. At night, he did not sleep. He stayed with us until someone down there whistled 3 times. Aurelio would jump out the window and get lost in the foliage. After a while he returned. He stayed in his bed, smoking, until dawn. You're salty, Aurelio, Sergio told him. The door would bang on us at all hours of the night. I was afraid of nightmares. He would concentrate on a point within the circle, and when he managed to sleep, a giant nail would drive into his chest, or an enormous magnet that he could not get rid of, or an iron piston that would press him against the wall and break a hole. Vertebra. Aurelio was from the army, 7th class of the artillery weapon. They want to fire me. I asked them to wait. I'm fucking there, because I like it. He had tried to go fight in Venezuela. They were already leaving, he and other interns, when they were caught. Fidel spoke to them. He told them that they were very young, that they better study. When I came to Gran Tierra, in the plane, I thought I had a mission. I was a courier and I was in Venezuela or Bolivia. At the airport, the police waiting for me. I was escaping on the roof of a train. 10. We ran into Aurelio, very early, on the way out of town. He had a pitchfork in one hand and a machete in the other. He told us he came from killing snakes. He would look for them among the rocks and undergrowth and cut off their heads or break their bones. He showed us the machete, which had belonged to his father. Once, in Camagüey, the Haitian Matthias took it from me. It didn't jerk or anything. They know how to do it. Look, I'm going to hit you, I told him, and raised the machete. Old Matthias didn't even touch me. He put his arms in a cross, he uncrossed them and I went blind, I don't know, and he already had the machete tied by the handle. In the cafeteria we find a cloud of girls. What did they do with the snail? Asked one. Do you have it, brunette? Aurelio blushed. Sergio recommended, secreting. That skinny one is saucy. They discussed. For the tastes the colors have been made. The way you dress has nothing to do with it. That does not influence the being of the person. No way. The best wedding dress is skin. One gets married once and for all. And if the man turns out to be a bird, you have to live with it, to know. Say, Narda. Where was he from who said that to fall in love? Well, I have a higher morale than Pico Turquino. Oh Lord. Here we live an antique that I no longer resist this. The skinny one was called Bismania. She had chosen his name, when she stopped liking the one she had. 11. Nearby there was a brigade building walls. We offered to lend a hand. I don't like any of those, Aurelio said. We work until nightfall. The three of us were left white with lime and hard with cement. Aurelio confessed to us that he had come to Gran Tierra chasing a girl. They had met in Havana, when she went to study. Now they had her locked up. It was she who sent the messengers that whistled at night at the foot of the window. This is how she met Aurelio, for an instant, among the trees. But that night no one whistled and Aurelio did not knock on the door. We didn't see him the next day. When we asked for him, he was already flying back to Havana. He wanted to rob the Guajira, they told us. The father sent for him. Aurelio's father wore the 3 first captain's bars around his neck. Aurelio was 6 years old and it had been 4 days since Fulgencio Batista had fled on a plane. Aurelio saw an immense man coming down the beach of Baracoa. He had a beard reaching to his chest and an olive-colored uniform. See, said the mother. That's your dad. Aurelio ran down the beach. The huge man picked him up and hugged him. Don't cry, he told her. Do not cry. News. From Uruguay. A girl from Salto killed in torture. Another prisoner who commits suicide. The prisoner had been in the Libertad prison for 3 years. One day he frowned, or looked crooked, or some guardian got up in a bad mood. The prisoner was sent to the punishment cell. There they call it the island, incommunicado, starved, suffocated. On the island the prisoners cut their wrists or go crazy. He spent a month in the punishment cell. So he hanged himself. The news is routine, but there is a detail that catches my attention. The prisoner's name was Jose Artigas. War of the street, war of the soul. Will we be able to learn humility and patience? I am the world, but very small. The time of a man is not the time of history, although one must admit, one would like to. The system. Lidin told me 5 or 6 years ago comes to mind. He had just filmed The Promised Land in the Ranquil Valley, a poor region of Chile. The local peasants acted as extras in the mass scenes. Some represented themselves. Others played the role of soldiers. The soldiers invaded the valley and with blood and fire took the land from the peasants. The film was the chronicle of the massacre. On the third day, the problems began. The peasants who wore uniforms, rode on horseback, and fired blanks had become arbitrary, bossy, and violent. They harassed the other peasants after each day of filming. War of the street, war of the soul. How many times have I been a dictator? How many times an inquisitor, a censor, a jailer? How many times have I forbidden those who I loved the most, freedom and speech? How many people have I felt ownership of? How many have I sentenced because they committed the crime of not being me? Is not the private property of people more disgusting than the property of things? How many people did I use, I who thought I was so outside of the consumer society? Have I not secretly wished or celebrated the defeat of others, I who out loud shit on the value of success? Who does not reproduce, within himself, the world that generates him? Who is safe from confusing his brother with the rival and the woman he loves with his own shadow? War of the street, war of the soul. Writing, does it make sense? The question weighs heavily on my hand. Word customs, word burners, word cemeteries are organized. In order for us to resign ourselves to living a life that is not ours, we are forced to accept someone else's memory as our own. Masked reality, story told by the victors. Perhaps writing is nothing more than an attempt to save, in the time of infamy, the voices that will testify that we were here and that's how we were. A way of saving for those of us who do not yet know, as Ispria wanted, the name of each thing. Who does not know where he comes from, how can he find out where he is going? Introduction to the History of Art. I have dinner with Nicole and Adum. Nicole talks about a sculptor she knows, a man of great talent and fame. The sculptor works in a huge workshop, surrounded by children. All the kids in the neighborhood are her friends. One fine day, the mayor's office commissioned a large horse for a city square. A truck brought the giant block of granite to the workshop. The sculptor began to work on it, standing on a ladder, using hammer and chisel blows. The children watched him do it. So the children left, on vacation, heading to the mountains or the sea. When they returned, the sculptor showed them the finished horse. And one of the children, with wide eyes, asked him, "But how did you know that inside that stone there was a horse?" News from Argentina. Luis Sabinai was saved. He was able to leave the country. He had disappeared at the end of 1975 and after a month we found out that he had been put in jail. There is no trace of Geraldo Conti. Juan Gelrenan was picked up at his home in Buenos Aires. Since he was not there, they took the children. The daughter appeared a few days later. Nothing is known about the son. The police say they don't have it, the military say neither. Juan was going to be a grandfather. The pregnant daughter-in-law also disappeared. El Cacho Paoletti, who sent us texts from La Rioja, was tortured and is still in prison. Other writers who published in the magazine, Paco Urando riddled with bullets, some time ago, in Mendoza, Antonio de Benedetto in jail, Rodolfo Walsh disappeared. On the eve of his own kidnapping, Rodolfo sent a letter denouncing that the 3As are today the three weapons, the very source of terror that has lost its way and can only stammer the speech of death. Dreams. You wanted fire and the matches wouldn't light. No match gave you fire. All the matches were headless or wet. Calila de la Costa, June 1977, to invent the world every day. We chat, we eat, we smoke, we walk, we work together, ways to make love without entering each other, and the bodies are calling each other as the day travels towards the night. We hear the passing of the last train. Church chimes. It's midnight. Our own little train glides and flies, it walks through the air and the worlds, and then morning comes and the aroma announces tasty, smoky, freshly brewed coffee. A clean light comes out of your face and your body smells of wetness. Start the day. We count the hours that separate us from the coming night. Then we will make love, the tristecidio. Between all of us, if it is listened well, we form a single melody. Crossing the field of ferns I arrive at the bank of a river. This is a morning of clean light. A soft breeze blows. From the chimney of the stone house, smoke billows and billows. Ducks sail in the water. A white sail glides between the trees. My body has, this morning, the same rhythm as the breeze, the smoke, the ducks, and the sail. War of the street, war of the soul. I chase the enemy voice that has given me the order to be sad. Sometimes I get the feeling that joy is a crime of high treason, and that I am guilty of the privilege of being alive and free. So it does me good to remember what the cacique Huilca said, in Peru, speaking before the ruins, here they came. They even broke the stones. They wanted to make us disappear. But they have not succeeded, because we are alive, and that is the main thing. And I think that Huilca was right. Being alive, a small victory. Being alive, that is, capable of joy despite goodbyes and crimes, so that exile is the testimony of another possible country. To the homeland, task to be done, we are not going to build it with bricks of shit. Would we be of any use, at the time of our return, if we came back broken? Joy requires more courage than sorrow. To grieve, after all, we are used to it. Calila de la Costa, July 1977, The Market. The fat plum, with its pure juice that floods you with sweetness, must be eaten, you taught me, with your eyes closed. The beetroot plum, with its tight, red flesh, is to be eaten by looking at it. You like to caress the peach and strip it with a knife, and you prefer that the apples come opaque so that one can remove the shine with your hands. The lemon inspires you respect and the oranges make you laugh. There is nothing more endearing than mountains of radishes, and nothing more ridiculous than pineapple, with its armor of a medieval warrior. The tomatoes and the bell peppers seem born to display their belly in the sun in the baskets, sensual with glare and laziness, but in reality the tomatoes begin to live their life when they are mixed with oregano, salt, and oil, and the bell peppers do not find their destiny until the heat of the oven leaves them raw and our mouths bite them with desire. The spices are in the market, a world apart. They are tiny and powerful. There is no meat that does not become excited and ooze, beef or fish, pork or lamb, when the spices penetrate it. We always keep in mind that if it weren't for the spices we would not have been born in America, and we would have lacked magic at the table and in our dreams. After all, they were the ones who pushed Christopher Columbus and Sinbad the Sailor. Bay leaves have a cute way of breaking in your hand before falling gently onto roast beef or ravioli. You really like rosemary and verbena, nutmeg, basil, and cinnamon, but you'll never know if it's because of the aromas, the flavors, or the names. Parsley, a spice for the poor, has an advantage over all the others. It is the only one that reaches the plate green and alive and moist with fresh droplets. While the ceremony lasts we are, like her, a little sacred. I open the bottle of wine. In Buenos Aires, the black, pot-bellied bottle of the Burgundy San Felipe. Here, the Sangre de Toro from the Torres winery. I serve the wine and let it rest a bit in the glasses. We breathe it in and celebrate its color, luminous in the candle light. The legs are found and tied under the table. The glasses kiss. The wine is happy with our joy. Good wine, which despises the drunkard and turns sour in the mouth of those who don't deserve it. The sauce boils in the casserole, with the bubbling of the kettle, slow tides of the thick, reddish, steaming sauce. We eat slowly, savoring each other, chatting without haste. Eating alone is an obligation of the body. With you, it's a mass and a laugh. News. From Uruguay. They have burned the collections and archives of March. Closing it seemed little to them. Marca had lived 35 years. Every week he demonstrated, just by existing, that not selling out was possible. Carlos Quijano, who always directed it, is in Mexico. He saved himself by scraping. Marca no longer existed and Quijano insisted on staying, as if watching over her. he would arrive at the office at the usual time and sit at his desk and stay there until nightfall, a faithful ghost in the empty castle. He would open the few letters that still arrived and answer the phone, which had rung by mistake. The system. Extermination plan, raising the grass, uprooting every little plant still alive, watering the earth with salt. Afterwards, kill the memory of the grass. To colonize consciences, suppress them, to suppress them, empty them of the past. Annihilate all testimony that in the region there was something more than silence, jails and graves. It is forbidden to remember. Squads of prisoners are formed. At night, they are forced to cover the protest phrases that once covered the city walls with white paint. The rain, from hitting the walls so much, gradually dissolves the white paint. And little by little, the stubborn words reappear. News. From Argentina. At 5 in the afternoon, purification by fire. In the courtyard of the 14th Regiment Barracks, in Córdoba, the 3rd Army Command proceeds to incinerate this pernicious documentation, in defense of our most traditional spiritual heritage, synthesized in God, country, and home. Books are thrown into the bonfires. From afar you can see the tall smoke. No one is a hero for leaving, nor a patriot for staying. After 10 years of forced silence, the weekly Acqui published this interview in Montevideo. It was March 27, 1984. Daniel Caballero asked the questions by telephone. Galeano answered from his house in Calella, in Barcelona. Until then, no Uruguayan publication had mentioned his name. All his books were banned. What has been your literary production abroad? A novel, The Song of Us, a kind of conversation with my own memory, called Days and Nights of Love and War, and the first 2 volumes of the Memory of Fire trilogy. The first, Los Nacimientos, was published a couple of years ago. The second, Las Caras y las Mascaras, came out recently. Now I start working with the third. The Memory of Fire trilogy is like Days and Nights, but with America, I mean, a conversation with the memory of America. I converse with her as if she were a person. On the basis Las Venas Abiertas, but with a more literary content? The same theme, in a way, but multiplied. An attempt to rescue the living memory of America, and especially of Latin America, in all its dimensions, smells, colors, pains. That the reader feels that the story is happening while the words tell it. May history flee from museums and breathe with full lungs, let the past become present. Latin America has not only suffered the dispossession of gold and silver, rubber and copper and oil. They have also expropriated his memory. They have hijacked the memory so she doesn't know where she came from and so she can't figure out where she's going. The open veins of Latin America, the fundamental work that cemented your prestige as a committed intellectual. Would you write it again in the same terms? No, no, no. That would be like inviting me to my own funeral. I wrote it 13 or 14 years ago. Since then, I have changed. I am alive, I change every day. I assume the veins, yes, from cover to cover. I don't regret a word, and I know that Las Venas Abiertas has not lied or nonsense, and that it has served and serves to show that there is no wealth in this world that is innocent, and to show how underdevelopment is not a stage towards development, but rather the historical consequence of alien development. But now I am immersed in another adventure, more encompassing, more embracing, which does not repeat Las Venas but broadens and deepens the field that Las Venas opened for me. Perhaps because it is an essay, Las Venas seems quite one-dimensional to me. I mean, it offers the story very focused on its political-economic dimension, and that is why it can sometimes be a little schematic. And also, in these years, I changed the style a lot. Weight loss treatment. Say more and more, with less. In Buenos Aires, in these times of freedom, Las Venas has become an editorial rage. How do you see this of the new generation, who had never heard of you, discovering you? It seems to me that the Führer exaggerates. Let's say good luck. I am glad that this cursed book for the Argentine dictatorship and for other dictatorships that praised it by prohibiting it has reappeared in Buenos Aires, with good luck. But it is not about this book alone, which would mean little. There are thousands of things that happen. Argentina has a presentiment of what is already beginning to happen in our country. Argentina is unleashed and uncovered. The people want to know what it is about, after these years of silence and fear. It is seen that water can be prohibited. Thirst? No. Your career and your work travel along the paths of journalism and literature. What would be your definition of both activities? Journalism, I think, is a form of literature. I do not share the sacralization of the book as the only form of literary expression. By doing journalism you can write bad literature, but there are also books that are perfect jerks. Journalism is subjected to emergencies and tensions that harm its level of quality, but also give it strength and charm. That literature is eternity and journalism the instant. Some of Latin America's most enduring writers, José Martí, Carlos Quijano, Rodolfo Walsh, for example, have given their best in journalism. It is known that you were one of the earliest exponents of a generation that decided to bet on a dignified, supportive, and just homeland. Faced with the enormous difficulties in achieving such expectations, did you ever feel hopeless? How not? And more than once. I distrust, and advise distrust, the wooden men. The Popol Vuh, the sacred book of the Mayans, tells that the gods made some wooden men, as a test, but it did not work, the wooden men. They looked like man and spoke like man, but they had neither blood nor breath and therefore no discouragement. What was the thing that helped you the most to overcome mental colonization and other tranquility that favored the Uruguay that you were born in and that has been called warm Arcadia? Reality. The reality of a country in crisis, which was beating up and expelling its young workers. Such Arcadia was already the subject of nostalgia or joke when my generation entered the scene. Different types of exile can be recognized. Had you already felt it, in some way, within your homeland, when you decided not to publicly use your first last name? Before writing, I drew. He published cartoons in the socialist weekly El Sol. They were signed by Gius, so that Hughes would sound clear in Spanish, and not because he was disrespectful to my Welsh great-great-grandfather. When I started writing, I signed Galeano, which is my second last name, and so I continued. Throughout the years I have heard the most diverse interpretations on this matter, including imaginary family conflicts and other nonsense. That of internal exile did not have it. But it is well known that the name does not matter, in this world where a prison can be called, let's say, freedom. How is your willingness to accept criticism? It was once said that along with your keen intelligence ran a certain elitist style, something like an intellectual aristocracy. Could it have been perhaps a youthful pose in a man who knew success so early? Criticism, all, but please, let them be straight ahead. I don't like that ever, and I don't like the it was commented. When, who? And it's not to defend myself. I know that in the human zoo we writers are in the peacock cage, and it's not easy to get out. In any case, I have never believed less than now in what is called success, nor in the reactionary ideology that makes life a system of rewards and punishments, and I feel many light years away from any narcissistic temptation. Did exile change you a lot? How would you define it? Exile has taught me new humility and patience. I think exile is a challenge. It begins as a time of penance, born of impotence or defeat, and humility and patience are required to turn it into a time of creation and to assume it as one more front of struggle. Then one looks ahead and discovers that nostalgia is good, a tug of land, a sign that one was not born from a cloud, but hope is better. The process is not easy at all, especially for thousands and thousands of Uruguayan workers condemned to uprooting under very distant skies, in countries that speak other languages and feel and think in a different way and where exile is a daily struggle to arms. I was lucky. I was always able to work on my own and I never stopped writing, as if denying that of Martin Fierro, when he says that a cow that changes her love delays calving. Exile confirmed to me that identity is not a matter of domicile or documents. I am Uruguayan no matter where I live and even if they deny me a passport. And in these 10 years, which are already 11, I lost my hair but nothing else. They have multiplied the passion for solidarity, the incessant impulse to create and love and the capacity for indignation in the face of injustice. I was, always was, with the bull. I'm still. Without falling into clichés, what thoughts does it inspire you, a possible return to Uruguay? A worry. Soon there will be, I believe, I hope, amnesty and freedom in our country. But what about work? Will there be work for the long 500,000 Uruguayans forced to live abroad? Uruguay has been selling arms abroad for a few years now. The system has too many people. Not the country, after all. The country has 5 times the surface area of the Netherlands and 5 times fewer inhabitants. The dictatorship has expelled many people, but more people have thrown out the system that a dictatorship needed to survive without change. And another concern. Will those of us who left and those who stayed and had to put up with these hard years inside poison each other's air? Shall we take each other's test? Will we fall into the petty game of resentment and reproach, forgetting that no one becomes a hero by leaving, and no one becomes a patriot by staying? So 2 concerns. Everything else is joy. End. Days and Nights of Love and War. Eduardo Galeano.